The stadium stands are packed, and the crowd cheers nonstop in support of Gyeongseon High School. The fans enthusiastically shout Choi Taeyo's name as they await the next decisive play. On the field, Gyeongseon's batter steps into the batter's box, ready for the pitch. On the mound, the opposing pitcher shows clear signs of nervousness under all that pressure. He adjusts his cap to try to focus, but the sweat on his face gives away his anxiety. With the crowd roaring, the atmosphere at the baseball game grows more intense by the second. The pitcher takes a deep breath to collect himself before delivering the ball. Sensing his opponent's hesitation, Choi Taeyo tightens his grip on the bat with pure concentration. Noticing that the pitcher is visibly shaking, Taeyo gets ready to capitalize on any small mistake. The pitcher finally winds up and fires the ball toward home plate with everything he has. Taeyo locks his eyes on the pitch's trajectory, timing the exact moment of impact. He twists his hips and connects with a solid hit, sending the crack of the bat echoing through the stadium. The ball soars high into the sky as Taeyo drops the bat and takes off sprinting around the bases. The umpire signals a fair ball, and Taeyo accelerates even more without looking back. The crowd goes wild as the young player races at full speed to reach base safely. With his eyes locked on the goal, he takes every stride with total determination to secure the play. Taeyo slides hard into the base just as the defense moves in to make the tag. The umpire throws his arms out and calls him safe, confirming a successful advance. The bleachers erupt in celebration as another run goes on the board for Gyeongseon High School. Everyone joins together to chant Choi Taeyo's name, celebrating the young player's phenomenal performance. Hearing the cheers of support, Taeyo adjusts his helmet and feels a massive wave of relief. The crowd keeps applauding and praising the impressive skill the young man showed on the diamond. In the middle of the fans, one man stands out, shouting the athlete's name with eyes full of pride. It is Taeyo's father, openly emotional and yelling at the top of his lungs that is his son down there. Taeyo flashes a satisfied smile, savoring that special moment he fought so hard to achieve. However, 1 year before this big game, the young athlete's reality was completely different. That night, the television showed professional player Ryu Hyung-jin crushing a spectacular home run. The TV broadcaster highlighted how Hyung-jin managed to turn the game around under tremendous pressure. Lit only by the living room screen, Taeyo watched the baseball superstar's achievements in complete silence. The boy remained seated on the floor, deep in thought, and clearly dejected about his own performance. His father comes into the living room and calls his name softly, noticing that his son is still awake. Taeyo turns off the television and replies that he was just about to head to his room to rest. Feeling the weight of the silence in the room, the boy stares into space before finding the courage to speak up. Looking at the clock on the wall, he makes a difficult choice and tells his father that he plans to quit baseball. His father is left completely speechless, caught off guard by his son's unexpected confession. Trying to process the news, his father asks what he plans to do instead, and Taeyo suggests focusing on his studies. The young man explains that he never completely gave up on his grades and wants to work hard on improving his schoolwork. Worried about this sudden decision, his father asks to understand the reason behind such a drastic shift. Taeyo opens up, saying he would rather find another path than keep playing without the right drive. He admits that his skills are strictly average and that he will likely never stand out among the best. On top of feeling that he lacks natural talent, he also worries about his below-average height. His father tries to cheer him up, saying he will still grow, but Taeyo insists he will barely pass 5 feet 11 inches. Lightening the mood, his father gives a thumbs up and reminds him that he kept growing until he was 20 years old. Placing a hand on his son's shoulder, he tells Taeyo to stay confident because he still has 2 years of training ahead of him. Despite his father's encouragement, the young player looks away and admits that he prefers to be realistic about things. His father looks at him warmly and brings up a memory from his childhood days. He recalls that when the boy started playing in elementary school, he promised he would never give up. His father's words hit home for Taeyo, who fights back his emotions thinking about that promise. Taeyo remembers starting baseball in the 4th grade, looking over at the family photo on the shelf. 7 years have passed since that day, a journey filled with hard work and national youth tournaments. Taeyo remembers that his entire childhood revolved around baseball and endless practice sessions. He never hung out with friends during breaks, dedicating all of his free time to working on the field. Even after pushing harder than anyone else, The feeling of hitting a plateau continued to haunt his mind. The physical toll and accumulated exhaustion made the boy wonder if all that effort would ever lead anywhere. He felt like an ordinary player who could never stand out in such a competitive sport. Tayo admits that he did not want to abandon his dream, but the doubt in his heart was growing louder. When comparing his progress to other players, he feels like he is falling further behind every day. His father comforts him, reminding him that baseball is a team sport, and every team needs reliable players. The room falls quiet as his father chooses the right words to touch his son's heart. When his father asks if he truly loves the game, the young man cannot hold back his tears and breaks down crying. His father hugs him warmly, asking how he could walk away from something he cares about so deeply. He tells his son not to grow up too fast and promises to stay by his side, supporting him every step of the way. Suman appears at the door and teases him upon seeing him cry, while his father gestures for her to pretend she saw nothing. The night ends with the two saying goodnight affectionately, finally going to rest after their long talk. The next morning, sunlight streams through the window, signaling a brand new day full of tasks. Tayo and his father load boxes of supplies into the car to drop off a donation. With everything packed in the vehicle, the two get in and head out to fulfill their plans for the day. They arrive at a community facility under a bright, sunny sky to deliver the donated goods. His father greets the sister in charge, who welcomes the family and asks how Tayo has been doing lately. The local kids are thrilled to see the young man arrive and quickly rush over to greet him. Tayo turns around when he hears someone shouting his name over the commotion of the children. A young boy named Seojun approaches with a big smile to talk with him near the building. Seojun reveals that he prepared a special present, leaving Tayo curious about what the surprise might be. The boy takes Tayo by the hand and hands over the gift with a simple, sweet gesture. Tayo looks on in surprise, realizing he has received a handmade wish bracelet from Seojun. Seojun shyly confirms that he made the accessory all by himself with the young athlete in mind. He explains that this wish bracelet is called a misanga and is widely worn by professional sports stars. Seojun ties the misanga securely around Tayo's wrist to make sure it does not fall off during practice. The boy explains that, according to tradition, your wish comes true the moment the bracelet wears out and snaps naturally. He mentions that he read about the lucky charm in a book the week before and immediately thought of Tayo. Looking up to Tayo like a real older brother, Seojun wanted to return all the kindness he had received. Excited, the boy tells Tayo to make a wish right away to activate the charm's magic. Tayo gazes at the bracelet on his wrist and begins to reflect on what his deepest wish might be. He closes his eyes for a second and focuses on the one dream that truly matters in his life. Silently, Tayo wishes for a long career in baseball and to be blessed with good fortune along the way. Sometime later, the story fast-forwards to prestigious Gyeongseon High School on a bright, sunny day. The school is well known in the area for its top-tier baseball program. Having stood out back in middle school, it was only natural for Tayo to earn a spot at the elite academy. However, joining the school forced the young man to face an unexpected dilemma regarding his role. A practice session begins on the school field as the athletes get ready for their drills. Tayo enters the locker room carrying his gear bags and greets his teammates. An upperclassman returns the greeting as the young man settles in to put on his practice gear. Suddenly, a senior starts yelling at everyone to hurry up and change faster. Tayo recognizes the loud senior as Go Jongpil, the self-proclaimed disciplinarian of the squad. Despite his short temper, Jongpil boasts a batting average well over 400. On top of leading the league in home runs as a powerhouse slugger, he commands total respect from everyone. Tayo then notices another teammate getting dressed right next to him. It is a promising player known for his blazing speed and outstanding on-base average. Known as the speedy hitter, his name is Park Yi-jun, and he is one of the team's biggest prospects. But there is another reason Yi-jun is intimidating, and he quickly slaps Tayo on the back. Park Yi-jun playfully grabs Tayo's neck from behind, making the boy complain about his huge hands. Tayo notes that among so many talented players at school, the team's true superstar is the ace, Oh Hanjin. Even though he is only a sophomore, Hanjin can already throw well over 95 miles per hour. In addition to being an electric pitcher, he is also a great hitter, drawing massive interest from pro scouts. Tayo stares at him, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy over his teammates' incredible physical gifts. While Tayo worries about his smaller build, Hanjin stands at over 6 feet 3 inches and radiates pure confidence. Being around players of that caliber forces Tayo to confront the harsh reality of his own limits. Hanjin walks over cheerfully, inviting Tayo to play catch, but Tayo turns him down and tells him to find someone else. On his way over, Hanjin deliberately bumps into Senior Go Jongpil and offers a completely sarcastic apology. Jongpil turns around fuming, while Hanjin casually tosses his baseball in the air, completely unfazed. Irritated by the disrespect, the senior calls out the pitcher, demanding an explanation for his attitude. Jongpil asks if Hanjian thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is the team's ace. Smirking, the young pitcher claims he did not bump into him on purpose, making the senior even angrier at his nerve. Gripping his bat tightly, Jongpil loses his patience and steps forward, warning that there is a limit to how an underclassman can act. Refusing to back down an inch, Hanjin boldly shoots back that he is not just good, but the best player on the field. The tension between the two reaches a boiling point, and an actual fight seems ready to break out during practice. Sensing how serious things are getting, Tayo steps in immediately between the senior and the pitcher. He tells Jongpil to cool off, warning that the head coach is about to step onto the diamond to start practice. Calm as can be, Tayo points out that Hanjin was wrong to bump him, but reminds Jongpil that he took his insults too far as well. The senior is left in pure shock at being confronted so directly and reasonably by the underclassman. Embarrassed after realizing he lost his cool, Jongpil clears his throat to brush off the awkwardness in front of everyone. Tayo then tells Hanjin to give the senior a proper apology, and the young ace complies right away. Tayo walks off calmly, knowing exactly why he is able to keep both hotheads in check. It all dates back to the semifinals the previous year, during the famous Blue Dragon Flag tournament. In that crucial matchup, a dangerous play put the entire team's postseason run on the line. Go Jongpil made a costly mistake when he lost track of the ball during a critical moment of the game. Playing as a substitute center fielder, Tayo made a sensational diving catch in the final moments. That single play preserved a narrow 6-5 win in the bottom of the final inning. If not for that clutch catch, Jongpil would have taken the blame for their elimination, and he never forgot that save. Whether out of genuine gratitude or simple respect, the senior treated Tayo with high regard from that day on. As for Hanjin, the school's wild superstar whom nobody else could handle, the backstory was similar. In the past, Hanjin would lose his temper easily and yell at his defense whenever an error was made behind him. He only shows warmth toward Tayo because he recognizes how crucial the boy was during his biggest shutouts. The only 2 complete game shutouts Hanjin ever pitched in high school happened under very specific circumstances. Tayo was playing backup shortstop, making flawless defensive stops all across the infield. During the post-game celebration, the pitcher made sure to hug Tayo and share all the credit with him. From that day forward, Hanjin placed complete, blind trust in his teammates' talent and baseball instincts. Tayo returned that trust, forging a solid bond both on and off the field. Back at practice, Hanjin fires the ball straight into Tayo's glove, striking up a conversation during warm-ups. The two keep playing catch while the rest of the squad continues their drills across the field. Hanjin compliments the boy's arm strength and suggests he take pitching practice more seriously. Tayo dismisses the compliment with a bit of sarcasm, brushing off his friend's suggestion. Hanjion doubles down, encouraging his friend to officially try out as a pitcher for the team. Locked into his current position, Tayo brushes off the idea and fires the ball back with pinpoint accuracy. The ball pops loudly inside Hanjin's glove, showing off the impressive zip on the throw. The superstar inspects his glove, visibly impressed, and remarks that his friend's throwing velocity has jumped again. Teasingly, Hanjion asks if he secretly grew taller, instantly annoying Tayo. In response to the jab, Tayo unleashes a blistering throw that catches his friend off guard. The nearby teammates are stunned by the speed of the throw, joking that it looked like a pitch from a pro. The banter is cut short when the coach calls the entire squad together at the center of the field. The coach gathers everyone at midfield and demands their full attention for an announcement. He informs them that tomorrow is the opening game of the prestigious Blue Dragon Flag tournament. The skipper emphasizes that he expects everyone to play with the same fire they showed throughout recent practices. Next, he grabs his lineup card and announces that he is about to read off the starting roster for the opener. He starts by naming Oh Hanjin as the starting pitcher tasked with anchoring the team's defense. Right after, the coach places Park Yi-jun at second base and Go Jong-pil in right field. He keeps reading down the roster, filling out the starting spots across the diamond. Tayo listens with a racing heart, not expecting to hear his own name called for the starting lineup. To his complete surprise, the manager announces Choi Tayo as the starting shortstop for opening day. Tayo is left in total shock upon realizing that he was chosen to start the game on the field. The coach confirms the decision and stresses that he is counting on the young player in the starting group. His teammates immediately crowd around him, celebrating the milestone and congratulating him warmly. One teammate praises Tayo's defensive skills and pushes him to give it everything he has in the game. Hanjin walks over with a smirk, messing up Tayo's hair and playfully asking why he is not riding the bench. The ace confesses that he would much rather have Tayo backing him up than sloppy backup defenders. Tayo notices the upperclassmen giving them dirty looks after overhearing Hanjin's cocky comment. The boy tells the pitcher to keep his voice down since the seniors are listening in closely. Completely unbothered by seniority, Hanjin declares that he does not care about seniors who are graduating soon anyway. Furious at the underclassmen's lack of respect, senior Yu Hyungmin storms off in frustration. Park Yi-jun agrees with Hanjin, backing up the pitcher's claim that their friend deserves the starting nod. Yi-jun coldly admits that it drives him crazy whenever he sees anyone else occupying the shortstop position. His gaze turns so intense that he confesses he feels like making anyone else who tries to take that spot vanish. Sweating nervously, Tayo realizes that his friend is speaking with chilling seriousness. Yi-jun tries to soften his tone by claiming he was only joking, leaving Tayo even more suspicious. Even though he finds his teammate a little unhinged, Tayo changes the subject to avoid stretching out the conversation. The young player's pulse quickens with excitement as the reality of being a starter finally sinks in. With the tournament opener around the corner, Tayo tightens his glove, determined to pour everything into practice. Out of nowhere, the coach calls him over to the sideline, and the boy answers right away. To his surprise, the manager orders him to wrap up practice and get some rest for the next day. The coach stresses that he needs to save his energy so he can stay in peak physical condition. In the school's trophy room, the coaching staff discusses the skipper's unexpected lineup choice. The assistant coach questions the logic behind starting a player whose batting average sits below 200. The head coach smiles and explains that hitting is the boy's only real weakness, while his overall fundamentals are elite. The assistant points out the boy's struggles in clutch moments, but the manager insists the rest of the lineup will pick up the slack. He acknowledges that their star starters have massive egos and are difficult to manage in the dugout. The manager points out that Tayo has a unique ability to bring all those strong personalities together. He concludes that baseball is a team sport, and Tayo is the exact glue the squad needs right now. The following morning, all eyes turn to Mokdong Baseball Stadium for the opening round of qualifiers. The teams take the field to run through warm-ups and physical conditioning drills. In the middle of practice, Tayo hears someone screaming his name from up in the stands. He turns around to see his father waving excitedly from behind the stadium's safety netting. The boy walks over in disbelief, and his father explains that he could never miss his first start after so long. Tayo feels embarrassed that his father brought up his long bench-warming stretch in front of everyone. His father starts cheering at the top of his lungs, leaving the young player blushing with embarrassment in front of his team. Seonhak High School is introduced as their formidable first-round opponent in the bracket. They are the powerhouse program that took home the Blue Dragon Flag Championship the previous year. Even though several starters graduated, their current ace was the star who carried them through the last finals. The opposing star takes the mound with a stern, intimidating glare. Seeing the rival's swagger, Hanjin playfully asks if Tayo is scared of the matchup. Tayo calmly adjusts his cap and replies that he simply respects their opponent's strength, telling his friend to cut the nonsense. Hanjin brags that the rival ace belongs to the past, while he himself is the new rising superstar. Tayo worries that his friend will start trouble, noticing that Hanjin does not even show respect to the opposing seniors. The umpire blows his whistle from home plate, signaling the official start of the contest. He calls both squads to line up along the foul lines to exchange a formal bow of mutual respect. The players on both sides remove their caps and bow before the opening pitch. The umpire calls play ball, and Hanjin takes his command post on the pitcher's mound. The star pitcher settles in on the rubber, ready to showcase his full repertoire of pitches. With a smooth and explosive windup, Hanjin hurls his first pitch with blazing speed. The ball streaks across the plate like a rocket and pops into the catcher's mitt for strike one. Giving the batter zero room to breathe, Hanjin commands the zone and collects another quick strike. The umpire signals 3 straight punch-outs, ending the half inning without surrendering a single base runner. Walking back to the dugout, Hanjin scoffs at how easy the game feels, claiming he could pitch with his eyes closed. On the other side of the diamond, Seonhak High's battery huddles up to finalize their defensive plan. The rival pitcher fixes his cap with a dead serious gaze, showing pure focus for his turn on the mound. He begins his windup and unleashes a pitch with explosive velocity toward the target. The ball blazes through the strike zone, leaving Kyungseon's hitters completely frozen. The umpire pumps his fist to call the strikeout, proving that the opposing pitcher is an absolute powerhouse as well. Hanjin grows irritated with his team's quiet bats, while the other players advise him to stay patient. The stadium scoreboard reads 2:40 in the afternoon as the game progresses at a tense pace. The pitchers' duel drags on, keeping the game locked in a scoreless tie all the way through the 6th inning. In the bottom of the 7th inning, Gyeongseon High gets another chance to break the scoreless drought. Seonhak's pitcher dials in on his delivery, trying to keep full control of the game. However, Kyungseon's batter makes solid contact and ropes a ball into the infield gap. His teammates in the dugout erupt, shouting for the runner to turn on the burners. The runner shifts into top gear, trying to beat the throw into second base. The umpire signals safe, and the team finally puts a runner in scoring position. Cheers take over the dugout, reigniting hopes of putting the first run on the board. Rattled by the jam, the opposing pitcher adjusts his cap and lets out a deep breath to collect his thoughts. He regains his composure and glares at the next batter with total focus. Showing nerves of steel, the pitcher quickly retires the 7th batter in the order. The 8th batter manages only a weak pop foul, bringing the lineup down to the 9th spot. The stadium scoreboard lights up, showing that it is Choi Taeyo's turn to step up to the plate. In the dugout, Taeyo assumes the coach will call for a pinch hitter given the high-leverage situation. Out of nowhere, a voice bellows his name from the dugout, startling the boy. The coach yells at the young player, ordering him to grab his bat and get into the batter's box immediately. Surprised that he was not pulled, Taeyo straps on his helmet and confirms that he is ready to take his hacks. He walks toward the plate in disbelief that the skipper is trusting him in such a high-pressure spot. Gripping the handle tightly, Taeyo tries to shake off the nerves and focus entirely on the delivery. The boy digs into the batter's box under the watchful eyes of thousands of fans in the stands. Up in the bleachers, his father cheers wildly, thrilled to see his son staying in the game to hit in the clutch. In the dugout, the coaching staff watches the young athlete step up with obvious tension. The assistant coach expresses worry over whether Taeyo can truly shoulder the weight of this at-bat. The head coach explains that the roster lacks another reliable defensive shortstop to take over late in the game. He stresses that he cannot afford to overwork Hanjin all game and that airtight defense is their top priority. On the mound, the opposing pitcher prepares to begin the battle against the young hitter. He goes through his mechanics and fires a fast heater, looking to catch Taeyo off guard on pitch 1. Taeyo holds his swing with discipline, and the umpire calls ball 1, giving him the early count advantage. In the dugout, his teammates scream at him to drive the ball and bring home the go-ahead run. Jongpil, Hanjin, and Yijun stare down their friend with intense, scary glares that turn up the pressure even higher. Feeling the heat of his teammates' piercing stares, Taeyo takes a deep breath to stay locked in. The pitcher delivers with heat, and the umpire instantly calls the first strike of the at-bat. Rushed by the pitch, Choi Taeyo tries to react on pure instinct, but only manages a weak foul tip. The ball lands out of play, and the crew confirms another foul on the play. Taeyo keeps fouling pitches off, lifting balls high out of play without managing to put anything in the field. From the dugout, his teammates yell frantically, begging him to slow down his swing timing just a bit. That is when a booming voice roars from the side, startling the guys who were trying to help. Caught off guard by the shouting, Taeyo and the catcher turn to look over in total confusion. One of the seniors starts barking mechanical advice, telling him to fix his center of gravity and relax his stance. Another player joins the shouting from the bench, telling him to swing aggressively instead of just trying to avoid striking out. The two seniors start arguing over who gave the better tip, leaving everyone else annoyed by the noise. Locked into the showdown, Taiyo figures his seniors are just preaching basic fundamentals and tries to keep his composure. He plants his feet firmly, grips the bat tight, and waits for the delivery. The opposing pitcher goes through his full windup and whips the ball toward the plate. Taiyo rips the bat through the zone, making square contact with the pitch. However, at the moment of impact, he realizes right away that he missed the sweet spot by a fraction. Even without clean contact, the ball carries into the air and drops safely inside the field of play. Knowing he has to capitalize on the moment, Taiyo takes off sprinting hard toward first base. In the dugout, his teammates track the ball's flight and scream for him to run as fast as humanly possible. Taking advantage of the hit, the runner on third base hauls toward home plate with everything he has. Taiyo keeps sprinting at full power, determined to claim as many bases as possible on the play. The umpire monitors the play closely, while the outfielders scramble to track down the ball. With a smooth slide across home plate, the lead runner plates the team's first run of the ball game. With no intention of stopping, Taiyo rounds first base and decides to push his luck all the way to second. In the dugout, the players panic when they see Taiyo's daring bid to take second base. But Taiyo keeps his eyes locked on the bag ahead, completely focused on pulling off the advance. He sees the defense gathering the ball, but trusts that his speed on the base paths will be enough. Even though he struggles at the plate, he knows that his raw speed and base running are his greatest assets. Reaching the bag just in time, he launches himself headfirst into second base. The infielder attempts to apply the tag, but Taiyo swipes the base a split second ahead of the ball. The umpire throws his arms wide and rules the runner safe at second base. The dugout erupts in pure joy over the incredible hustle, and the clutch run scored. Taiyo pops up to his feet, celebrating the big RBI and the massive milestone in the game. His teammates chant his name non-stop, hyping up the player's grit and clutch delivery. Even up in the stands and along the coaching staff, everyone celebrates the go-ahead run. Moved by the wave of support, Taiyo adjusts his helmet, trying to mask his emotion and relief. Right after that, the leadoff hitter goes down on strikes on the very next sequence. With that, the bottom of the seventh inning comes to a close without any more runs crossing the plate. The scoreboard finally updates, showing Gyeongseon High taking a 1-0 lead. Heading back to the dugout, his teammates mob Taiyo, praising his wheels and his guts to stretch the hit into a double. Go Jongpil walks over and mentions that great things happen whenever he swings with conviction. He smiles and tells Taiyo that he always believed in his talent, saying he was just dealing with bad luck recently. Jongpil also advises the young player not to put so much pressure on himself and just stay relaxed out there. Taiyo blushes at Jongpil's words of encouragement, feeling his cheeks turn warm. Another senior comes over playfully, wrapping Taiyo in a friendly headlock for coming through with a hit. He jokes that if that run holds up to win the game, he is going to start calling Taiyo his senior. The senior vents about how brutal it was facing that opposing pitcher all game long. Then, he mentions that he is getting subbed out and asks Taiyo to lock down the defense, since he trusts him completely in that spot. Taiyo lets out a cheeky laugh and asks if he is truly going to call him senior after they win. Flustered by the comeback, the senior grumbles that Taiyo latched onto the wrong detail, while the younger player enjoys the banter. Taiyo reminds the senior that he was the one who made the promise first, holding him to his word. Holding on to the lead, Gyeongseon High takes the field with total focus to close out the game. In the 8th inning, the defense works cleanly, recording another crucial out. The fielder secures the ball firmly in his glove, and the umpire signals the out clearly. The official scoreboard reflects their control, preserving the one-run lead into the final frame. With the final call made, the squad erupts in celebration over their opening round victory in the tournament. Teammates surround Taiyo to congratulate him on the clutch hit that secured the team's triumph. Noticing Oh Hanjian wandering off on his own, one of the players calls out to him. The senior shouts in annoyance for Hanjian to answer respectfully whenever an upperclassman speaks to him. Watching the exchange from a distance, the coach smiles at how well Taiyo handles Hanjian's moody personality. The opposing coach approaches to congratulate Coach Song on an outstanding ball game. It is Ham Young-hwan, the head coach leading the Seonhak High program. He gives credit to their opponent's strength, and good-naturedly laments getting bounced in the very first round. Coach Song praises their rival, stating that they clearly had the talent to reach at least the Final Four. The rival coach agrees with a tight smile, admitting that drawing them in the first round was terrible bracket luck. The two shake hands cordially, though a subtle layer of professional rivalry lingers in the air. The opposing manager takes the opportunity to ask about the number 9 hitter in their order. Hearing Tayo's name, he praises the kid's skill set, calling him a complete ball player. He highlights that Tayo's defense is fundamentally sound and admits that any coach would love having him on their roster. Furthermore, he notes that the kid's production at the plate is finally starting to trend up. The rival notes that having both Hanjin and Tayo on the same roster gives Coach Song massive stability. Coach Song recognizes the boy's ability and notes that a truly talented player always finds his way back to form. The opposing skipper turns reflective, recalling the kid's past in baseball. He remembers watching Tayo dominate the competition back in his middle school days. He quietly feels bad seeing such a promising prospect used mostly as a bench piece at his new school. Realizing he may have spoken too much, the coach laughs off his slight embarrassment. He says a warm goodbye to Coach Song, promising they will run into each other again at the next tournament. Coach Song simply watches in silence as his fellow coach walks across the field. Left alone with his thoughts, he begins to seriously ponder the true ceiling that Tayo carries inside him. With the day's games wrapped up, the fans and teams begin clearing out under the setting sun. Near the exit, Tayo's father waves energetically from a distance to catch his son's eye. Seeing his family waiting by the car, Tayo breaks into a wide smile and jogs over to meet them. His mother and sister shower him with compliments, leaving Tayo surprised that they managed to catch the game. Smiling proudly, the two explain that they arrived a little late, but caught the entire game-winning play. Hanjin walks up shortly after and greets his friend's family with surprising politeness. He shows genuine warmth, seeing that the entire family showed up to support his teammate. Hanjin greets Tayo's sister politely, making the girl respond with a hint of bashfulness. Tayo finds it weird that his sister is using formal speech with the guy and calls her out on it. Hanjin tells her to make herself comfortable, but Tayo tries to wrap up the chat quickly so they can head out. Tayo's mother steps in and invites Hanjin to join the family for a victory dinner. Tayo desperately tries to shut down the invite, warning his mom that the guy eats an unreal amount of food. Laughing at his friend's panic, Hanjin covers Tayo's mouth to accept the invitation with zero hesitation. He even tells the family that starting today he has to call Tayo his senior, leaving the boy totally annoyed. A little later, the group arrives at a traditional restaurant to celebrate the victory together. Settling in around the table, the parents tell Tayo to pick whatever he wants to eat. Tayo orders a large portion of a traditional entree, while his sister decides on a seafood dish. Seizing the moment, Hanjin orders the most expensive specialty on the menu without blinking. Annoyed by his teammate's shamelessness, Tayo scolds Hanjin and forces him to switch to a simpler dish. Before long, steaming, hearty plates are served across the table for the family meal. During dinner, the father takes the chance to ask Hanjin what he honestly thinks about Tayo's talent on the diamond. Annoyed by the question, Tayo cuts his father off, asking why he is bringing that topic up right in front of Hanjin. Unfazed, Hanjin calmly answers that he considers Tayo the second-best player on the team, right behind himself. The bold statement catches everyone at the table by surprise, making Tayo's sister choke on her food while his parents sit wide-eyed. The father lets out an awkward chuckle and mentions that, despite all that talent, Tayo keeps talking about quitting baseball. Hearing that, Hanjin is completely floored and stares at his friend in pure disbelief over what he just heard. Disgusted by the idea, Hanjin chews Tayo out, telling him to watch what he says around his own family. Tayo just lowers his head while eating, explaining that it was just a passing thought about his future. Hanjin fires back, saying that Tayo's entire life has been baseball, questioning what kind of future he could possibly plan off the field. In silence, Tayo thinks to himself that it is easy for a prodigy to talk like that, because if he had that kind of talent, he would never dream of walking away. In the second-round matchup of the tournament, Tayo is back in the starting lineup, playing shortstop and batting ninth. Although he does not produce a clutch extra base hit like in the opener, he draws 2 walks to get on base safely. In addition, Tayo displays lightning speed on the bases, swiping crucial bags to spark the offense. Despite a modest day at the plate, his airtight defensive performance turns into the deciding factor in securing another victory. Up in the stands, Coach Song watches the young man play, clearly thrilled with his continuous growth. The next morning, the sun rises over the school's practice field, starting a quiet day for the squad. Arriving at the diamond, Coach Song spots Tayo and calls out to him. Tayo bows respectfully in greeting, and the coach comments on how early he showed up for practice. The boy explains that he arrived early to work on his swing, and the skipper commends his work ethic and drive. The pitching machine gets switched on, firing high-velocity pitches toward the batting cage net. Tayo takes his stance in the box, adjusting his bat to begin his sequence of cuts. He drives through with a powerful swing, squaring up the first ball spit out by the machine. Coach Song watches Tayo's mechanics intently from the other side of the netting. Spotting a minor flaw in the young hitter's technique, the coach tells him to hold on for a second. He points out that his center of balance is drifting too much and asks Tayo to hand him the bat. Stepping into the box, the coach demonstrates the proper stance to keep perfect body control. He explains that the core must remain locked and centered so his base does not wobble throughout the swing. The coach executes a crisp, balanced swing to demonstrate how energy should transfer smoothly without falling off balance. Handing the bat back, he advises the young player not to overthink at the plate, since hesitation ruins mechanics. He tells the boy to trust his natural motion, and Tayo thanks the coach for the pointers. The coach walks off with a grin, mentioning that he cannot wait to see Tayo's performance in the upcoming game. With his heart racing with excitement, Tayo realizes that the manager plans to keep him in the starting lineup for the next round. Meanwhile, two players on the team quietly observe the one-on-one session from a distance. One of them finds it unusual to see the head coach giving private lessons and tutoring Tayo directly. Seung-ho looks down, feeling down as he reminds himself that his high school graduation is creeping closer. His teammate Yoon-hyuk grumbles angrily, unable to understand why the coach is giving Tayo so much attention lately. Seung-ho tries to defend the kid, explaining that Tayo pushed through tough slumps and has played great in recent games. But Yoon-hyuk fires back in anger, claiming that a backup should just wait until the seniors graduate instead of stealing playing time from others. Consumed by jealousy, a malicious idea forms in Yoon-hyuk's head to flip the situation in his favor. He turns to Seung-ho and suggests messing with Tayo to rattle him and push him out of the picture. Yoon-hyuk insists that they need to break the kid's confidence during practice by any means necessary. He warns his teammate that if they let Tayo keep playing like this, Seung-ho will never see the field for the rest of the tournament. Seung-ho hesitates, saying he does not want to pull dirty tricks on a teammate, leaving Yoon-hyuk even more frustrated by his soft attitude. Yoon-hyuk decides to take matters into his own hands and storms off, ignoring Seung-ho's pleas to leave Tayo alone. One day before the Blue Dragon tournament semifinals, a tense atmosphere settles over the school. Inside the team clubhouse, the players change into their practice gear for their final session before the massive game. One of the upperclassmen approaches Tayo as he pulls his jersey on. He sits down next to the younger player and asks in a relaxed tone if he is feeling any pre-game jitters. Tayo denies being nervous, but the senior teases him about how jumpy he gets right before high-stakes games. The teammate then reassures him, stating that having Tayo at shortstop provides massive stability across the diamond. The senior adds that everyone believes in him and trusts that the squad can go all the way through the Final Four. Tayo looks out toward the field, reflecting that the simple thought of starting in the tournament semifinals makes his pulse race. Even so, the boy knows the internal team politics require him to stay grounded before celebrating anything. In the locker room, while pulling on his socks, Tayo fires back at Hanjin's jokes by reminding him they still have to get through the quarterfinals. Hanjin brushes him off, saying he needs to use the restroom, leaving Tayo grumbling to himself. Right after his friend leaves, one of the squad's seniors walks up to Tayo with a dead serious tone. It is Yoon-hyuk, who glares at the younger player with visible resentment in his eyes. Tayo stands up quickly out of basic respect, but is taken aback when the senior sharply asks if he is having fun. Clueless as to where this is coming from, the boy is thoroughly confused by the teammate's hostile tone. Yoon-hyuk closes in, accusing Tayo of showing off and smirking whenever he talks directly with the team's ace. He shoves the boy back against the lockers and insults him, demanding an explanation for taking playing time from the seniors. The upperclassman accuses Tayo of disrespecting the team's seniority just because he became friends with Hanjin and earned a starting role. Tayo tries to calmly explain himself, but Yoon-hyuk cuts him off by shouting at him to shut his mouth. Yoon-hyuk rants that the kid improved just a little, caught the coach's eye, and now acts like he is some big-time superstar. When Tayo tries to defend himself by saying he never acted that way, the senior shoves him and demands respect for his age. Tayo stays silent, knowing that any reply will only make the upperclassman lose his temper even more. Yoon-hyuk keeps mocking him, ridiculing the idea that Tayo considers himself the team's irreplaceable shortstop. Seeing the kid stay quiet, the senior grows even angrier and starts yelling again, accusing him of rolling his eyes. At that moment, Senior Go Jongpil steps into the room and breaks up the argument, calling Yoon-hyuk's behavior pathetic. Jongpil calls out his teammates' jealousy, pointing out that he has always been a bench player and asking why he is so bitter now. Hanjian returns to the locker room and chimes in with a smirk, telling the senior to take his frustrations elsewhere. Hanjian confronts Yoon-hyuk directly, saying that if he has an issue with the starting lineup, he should go complain to the manager. Yoon-hyuk tries to pull rank to assert dominance, but Hanjin fires back that bad players always hide behind their age. Jongpil steps forward and firmly gets in Yoon-hyuk's face before the argument turns physical. He locks eyes with his classmate, sternly ordering him to drop the attitude and stop messing with Tayo. Furious at being challenged, Yoon-hyuk asks whose side Jongpil is on, but Hanjin makes it clear that nobody is picking sides. Jongpil reinforces the warning with an intimidating tone, and Yoon-hyuk tries to challenge him by asking if he wants to throw hands. The tension in the locker room hits the ceiling as the two seniors stand nose to nose, ready to scrap. Stepping in to stop the fight before fists start flying, Tayo takes a step forward and asks to speak. With everyone's attention locked on him, the boy apologizes for the interruption and asks for the floor. Tayo states honestly that he understands the pain and frustration of being left out of the starting nine better than anyone. He reminds them that he spent most of his high school days on the bench as a backup or a pinch runner, something everyone in the room knows. Tayo turns to Jongpil and thanks him for looking out for him, acknowledging that the senior has always tried to protect him. However, the young player firmly declares that if he gets the nod to start, he will give his absolute best to hold on to that spot. Yoon-hyuk reacts in disbelief at the nerve, but Tayo finishes his point without flinching in front of the squad. He adds that he will sincerely root for Yoon-hyuk if he gets chosen instead, but asks for respect for his own hard work. Left speechless by the younger player's maturity, Yoon-hyuk freezes, unable to form a comeback. Sung-ho puts a hand on his friend's shoulder and tells him to stop, admitting that he was only thinking about what is best for the team. Thoroughly embarrassed, Sung-ho apologizes to Tayo for the childish behavior the seniors displayed. Tayo tries to clear the air, but the talk is cut short by Coach Song's sudden arrival in the clubhouse. The coach walks in holding his lineup clipboard, scolding the roster for arguing right before a crucial game. Immediately, every player bows in respect, quickly trying to mask the heavy tension in the room. Wasting no time, Coach Song states that he came in to announce the official starting lineup for tomorrow's matchup. The announcement that changes were made to the starting lineup sends shockwaves and suspense through the entire locker room. The manager begins reading, locking in Park Yi-jun at second base as the team's leadoff hitter. Listening to the names, Tayo feels his heart pounding, knowing the adjustments could affect his starting spot. To everyone's shock, the coach names Jong Sung-ho as the starting first baseman, batting in the 5-hole. Yoon-hyuk complains in disbelief, but the skipper gives him a cold stare, asking why he thinks he can question the decision. The coach explains that Yoon-hyuk's recent production slipped and tells the senior to stay ready for the next opportunity. Watching a senior get benched so ruthlessly makes Tayo shake with anxiety over his own fate on the roster. Coach Song calmly flips through his notes and begins reading off the remaining spots on the card. To the boys' absolute shock, the manager names Tayo in the 8-hole as the starting shortstop. Confused by Tayo's stunned face, the coach repeats the call, confirming he is starting and hitting 8th. The manager jokes, asking if he would rather head back to the end of the bench, making the team laugh while Tayo frantically nods yes to starting. The young player bows deeply, promising to give everything he has to repay the skipper's confidence. The next day, the squad gathers at Mokdong Baseball Stadium under clear, sunny skies. Out along the warning track, the players run through their warm-up and stretching routines for the big game. Hanjin leans his weight on Tayo's back to stretch, ignoring his friend's complaints to find a partner his own size. During the routine, Hanjin spots a colorful accessory on the boy's wrist and gets curious. He points at Tayo's woven bracelet, asking in surprise why he's wearing something like that. Tayo brushes it off, saying he just felt like putting it on, hiding the deeper meaning behind the lucky charm. Admiring the item, Hanjin asks for the bracelet, promising to get him something even cooler in return. Tayo thinks the request is ridiculous, knowing Hanjin already wears plenty of flashy accessories every day. Besides, the item carries a promise from his childhood never to take the lucky charm off his wrist. He denies the request and tells Hanjin to go buy his own, refusing to hand over the bracelet. Tayo warns that giving away his lucky charm would bring bad luck to the game, just as the team gets called onto the field. The umpire signals play ball, and the high-stakes showdown between Gyeongseon and Hwewon High finally gets underway. The first man up to bat for Tayo's team is Park Yi-jun, sporting jersey number 6. Yi-jun had not yet found his stride since the start of the Blue Dragon tournament. Despite maintaining an icy poker face, it is obvious that the leadoff hitter is carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. From the top step of the dugout, Tayo cheers enthusiastically, yelling for Yi-jun to show everyone what he is truly made of. Surprisingly, Yi-jun responds with a simple nod before digging into the batter's box for the showdown. Tayo is left wide-eyed seeing his quiet teammate acknowledge the hype while waiting on the first pitch. Yi-jun sets his stance at the plate, cocking the bat back with pure focus on the incoming delivery. The opposing pitcher winds up and fires a full-effort fastball right to open the top of the first inning. Yi-jun reacts instantly, unleashing a lightning-quick swing right into the path of the ball. A loud crack echoes across the stadium as the barrel meets the baseball dead center. Everyone in the dugout watches in awe as the ball climbs high into the afternoon sky. The ball carries over the entire outfield and clears the wall, landing deep in the empty outfield seats. That leadoff home run shatters the tie immediately, putting the team's first run on the scoreboard. Tayo is left speechless, watching a first-pitch leadoff home run in his teammate's first at-bat of the day. Right after, Hanjin steps into the box in the 3-hole and crushes a monster 2-run blast of his own. Shortly after that, Go Jong-pil sends a towering drive over the wall, tacking on a solo home run to the tally. Thanks to that relentless offensive onslaught, the scoreboard reads 4-0 in favor of Gyeongseon High in the very first inning. When his turn comes to hit in the 8th spot, Tayo spots his name on the board and takes a deep breath to lock in. Approaching the batter's box, he hears loud cheers coming from both the stands and his own dugout. The over-the-top cheering from his teammates turns up the pressure even higher before he faces the pitcher. In the dugout, Coach Song and his assistant talk about the golden opportunity right in Tayo's hands. The manager admits he is eager to see the kid's at-bat after the spark he provided in the opening round. Focused on the mound, Tayo runs through the coach's tips to keep his core stable and his center of gravity locked. He adjusts his grip on the handle, choosing not to overcomplicate things and just execute the coaching he received. Glancing down at the bracelet on his wrist, he finds the calm he needs to face the moment. He thinks back to his heartfelt wish to keep playing the game he loves for a very long time. Tayo remembers the silent promise and prayer he made for good fortune in his baseball journey. Determined to deliver his best, he settles his footing in the box with locked-in focus. Filled with confidence, Tayo holds the bat high and readies himself for the opponent's pitch. The opposing pitcher adjusts his grip inside his glove and goes right into his rapid windup. He fires the baseball hard toward the heart of the strike zone. Tayo tracks the ball's path with an eagle eye, deciding to pull the trigger without a second thought. Catching everyone off guard, he attacks the very first pitch with an aggressive, confident swing. In the dugout, the seniors are stunned by the underclassmen's boldness in swinging at the first offering. From the dugout rail, the entire team monitors the play with high hopes and eager cheers. On the diamond, Choi Tayo maintains a rock-solid stance, showing a fresh wave of confidence from starting the game. Outside the dugout, Coach Song watches with a clear look of satisfaction at the young hitter's approach. Locked onto the pitcher, Tayo adjusts his grip on the lumber, ready to square up a solid hit this time around. The coach closes his eyes for a split second, anxious to see the exact outcome of this crucial plate appearance. With a textbook swing, Teo connects cleanly with the ball, unleashing a thunderous pop throughout the stadium. The entire crowd leaps to its feet in shock, seeing him make such pure contact. The ball gains serious lift and sails high into the sky, tracking an impressive path across the outfield. In the dugout, the coaches and players track the ball's flight, hardly believing what they are witnessing. The opposing outfielders turn and sprint back, startled by the height and distance on the drive. While the ball is airborne, number 11 rounds first base and sprints full speed ahead. Feeling the crisp vibration off the barrel, Teo knows he squared it up, a feeling he had not experienced in ages. Remembering that he had not hit a ball that cleanly since middle school, he focuses entirely on running with everything he has. The ball keeps carrying under the bright sky, keeping everyone in the stadium on the edge of their seats. Chugging around the base paths, the ball's flight path makes Teo wonder if it might actually clear the fence. The ball smacks hard off the top of the outfield wall, missing a home run by just a couple of inches. In the dugout, the squad gasps over the near miss, hyped by how deep that drive traveled. Without hesitating for a second, Teo kicks into another gear to make the most of the play. As the outfielders scramble to play the rebound off the wall, the sequence unfolds at breakneck speed. Sliding aggressively into third base, the runner hits the bag at the exact right instant. The umpire signals safe for a stand-up triple, and Teo celebrates with a fired-up fist pump. The Gyeongseon High dugout explodes in celebration, cheering on their teammates' massive hit. Standing tall on third base, he tips his cap as the crowd salutes the highlight reel play. Energy sweeps through the squad, with the players chanting the school's name to keep the momentum rolling. Up in the stands, the crowd gives a standing ovation, recognizing the outstanding performance on display. A few professional scouts watching the matchup comment on how the kid completely shifts the team's energy. Scout Gong Hyunmin of the Seoul Kaisers turns to his colleague and asks who that kid is. The other scout begins, explaining that he is Gyeongseon High's utility player. Heo Young Cheol, scouting director for the Busan Siemens, identifies the athlete directly as Choi Teo. Surprised by the name, Hyunmin questions why such a talent is treated as just a generic backup. A moment later, he recalls the kid's past accolades among the sea of high school prospects. The stadium is packed with scouts from the nation's premier professional franchises, including the Kaisers, Siemens, and Hawks. Since Gyeongseon High boasts several nationally ranked prospects, their games consistently draw top scouts hunting for talent. In the dugout, the players keep shouting Teo's name with relentless energy. The scouts notice how beloved the kid is by his squad for doing the dirty work that rarely gets praise. They recall that Teo was a standout star in middle school, but fell to the bench after his growth spurt stalled out. Sun Dongbin, a scout for the Hawks, notes how rapidly Teo's overall game has progressed since the tournament began. However, Young Chol points out that this starting shot opened up largely due to Jung Sung-ho's defensive miscues. Infield starter Sung-ho had been battling a rough slump, showing nerves during high-pressure defensive moments. Historically, Gyeongseon's roster has suffered from two glaring flaws: shaky shortstop defense and a lack of on-field chemistry. To talent evaluators, on-field execution hinges directly on clubhouse morale and team chemistry. The lack of a true vocal leader to unite the roster had always been the main roadblock stopping them from winning titles. But recently, Teo stepped in to become the exact vocal presence that rallies and lifts his teammates. With his upbeat attitude and infectious energy, he consistently shifts the team's momentum in clutch situations. Because of that, trusting Teo on defense was a bold roll of the dice, given Coach Song's usually cautious coaching style. On top of dependable defense, the kid is now showing the kind of offensive pop he lacked before. Some scouts wonder if this hot streak is just a temporary wave of good luck in the tournament. Even so, Young Cheol acknowledges that Teo possesses an elite baseball IQ, needing only an average bat to provide massive value. The game picks back up on the diamond, while the talent evaluators keep tracking every movement. Watching closely from behind the backstop, the scout tracks Teo taking his defensive position with full focus on the next pitch. Set in the infield, Teo fires up his teammates, yelling for everyone to keep up the defensive pressure. Up on the scoreboard, Gyeongseon High's lead is locked in with a commanding 10-1 blowout, The players jog off the diamond, celebrating an early mercy rule victory due to the run differential. Walking off the field, senior Jung Seung-ho says goodbye to his teammates with a friendly wave. Tayo takes the opportunity to call out to his fellow infielder before he heads out of the stadium. Seung-ho turns around in surprise, praising the phenomenal defensive clinic Tayo put on during the game. Thanking him with a respectful bow, the young player acknowledges his teammates' hard work and steady growth. Wishing him a safe trip home, Seung-ho says goodbye, planning to catch up again at school on Monday. Standing alone for a second, Tayo feels a deep sense of pride over the genuine respect he just earned. In his head, the young man figures that if he keeps up this pace, he can lock down a starting spot all the way through the final four. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls him by his nickname, making him spin around to see who it is. Calling for them to head out together, Oh Hanjin waves, while Tayo wonders why the guy can never just walk home alone. Throwing an arm around his shoulder, Hanjin pesters him to play catch, ignoring Tayo's grumpy complaints. Out of nowhere, an unfamiliar voice calls out for Hanjin, interrupting the two boys' banter. Noticing the approaching figure, Hanjin realizes that the pro scouts are back to talk to him. Director Heo Young-chul walks up with a warm smile, greeting the young players and praising their performance today. Surprised to see a pro scout right in front of him, Tayo starts stepping back to give his friend some privacy. To his complete surprise, Director Young-chul calls him directly by his name, asking him to hold on for a minute. Intrigued by the unexpected approach, Tayo stops in his tracks while the scout reaches into his suit jacket. Introducing himself as a representative for the Busan Siemens, Young-chul hands over his business card and asks for a quick chat. Completely stunned, the boy can hardly wrap his head around the fact that a pro scout wants to talk specifically with him. Shortly after, the three sit down on a nearby park bench outside the diamond for a relaxed conversation. Opening the dialogue, the scout asks how tall the young athlete is right now, and Tayo replies that he stands at 5 feet 9 inches. Noticing the kid looks a bit taller than that, Young-chul learns that measurement was taken early in the year and that he may have grown. Next, the scout asks for his shoe size, discovering that the athlete wears a size 11. Surprised by the answer, the scout comments that his feet are exceptionally large for his current frame. He explains that foot size often hints at future growth, predicting that the kid still has plenty of height to gain. Recommending a solid diet to fuel that growth, the pro emphasizes how crucial height and reach are in modern baseball. Beside them, Hanjin pictures Tayo growing into a massive giant and finds the mental image hilarious, prompting Tayo to give him a look. Wrapping up his advice warmly, Young-chul excuses the younger player to focus the core of his meeting on Hanjin. Saying goodbye to the group, Tayo packs up his gear and heads out amidst his friends' playful protests. Walking down the tree-lined path alone, the young player heads home lost in deep thought. From a distance, Scout Young-chul watches Tayo walk away with an intrigued, thoughtful look in his eyes. Turning to the team's young superstar, the scout brings up the strong connection between the two players. Hanjin enthusiastically confirms it, explaining that he trusts his friend completely and views him as a massive source of motivation. The answer catches the scout off guard, as he assumed the generational prodigy was the one motivating everyone else. Shifting gears, Young-chul asks if the young ace has started mapping out his professional career plans. Sighing under the weight of the question, Hanjin pushes back, noting that he still has a year and a half before graduation. The scout pushes the pitch, promising that the Siemens franchise is ready to give him the absolute best development system. He advises the young star against jumping straight to the American majors, citing stars who spent time in Japanese baseball first. Teasing the team's spot in last place, Hanjin questions the rebuild, while the scout smiles at his upfront honesty. Young-chul argues that signing a prodigy like him would serve as the cornerstone to completely turn the franchise around. Changing the subject away from contract talk, Hanjin suggests discussing their current run in the high school tournament. The pitcher highlights the squad's dominant play, emphasizing that inserting Tayo into the lineup was the game changer. He explains that their infield defense had been shaky, but gained total stability the moment his friend took over the position. In addition, Tayo's relentless hustle and vocal energy consistently fire up everyone's morale during games. Noting the pitcher's persistence, the scout smiles and remarks that they must be exceptionally close friends for him to hype him up so much. Hearing the scout's assumption, Hanjeon pauses for a second and locks eyes with him, wearing a dead serious expression. In a firm and confident tone, the ace clarifies that his evaluation of his teammate has nothing to do with friendship. Outside the athletic complex, the quiet afternoon contrasts with the career-defining talks taking place. Pulling up in the car, Tayo's father lets his son know that they have finally arrived at their destination. On the horizon, the sunny facade of the New Hope Children's Home stands out, where the family regularly volunteers. Carrying a box packed with donations and snacks, Tayo gets out alongside his father and hears his name called. Young Hwang Seojun runs over excitedly to give the high school athlete an energetic welcome. Flashing a big smile, Tayo asks if the boy has been doing well since the family's last visit. Curious, Seojun asks if he is still practicing baseball hard and wearing the lucky bracelet he made for him. Proudly showing his wrist, Tayo displays the woven bracelet to prove he keeps it on him at all times. The boy compliments his dedication in a funny way, prompting Tayo to tease the kid about his cheeky attitude. One of the shelter's directors walks over with a warm smile to welcome the Choi family. Tayo's father offers to help out around the property, carrying bags of donated goods inside the shelter. All around, the kids play happily, inviting the young ball player to join their soccer game in the yard. The children run across the dirt yard, enjoying the bright sunny day at the facility. After helping out with the chores, Tayo sits down under the shade of a tree to rest and eat a quick snack. The shelter director approaches warmly to have a quiet chat with the boy. She compliments his recent success on the diamond, and Tayo shyly explains that he earned a starting spot on the squad. Excited by the big news, the woman reveals that she plans to bring all the kids to cheer him on in the semi-finals. Surprised by the unexpected gesture, Tayo is left unsure of how to respond. The boy mentions that he still cannot guarantee he will start, but she insists the trip will be worth it either way. In the background, his father backs up the idea, revealing that he is saving his day off specifically for the finals if they make it. His father walks off laughing about the plan, leaving Tayo to let out a nervous sigh next to the director. Looking down at the snack in his hands, the young man thinks with determination about the responsibility of starting in the Final Four. With 4 hours to go before the big semi-final game, the stadium gets prepped under crystal-clear skies. Out on the main diamond, the players run through their opening warm-ups with sharp, crisp throwing drills. Pitcher Hanjin unleashes a high-heat fastball, producing a loud pop as it hits the catcher's mitt. Stretching out next to Park Yi-jun, Tayo makes a light joke about the intense workouts they have been doing. Quiet and locked in, Yi-jun listens to his teammates' jokes while keeping a serious poker face. Then, the player turns to Tayo and asks about the new routine he has been following lately. Yi-jun notes that his teammate has evolved significantly, driving the ball better and riding an impressive wave of good luck. Looking up at the sky to think of an answer, Tayo tries to come up with a simple explanation for his recent surge. The boy jokes that his good deeds are finally paying dividends, leaving Yi-jun puzzled by the life metaphor. He explains that he regularly volunteers with his father at the children's shelter on his off days. Tayo shares his father's motto, "Doing good deeds is just like putting savings away in a bank account for life." Intrigued by the talk about good karma, Yi-jun asks about the family's beliefs while Tayo explains it simply. The young man concludes that putting good energy out there makes you feel like you truly earned success when great moments arrive. Reflecting on the advice, Yi-jun figures he might need to start doing some good deeds himself to turn his own luck around. Saying goodbye to join the group, his teammate walks off while Tayo realizes the guy is much cooler than he first appeared. Over the stadium PA system, the coaching staff calls all Gyeongseon High players for a team meeting. Gathering the squad on the outfield grass, Coach Song confirms that everyone has wrapped up their warm-up routines. The skipper pushes the team to match the electric performance they delivered in the quarterfinals to lock up the win. Next, the coach grabs his clipboard to officially announce the starting 9 for the game. The manager reads off the top of the lineup card while Tayo waits anxiously for the shortstop spot to be called. Calling out the 5th spot in the field, the coach takes a brief pause that leaves Tayo's heart in his throat. To the boy's complete shock, the name announced for the starting shortstop role is senior Jong Seung-ho. Panic setting in, Tayo wonders what this means for his playing time in the semi-final matchup. Letting out a dejected sigh, he laments the timing, knowing the stands are packed with high-profile pro scouts. While his teammates congratulate Sung-ho on the starting nod, Tayo recognizes that every single player is fighting for an opportunity. Continuing down the lineup card, the manager reads the 9th spot in the order to play first base. The skipper calls out the name Choi Tayo, catching the young player completely off guard. Puzzled by the sudden position shift, Tayo gets a quick reminder from the coach to acknowledge the call. Relieved that he will not be riding the pine, the kid embraces the challenge at first base, a spot he has played in the past. In the dugout, teammates whisper in surprise seeing Tayo slotted at first base while a senior gets benched. Hearing the murmurs, the boy feels the heavy weight of taking a starting spot from a third-year senior in the semifinals. Sitting quietly in the dugout, senior No Yoon-hyuk watches the team's preparations with a calm, understanding expression. Clapping his hands to command everyone's attention, Coach Song gathers the roster to break down the game strategy. The skipper expresses total confidence in advancing to the finals, urging those who did not start to stay ready and supportive. The coach demands maximum effort from everyone on the field, and the squad responds in unison with a booming team chant. Under a bright, sunny sky, the stadium prepares for the official first pitch of the Blue Dragon Flag semifinals. Unlike the earlier rounds, the grandstands are packed with cheering sections, families, and school banners. The event draws a massive crowd of pro scouts and live television broadcast crews. The camera operators adjust their lenses in the media boxes, ready to capture every key moment of the showdown. The stadium buzzes like a major sporting event under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators. Adjusting his face mask, the home plate umpire calls play ball to officially start the contest. In today's semi-final, Gyeongsan High takes on a powerhouse Shinhong High squad for a ticket to the championship game. To preserve his arm for the final, superstar Oh Hangjin plays solely as the designated hitter, resting in the dugout. Because of that, third-year senior Yoon Hansu shoulders the responsibility of starting on the mound. Feeling the heat, Hansu senses that the absence of their top ace is causing the opponent to underestimate them. Shinhong High's leadoff hitter digs into the batter's box, ready to attack the pitches. Despite an average defensive unit, the opposing lineup features a lethal, aggressive offense top to bottom. Giving no room for mistakes, the opponent's firepower matches Gyeongsan's own high-powered offense. On just the 4th pitch of the at-bat, the leadoff hitter barrels a base hit to reach first base safely. Dialed in on the rubber, Hansu adjusts his delivery to try to contain the rival team's offensive surge. The pitcher notches a strikeout against the second hitter, but the 3-hole batter connects right after. The 3-hole hitter squares up the pitch, lacing a hard drive into the outfield grass. The outfielder races desperately in an attempt to cut the ball off before it hits the turf. However, the opposing base runner slides in with blazing speed, and the umpire calls him safe. Stressed by the jam, Hansu exhales deeply as opposing runners threaten to put runs on the board. Set over at first base, Tayo reads every detail of the opposing hitters with elite concentration. Shinhong's cleanup hitter steps into the box, representing a massive run-scoring threat for the opposing side. Watching closely, Tayo immediately catches the batter shifting his back foot slightly to the right. Figuring the hitter will try to push a run across at all costs, the young infielder creeps a few steps in. Tayo shades aggressively toward the plate, anticipating a pulled grounder down the first baseline. The batter makes contact, aiming to advance the runners and secure at least one run for his team. The ball sizzles across the infield grass, heading straight toward the zone Tayo is defending. In the dugout, his teammates yell in panic at the imminent danger of giving up the game's first run. Driving his cleats into the dirt, Tayo dives toward the ball without a second of hesitation. With an incredible diving stop, the boy stretches his glove out and snags the ball right along the foul line. The Gyeongseon cheering section goes wild over the jaw-dropping defensive stop at first base. Frustrated by the grab, the base runner tries to hustle to beat the play to the bag. Rolling across the dirt with the ball secured in his web, Tayo scrambles to apply the tag. With pure determination in his eyes, the boy extends his glove directly toward the sprinting runner. Panicking at the sight of the incoming glove, the runner yells in surprise at the quick tag attempt. In a lightning-fast sequence, Tayo manages to tag the runner's jersey at the exact right millisecond. The umpire signals the out on the tag at first base, rewarding the young defender's incredible anticipation. Ending the inning with 3 outs, the team celebrates escaping the jam without surrendering a single run. Teammates mob Tayo on the field with high fives and hugs, relieved by the game-saving play. Watching from the outfield, Park Yi-jun stares at his teammate with an impressed, intense look. Blown away by the defensive wizardry, Yi-jun calls Tayo an absolute maniac, while the boy asks for a friendlier compliment. Despite the stellar defensive play, Kyongsun also fails to push a run across in the bottom of the first frame. On offense, a single by Oh Han-jin ends up being the only threat the lineup creates early on. The scoreboard stays locked at 0 for both teams all the way through the 4th inning, keeping the tension high. In the top of the 5th inning, Shin Hong-hai's batter crushes a devastating blow off the pitch. The ball gets tremendous launch angle, traveling across the outfield on a clean, high arc. It crashes directly into the outfield bleachers, locking in a solo home run for the opposition. The Shin Hong cheering section erupts, waving banners and celebrating the lead with huge energy. With the stadium rocking, the rival school grabs the lead with that solo shot. On the diamond, Kyongsun's players watch the celebration anxiously, feeling the sting of the run. The squad knows how dangerous their opponent is, understanding that a single swing can flip the entire game. Despite the heavy pressure and subsequent threats, the defense manages to close out the frame without giving up more runs. The game heads to the bottom of the 5th inning, kicking off Kyongsun Hai's turn at the plate. The scoreboard reads 1-0 for Shin Hong, demanding an immediate response from Kyongsun's lineup. Up in the grandstands, the rival fans keep up their loud chants, cheering on their team's ironclad defense. Leading off the frame, third-year senior Jung Sung-ho gets ready to step into the batter's box. In the dugout, Tayo watches his teammate grab his bat and decides to take the lead. Calling the senior over, the boy asks to bring the team together before he walks up to the plate. Tayo suggests a loud hype chant to fire up the dugout, but the guys react with a bit of embarrassment. Wasting no time, the boy taps Han-jian to lead the cheer since he has the loudest voice in the dugout. Seeing his friend hesitate, Tayo gives him a playful kick to force him to take the lead. Feeling slightly awkward, Han-jian clears his throat and accepts the task handed to him by his teammate. Everyone stacks their hands in the middle of the dugout, locking in their energy to spark the comeback. With a roaring, unified chant, Kyongsun officially starts their half of the 5th inning. On the 3rd pitch of the at-bat, Jung Sung-ho spots the exact pitch he was waiting for. With fire in his eyes, the senior rips a powerful swing through the strike zone. The hit comes off the bat clean, skipping through the infield past the reaching defense. The infielder extends his glove trying to make the stop, but the ball rolls just beyond his reach. Skipping into the outfield grass, the base hit puts the leadoff runner safely on first base. Stepping firmly onto the bag, Sung-ho sets up the ideal offensive situation for the lineup. In the dugout, his teammates celebrate the leadoff hit with huge excitement. Next up, the 6-hole hitter lays down a textbook sacrifice bunt to advance the runner. With the small ball strategy paying off, Jung Sung-ho slides safely into second base. The 7-hole hitter steps up, but ends up hitting a soft grounder straight back to the mound. The opposing pitcher fields the ball cleanly and makes a routine throw over to first base. The play records the second out of the inning, keeping the tension high across the diamond. With 2 outs on the board, Kyongsun keeps a crucial runner in scoring position at second base. The stadium scoreboard displays Choi Tayo stepping up to the plate in the 8-hole. The dugout starts hyping up the young player, calling him their clutch-hitting machine. Walking up to the plate locked in, Tayo fires himself up internally at the chance to drive in the tying run. Suddenly, high-pitched voices from up in the grandstands catch the boys' attention on the field. The kids from the shelter, along with the director, are cheering loudly, holding homemade signs supporting Tayo. Letting out a subtle smile, the young player is deeply touched to see that the group really came out to back him up. The fans in attendance join in on the cheering, urging the athlete to come through with a hit. Locked into the matchup, Tayo raises his bat and sets his hitting stance against the pitcher. Shin Hong's pitcher goes through his windup and fires a hard fastball toward the plate. The pitch streaks through the zone right into the catcher's mitt for called strike 1. On the following pitch, the pitcher repeats the approach, jumping ahead to an 0-2 count. The opponent relies on aggressive heaters over the plate, betting the kid can be retired easily. Tayo figures they are looking past him because of his low batting average in earlier games. Staying calm, the boy adjusts his grip on the lumber and focuses entirely on the next pitch. Predicting they will challenge him the same way, he waits for the pitcher to start his third delivery. Facing another heater right down the middle, Tayo turns on the ball with pinpoint timing and makes solid contact. The ball shoots into the outfield gap as the young hitter takes off sprinting around the bases. The ball shoots past the diving outfielders, rolling into the gap and opening up a huge scoring opportunity. In the dugout, his teammates jump up seeing the ball find green, screaming for the runner to keep churning his legs. Choi Tayo turns on the afterburners, rounding the bases at top speed to stretch the hit into something bigger. He throws himself into a clean slide into the bag, and the umpire instantly signals him safe. With that clutch two-run double, Tayo drives in the tying run and celebrates the hit on the field. The team's dugout goes wild, celebrating their teammate's clutch hit with massive energy. Known for his ability to plate runs, Tayo celebrates while the crowd cheers him on as an absolute run-producing machine. Catching his breath after the sprint, the player assesses the game situation with sharp awareness. Glancing over at third base, the distance to the bag looks surprisingly short, and he decides to take a chance. Watching everything from the dugout rail, the manager flashes a confident grin at the kid's on-field instincts. The opposing pitcher toes the rubber to deliver the next pitch under intense pressure. The catcher drops into his crouch, staying alert to react to any base runner movement. Without wasting a single second, Tayo takes off on an aggressive steal, catching the defense completely off guard. The catcher reacts quickly, firing a bullet throw toward third base to try to catch him. With a brilliant headfirst dive, Tayo swipes the bag just in time, securing another stolen base. The fans in the bleachers go crazy over the daring speed of number 14. Up in the stands, a little girl points toward the field and proudly tells everyone that player is Choi Tayo. Without hesitating, the girl makes sure to tell the man next to her that the star on the field is her older brother. Back on the diamond, Tayo stands up calmly and dusts the dirt off his uniform. The older brother holds on to the girl, telling her not to talk to strangers, while the people around them chuckle at the sweet moment. Dialed into the game, Tayo begins taking a sizable lead off third base to turn up the heat on the pitcher. The pitcher takes a deep breath, trying to keep his composure despite the constant threat dancing off third. He shoots a wary glance over his shoulder, tracking Tayo's every move. In a sudden snap throw, the pitcher spins to try to pick Tayo off third base. Spotting the pickoff attempt just in time, Tayo scrambles desperately back to dive toward the bag. The third baseman reaches to catch the quick throw for the tag, but the ball slips right through his fingers. The infielder mutters in frustration over the error, while Tayo spots the loose ball rolling away instantly. In the opposing dugout, the coaches watch the defensive miscue in complete shock. The ball bounces into foul territory, opening up an unbelievable opportunity for the offense. His teammates in the dugout scream at the top of their lungs for Tayo to sprint straight home. Capitalizing on the wild throw, Tayo sprints full speed toward the plate. He slides head-first across home plate well before the defense can retrieve the ball. The umpire throws his arms out and signals safe, confirming the go-ahead run. The dugout erupts in pure celebration over the shocking turnaround. Lying in the dirt completely out of breath, Tayo celebrates the hustle play while hearing his name ring out. A teammate extends a hand to help him up, celebrating the incredible momentum shift. Looking up at the clear sky over the stadium, Tayo reminds himself how much he truly loves the game of baseball. Outside the complex, the thunderous cheers of the crowd echo all around the venue. Near the front entrance gates, a woman waits anxiously while constantly checking her watch. She turns around immediately upon hearing a familiar voice calling out to her down the walkway. Her daughter runs up out of breath, asking why her mother chose to wait outside instead of heading in. Suddenly, a massive roar from the grandstands makes both of them stop dead in their tracks. The young woman urges her mother to hurry inside, figuring her brother must be feeling the pressure out there. Stepping into the concourse tunnels, the sister freezes, hearing the entire stadium chanting Choi Tayo's name. The mother stops in her tracks, completely stunned to realize the crowd is chanting for her son. The two stand motionless in the concourse, blown away by the deafening noise coming from the field. Still in disbelief, the daughter asks if they are truly hearing Tayo's name being chanted by thousands of people. Up in the stands, the fans celebrate together, joining their voices to salute the game's standout hero. In the middle of the diamond, Tayo takes in the crowd cheering his name, soaking up all the emotion of the moment. Up on the main scoreboard, the line score confirms the 2-1 lead in favor of Kyungseon. Tayo reflects on how he had a direct hand in both comeback runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Feeling the breeze and looking up at the sunny sky, he realizes he has never felt such an incredible rush before. His teammates rush over excitedly, praising the crazy hustle play he just pulled off on the field. Back in the dugout, he exchanges high fives with everyone, soaking in the praise for stepping up in the semifinals. Taking a seat on the bench, a senior tells him he is going to reach even greater heights from here on out, and Tayo smiles and nods. Suddenly, he notices the stern presence of the silver-haired senior sitting right next to him and immediately tenses up. Worried that he took an open seat without asking, Tayo freezes when he sees the upperclassman raise his hand. The senior holds out an open hand, getting Tayo's attention and leaving the underclassman unsure of what to do. He asks if Tayo is going to leave him hanging on a high five, catching the kid totally off guard. Relieved, Tayo slaps his senior's hand with respect, thanking him for the warm support and encouragement. The senior praises his gritty style of play, but warns him to take better care of his body during risky slides. Tayo listens carefully, absorbing every piece of advice with complete respect. With a genuine smile, he nods and promises to be more careful on future plays. Curious, Tayo takes the opportunity to ask the senior a quick question. He explains that it has been a while since he played first base and asks for tips on his defensive positioning. The senior looks surprised, recalling the incredible diving play Tayo made in the first inning and praises his raw talent. Seeing the kid's drive to learn, the senior pulls out his notebook and starts breaking down positioning against the opposing lineup. 10 minutes earlier, in a high-rise office building in downtown Gangnam, the scene was completely different. A man lets out a loud shout of celebration inside the office restroom, startling the people outside. Realizing he screamed too loudly while watching the game stream on his phone, he slaps a hand over his mouth in panic. The restroom falls dead quiet as he peeks over the stall partition to see if anyone caught him. Outside, his co-workers joke that someone must have made money in the stock market, leaving the man relieved. Wiping away cold sweat, he sighs with relief after spending 30 minutes hiding in the stall watching the game stream. He deeply regrets not going to the stadium in person to cheer on his son and witness that clutch play up close. Deciding to head back to his desk, he flushes the toilet unnecessarily just to cover up how long he spent inside. Opening the door, he runs straight into his team manager, jumping in shock on the spot. The boss teases the loud excitement from the stall, and the employee, who is Tayo's father, apologizes immediately. The manager asks why such a model employee went missing from his desk for so long. Tayo's father asks if the boss remembers that his son is a high school baseball player. With a proud grin, he explains that the kid delivered the clutch hit in the semifinals, and he simply could not contain his excitement. The boss is surprised and asks why he did not go to the stadium, but the father explains he had already used up all his time off. The manager insists that for a moment like this, he should have taken the day off, encouraging him to make his request. The curious manager listens closely to hear what favor his employee is about to ask for. The father promises to work overtime to clear all his assignments if he can just slip over to a coffee shop to watch the end of the broadcast. He bows respectfully, promising to watch quietly at the cafe across the street from the office building. With an understanding smile, the boss tells him to hurry up and go watch his son's game before it wraps up. Tayo's father is deeply touched and surprised by his boss's generous gesture. Thanking him profusely, he promises to return as soon as possible and says goodbye with a massive smile. He jogs out of the restroom shouting his thanks, leaving his boss chuckling at his energy. Rushing down the street, the father reflects that bowing and asking for favors is never an issue when it comes to supporting his kid. To him, being able to watch his son play and cheer him on matters more than anything else in the world. Back at the stadium, the fans continue chanting Kyungseon Hai's name with relentless passion. On the field, Tayo hears the crowd roaring as he mentally locks in for the remainder of the ball game. Adjusting his cap, he quietly regrets that his father could not be there in person to witness this historic matchup. Meanwhile, the coach talks with his star pitcher, asking if he is truly ready to take the mound. The player stands up with a confident grin, stating that he is loose and eager to get into the action. The coach reminds him that he is the starter for the championship game, setting a strict pitch limit of 45 pitches. Without wasting time, the coach calls the umpire to signal a pitching change. Tayo is stunned to see the ace jogging out to the mound, wondering why he is pitching with the finals tomorrow. With a confident smirk, the pitcher replies that he came in just to protect the lead that Tayo worked so hard to take. Tayo looks on in confusion, not entirely understanding the star pitcher's motives. Smiling, Oh Hangjian reminds him that Tayo has saved his games plenty of times, and today is his turn to let his friend shine. Tayo finds the situation funny, knowing that with Hanjin on the mound, no other player can steal the spotlight. News of Oh Hanjin entering the game ripples through the stands, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The stadium rocks as the crowd chants the superstar's name while he finishes his warm-up tosses. In the top of the 7th inning, Oh Hanjin takes command of the game with total poise. With locked-in focus, Hanjin begins a dominant stretch, mowing down the opposing hitters. Shinhong's batter digs into the box, tense facing the elite pitcher standing on the mound. With a smooth and effortless delivery, Hanjin unleashes his first pitch of the relief outing. The ball streaks through the zone with blazing speed and pinpoint accuracy. The batter swings right through the heater, hearing the umpire yell strike one. Giving the opponent zero time to regroup, Hanjin fires another blistering fastball. The ball snaps cleanly into the catcher's glove, putting the pitcher ahead in a quick 0-2 hole. On another empty swing, the batter goes down on strikes without ever putting the ball in play. Up in the stands, the fans celebrate the 3-pitch strikeout with pure excitement. The student section goes wild watching the team's superstar put on another clinic on the mound. The opposing dugout tries to rally their guys, but the feeling on the field is pure dominance from Kyungsun. Locked in and showing zero fatigue, Hanjin keeps working through the lineup at a relentless pace. Watching his teammates' flawless outing, Tayo admits to himself just how absurd Hanjin's raw talent is. In the 7th inning, Oh Hanjin sets down all 3 batters in order with effortless command. In the 8th inning, he keeps full control, throwing only a couple of pitches and allowing 0 hits. In the bottom of the 8th, with Kyungsun back up to bat, the pressure on the opponent climbs even higher. Hanjin delivers a monster hit on offense, proving his versatility across the entire game. The ball sails high over the outfield wall, locking in a solo home run. The entire stadium erupts in celebration over the player's freakish talent. In the dugout, his teammates joke about how he basically carries the entire team on both the mound and at the plate. Tayo watches the celebration from the dugout bench, happy to see the team rolling with momentum. Given a standing ovation by the crowd, Hanjin jogs back to the dugout as his name rings through the concourse. Taking off his helmet and catching his breath, he carries the visible poise of a true franchise superstar. To the fans, he represents the pride of the school and a guarantee of victory. In the scout seating, talent evaluators confirm that he is the #1 high school prospect in the country and a lock for the draft. Hanjin stays on the mound through the 9th inning without exceeding his 45-pitch limit. Kyungsun closes out the game for a 3-1 victory, while Tayo realizes the massive gap in talent that still separates them. Grinning, Hanjian holds his hand out to Tayo, proudly noting that he kept his word to secure the win. Tayo replies with an honest smile, acknowledging the incredible performance put on by his teammate. Playfully slapping his hand, Tayo jokes that he stole the spotlight, knowing he still has plenty of room to grow. The entire team gathers on the field under the roaring cheers of the crowd celebrating their ticket to the championship. One of the pro scouts thinks to himself that his organization needs to draft Hanjin no matter what. Another executive figures that having Hanjin for 7 years before he heads to the majors would be worth any price tag. He swallows hard and chuckles awkwardly, anticipating the bidding war that is about to erupt among every front office. Watching Tayo get celebrated by his teammates, the scout realizes he had been looking past a diamond in the rough right in front of him. With his heart beating fast, the scout recognizes the massive hidden ceiling the kid just showed throughout the game. Following the final out, the players pack up their gear bags and walk down the stadium tunnel together. The seniors say goodbye to Tayo warmly, telling the kid to go enjoy a great dinner with his family. Tayo lingers in the main lobby for a moment, letting all the emotions of the day sink in. A few alumni who were watching in the stands recognize number 14 in the hallway and call him over. They jog over enthusiastically, praising the unassisted tag at first base, the clutch hit, and the wild steal of home. Tayo bows deeply with total respect to greet the alumni from the school's 15th graduating class. Hyped by the kids' breakout game, the alumni pull out their phones to snap a commemorative photo with him. Saying friendly goodbyes, they wish him luck in the championship game, while Tayo bows in appreciation for the love. Tayo stands amazed by the overwhelming warmth he just received from the fans. He reflects that this was the very first time complete strangers recognized him, asked for photos, and cheered just for him. Remembering the shelter kids and the sister cheering from the stands, his heart fills with deep gratitude. Holding the little girl in his arms alongside the other children, Tayo feels the true meaning of having real supporters. He wonders if unforgettable moments like this will keep happening, and if he can shine in the championship game too. The following morning, business proceeds as usual inside the front office of the Seoul Kaisers. Scout Gong walks into the office, greeting General Manager Park Jong-gun first thing in the morning. Scout Gong returns the greeting with a smile before getting into the day's scouting debrief. He mentions that he brought in the scouting report from the Blue Dragon tournament and asks about Kyungseon's win. Park guesses that Oh Hangjin put on a clinic, and Gong confirms he threw 3 spotless innings and belted a home run. Park vents that a generational talent like that should head straight to the American majors, instead of spending time in the domestic league. Gong chuckles softly, noting that the kid's career path is not theirs to decide. Then, Gong changes his tone, revealing that Hanjin is not the true reason he came in to talk today. He states with absolute conviction that he discovered a true hidden gem where nobody was looking, being the only scout to spot him. Intrigued, Park pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose and asks who this player is. Gong reveals the name Choi Tayo from Gyeongseon High, catching the general manager completely by surprise. Seeing that Park does not even recognize the name, Gong admits that makes sense, since the kid flew under the radar until recently. He emphasizes that Tayo's glove work is exceptional, alongside plus speed and elite instincts on the bases. Acknowledging the solid glove, Park asks what the kid is hitting at the plate. Hesitating because he knows this is the boy's glaring flaw, Gong tries to soften the blow before answering. He reveals that Tayo's batting average sits at just 201, leaving Park dumbfounded. Annoyed, Park asks why they would waste time on a hitter with such low numbers, but Gong urges him to look at the tape. Gong pulls out his phone and asks the executive to watch a highlight reel he edited himself. Reluctantly agreeing to take a look, Park jokes that he owes him 50,000 won if the video turns out to be a waste of time. Hitting play on the video, the general manager begins evaluating Tayo's every move on the field with intense focus. Watching his boss's locked-in reaction, Gong smiles quietly, knowing the tape would speak for itself. Little by little, the executive's expression shifts, and Gong notices his boss looking genuinely impressed. Watching the highlights unfold, Park realizes that this kid truly is an incredible discovery. The clean transfers and rapid throws show that Tayo's defensive fundamentals are textbook. Park acknowledges the kid's glove work, but notes that evaluating a prospect solely at first base is tricky. He mentions that first base is likely not Tayo's primary position and asks what his true spot is. Gong explains that Tayo is a versatile utility player capable of handling multiple spots across the field at a high level. The breakdown shows experience at shortstop, center field, pinch runner, and first base, explaining his defensive range. Though still concerned about the quiet bat, Park admits that a deeper look at the kid's swing mechanics reveals real promise. While lack of playing time limits his plate discipline, the foundation hints at major room for growth. Furthermore, middle school tracking data confirms that his hitting ability was consistently elite in the past. Gong concludes that his offensive slump is only temporary, made worse by being overshadowed by high-profile stars. Tapping his phone screen, he points out the most striking element of the kid's on-field makeup. Whether hyping up the dugout from the bench or laying out on defense during the game, Tayo displays an unmatched physical hustle and infectious drive on every single pitch. Gong admits with an honest smile that the kid's passion on the diamond can move anyone watching him play. He emphasizes how obvious Tayo's love for the game is, leaving Park in thoughtful silence. Confirming that no other organization is tracking Tayo right now, Gong sees a golden opportunity. Park grins, recognizing the chance to land an undervalued raw talent before the rest of the league catches on. However, the executive warns that if Taiyo has a breakout performance in tomorrow's championship game, every team will be trying to sign him. With a calm, confident look, Gong replies without showing any concern about that outcome. He states that if the kid balls out in front of the country, it will simply prove his scouting eye was spot on all along. The night before the championship game, the atmosphere inside Kyungseon's coaching office is pure stress. Rubbing his temples with a headache, the head coach battles pre-game anxiety on the eve of the final. Venting to his assistant, he complains about the overwhelming nerves that always hit him before championship games. The assistant suggests sticking to their original lineup plan, noting that Seung-ho played very well at shortstop in the semifinals. The manager hesitates, pointing out that Taiyo played the game of his life and deserves starting consideration. The assistant acknowledges the kid's spark, but brings up the team's defensive structure. He argues that with Oh Han-jin taking the mound as the starter, the defense will face fewer tough plays. Additionally, he stresses that No Yoon-hyuk, despite a quiet bat, is their specialized defensive starter at first base. The skipper insists that Taiyo carries a rare gift for shifting momentum and lifting the entire team's energy. The assistant listens quietly, sensing the massive dilemma weighing on the head coach. The coach takes a firm posture to wrap up the debate over the starting lineup. The assistant understands the desire to start Taiyo, but offers one final counterargument. He asks if they are truly willing to risk dropping the championship game just by leaving the kid on the bench. The assistant reminds him that tomorrow marks the final Blue Dragon tournament run for the third-year seniors. Feeling the weight of the graduating seniors' futures on his shoulders, the coach holds his head, torn on what to do. Unable to reach a final decision, he asks for a little more time to finalize the starting lineup card. The following morning, Mokdong Stadium wakes up under clear skies for championship game day. Their opponent in the finals is Namil High School, which shares baseball supremacy in the region with Kyungseon. Despite the rivalry, Namil has stacked several major trophies, while Kyungseon is hunting for its first historic banner. Led by superstar Oh Han-jin, the fanbase believes the time has finally arrived to bring home the championship flag. During infield warm-ups, a player raises his hand, calling over the coaching staff. He reports with excitement that the entire roster is warmed up and ready for pre-game drills. The assistant coach approves their readiness and starts the fielding and hitting session. The players fan out across the field to run through defensive positioning under the staff's direction. During the drill, the assistant mishits a fungo ball, driving it with way too much power. Spotting the dangerous, hard-hit ball slicing away, he screams for Taiyo not to attempt the catch. Ignoring the warning, Taiyo sprints at full speed toward the path of the ball. In a jaw-dropping display of quick reflexes, he snares the ball out of midair with pinpoint precision. He secures the flawless catch without suffering any impact or injury on the play. In the dugout, his teammates clap and cheer on the kid's routine highlight reel catch. The assistant is amazed by the kid's hustle, watching him chase every drill like it is Game 7 of the World Series. Seizing the moment, the assistant demands that the rest of the squad match the intensity Taiyo shows on every rep. Flustered by the public praise, Taiyo scratches his head, unsure of how to react to the attention. When the clock hits 8:12 in the morning, the staff calls the entire roster into the locker room. The team lines up inside the clubhouse to hear the manager's final pre-game address. The coach asks if everyone is locked in and ready for battle, receiving a booming response from the squad. He reminds them that the moment they have worked for all season, the tournament finals, is finally here. The manager emphasizes the depth and talent of the roster built for this championship run. He orders everyone to take the field with a winning mindset and leave everything out on the diamond. Grabbing his lineup card, the skipper prepares to read off the official starting 9. He names Park Yi-jun at second base batting leadoff, with Kim Gyeong-soo handling left field. Next, he locks in star Oh Han-jin as the 3-hole hitter and the starting pitcher for the game. In the cleanup spot, the coach slots Ko Jong-pil out in right field. In the 5-hole, he names Jung Sung-ho to anchor the defense at shortstop. In the 7th spot, he pencils in No Yoon-hyuk at first base, leaving the senior visibly caught off guard. He reads off the 8th and 9th spots in the order, wrapping up the starting lineup for the championship. The players in the clubhouse exchange confused looks, realizing a crucial name was left off the board. A heavy tension spreads through the room as the players struggle to make sense of the coach's decision. Tayo stands in absolute silence, absorbing the gut punch of not hearing his name called among the starters. The coach asks if there are any questions, while Tayo processes the reality that he will be starting the finals on the bench. With just 1 hour remaining before the championship first pitch, the crowd outside the stadium is massive. The grandstands fill up fast with spectators eager to watch the team led by Oh Han-jian. Up in the stands, Taeyo's family settles into their seats, proud to see their boy a part of such a massive event. In the bleachers, Choi Taeyo's family watches anxiously, beaming with pride over how he turned into a baseball standout. However, while the older brother is hyping up the game, the female relative beside him decides to give him a reality check. She reminds him that it is not even confirmed if Tayo will play today, suggesting he hold off on celebrating too early. The brother tries to argue back, pointing out the clinic he put on in the semifinals, but she sighs, recalling how many times he has been left on the bench. That lingering doubt keeps both the family and the fans on edge, since nobody knows the starting lineup for sure. Even so, his father holds on to unwavering faith that his son will definitely take the field in this championship game. Meanwhile, away from the spotlight, Choi Tayo lets out his raw frustration with a hard kick inside the locker room. He simply cannot wrap his head around the baffling choice the coaching staff just made. The sting of being sidelined right at the biggest game of the year hits him hard. Tayo sits down utterly crushed, unable to understand why he was benched after playing flawless baseball and securing their previous wins. He faces the harsh reality that, because he is not an upperclassman, he was the easiest player to cut from the starting 9. One of his teammates tries to walk over to strike up a conversation, but Tayo cuts him off before he can even start. With dejected eyes, he apologizes to his teammate for bringing down the mood. The boy makes it clear that he will lock in the second the game starts, asking only for a moment alone to process the news. Shortly after, one of the team leaders gathers the entire squad in the clubhouse for a serious talk before taking the field. He steps toward the players, determined not to let this unfair move get swept under the rug. He admits that he hates giving speeches, but states that the team cannot just pretend nothing happened. The player asks the room point blank who was truly responsible for carrying Gyeongseon High all the way to this final. Everyone stares back in silence, knowing the exact answer to that question. He points out that Tayo was placed on the bench strictly to make room for graduating seniors in the Blue Dragon final. Because of that, caught up in the heat of the moment, he tells them they have a moral obligation to win this game no matter what. His tone turns even sharper as he demands maximum grit from everyone to honor the effort of the teammate left out. Another player fires up, stating that dropping a game under these circumstances would be an absolute disgrace. The pressure in the clubhouse peaks, with everyone demanding everything from one another to bring home the title. Moments later, the call is made for the start of the championship showdown between Namil and Gyeongseon. The crowd erupts in the bleachers as the Blue Dragon tournament final finally gets underway. From the top step of the dugout, Tayo swallows his disappointment and cheers at the top of his lungs for his squad. And on that day, Gyeongseon High completely dominates the game from the opening pitch to the final out. In the first inning, the defense executes flawlessly behind 96-mile-per-hour heaters from Oh Han-jian, taking early control. Right after, the offense matches that energy with a towering home run that clears the outfield wall. Maintaining relentless pressure through the final out, Gyeongseon never gives Namil High a chance to breathe. The opposing hitter tries to barrel up a pitch but falls right into the defense's trap. With rapid, crisp defensive execution, the infield shuts down any hope of a comeback. A sensational play by shortstop Jung Seung-ho in the 9th inning puts the game away for good. The umpire calls the final out, confirming a dominant championship blowout for Gyeongseon High. The players erupt in celebration on the diamond, tossing their gloves into the air and celebrating the title with their fans. The entire roster sprints to the center of the field to celebrate this historic championship together. Tayo joins his teammates with a smile on his face, though the sting of sitting on the bench still lingers inside. As the grandstands slowly begin to empty, the party atmosphere gradually gives way to a quiet calm. Watching from a distance, 2 pro scouts comment on the kid's mental toughness to flash a smile after what he went through today. To the scouts, this scenario actually worked out great, since his benching lowers the draft competition from other clubs. They know that, regardless of what went down today, the kid's skill set guarantees him a future in professional baseball. Later on, Tayo walks out of the stadium alone, carrying his gear bag after the celebrations wind down. Suddenly, he is caught off guard hearing his father's voice calling out to him in the parking lot. Looking across the lot, he spots his father waving alone beside the car. Curious, the boy asks where the rest of the family went, and his father explains that he sent everyone home early. Looking at his son with warm eyes, the father shares that he really wanted to share a quiet moment just between the two of them. Sensing the significance of the moment, the father invites him inside the car to talk in peace. The two take their seats in the car, and a quiet, reflective silence fills the space for a few moments. Noticing his father is not starting the engine, Tayo breaks the silence, asking if they are heading out. His father looks at him gently and calls his name softly. He suggests they just sit there together for a little while before driving off, recognizing how exhausted the boy must be. Tayo stays silent, feeling the emotional weight of that simple, loving gesture. Unable to hold in what he had been burying inside, he clenches his fists tightly against his pants. His father watches quietly as the young man, looking down, finally whispers an apology. Tears begin rolling down his cheeks as he lets it out, saying he genuinely thought he had done well this time. His father comforts him, saying everything is going to be all right, closing out Tayo's bittersweet sophomore run in the Blue Dragon tournament. Shortly after, the Bongwangi National High School Baseball Championship season arrived. In August, Tayo kicked things off strong, starting in the opening round of the Bongwangi tournament. However, the coaching staff once again chose to leave him out of the championship starting lineup. Gyeongsan High wrapped up the tournament as the runner-up. With that, he closed the book on an intensely frustrating sophomore baseball season. As the fall semester and winter break came and went, spring finally arrived, bringing the start of a brand new high school season. On the very first day of junior year, the Gyeongsan squad met out on the diamond for their opening practice. The coach greets the entire team in high spirits, receiving an energetic response from the players. Looking at Tayo, the skipper notes that he checked in on a few of his off-season workouts over the break. The coach is blown away seeing how much taller the kid grew and how much muscle he put on over the winter. Tayo's mind then flashes back to September of his sophomore year during the high-stakes KBO draft. On that stage, the representative for the Seoul Kaisers stepped up to the podium to announce the team's first-round selection. Senior Ko Jong-pil from Gyeongsan High was announced as their top overall pick. Ko Jong-pil walked up to the stage under a round of applause to receive his official cap and jersey from the team executive. The senior's incredible hitting display throughout the Blue Dragon tournament earned him a professional contract. Right behind him, shortstop Young Sung-ho ended up being drafted in the 5th round. To wrap things up, No Yoon-hyuk went in the 7th round, allowing both players to kick off their pro baseball careers. That day, Tayo watched the entire draft broadcast alone from his living room. He felt a deep sense of envy toward the graduating seniors, asking himself if he would be smiling like that next year. It was with that heavy fire in his chest that he tackled the start of winter break. Determined to take control of his own fate, Tayo threw himself entirely into grueling workouts on the diamond. He pushed his body to its absolute limits, sweating through his shirt during every single drill. The young player hit off the tee non-stop, pouring all his strength into every cut of the bat. His best friend Oh Han-jin stayed by his side the entire time, firing pitches and demanding faster bat speed. Han-jin challenged him openly, telling him he would never be an elite hitter if he only practiced against easy pitches. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Tayo had to admit to himself that his friend was completely right. Throughout the entire winter break, Oh Han-jin served as his personal pitcher, taking Tayo's training to another level. But the work was not a one-way street, as Tayo returned the favor by helping his buddy clean up his weaknesses. Tayo could not hold back his laughter seeing Han-jin's clumsy fielding mechanics, which annoyed his friend. Wiping away tears from laughing so hard, he joked that he had almost never seen the star pitcher try to field like that. Tayo then stepped in to fix Han-jin's fielding posture, telling his taller teammate to sink his hips a bit lower. He broke down the mechanics of fielding comeback or ground balls, training Han-jin to react automatically on those plays. Fielding comebacks off the mound was Oh Han-jin's only real weakness, but thanks to Tayo's coaching, his instincts finally developed. Every single day of the break, the two met up at the exact same time and place to run and grind together. They stuck to the exact same training schedule, shared meals, and Hanjin even shared his workout supplements with him. During one funny moment, Hanjin handed him a tub of supplement powder, joking it was baby formula to help him grow taller. Seeing Tayo grab a bat to chase him down, Hanjin sprinted off laughing, shouting that he was only kidding. Aside from sleeping hours, the two spent the entire winter together right up until the first day of their junior year. Opening his locker inside the clubhouse in full uniform, Tayo gets mentally ready for the new season. Catching his reflection in the mirror, the young man notices that his line of sight is noticeably higher. Stepping onto the scale, he confirms that he packed on about 11 pounds of lean muscle during the off-season grind. The head coach takes center stage, calling for everyone's attention and ordering the team to line up for practice. During team physicals, Oh Hanjeon measures in at exactly 6 feet 3 inches, matching his height from the year before. Next, Park Yi-jun steps up for his measurement, checking in at just under 6 feet. Then comes Choi Tayo's turn to step onto the scale and measure his height. To the coach's surprise, the height chart indicates that Tayo has grown to a full 6 feet. His teammates stand in shock at the reveal, teasing him about his sudden off-season growth spurt. Tayo tries to awkwardly explain himself, while Hanjin jokes that the growth came from all the anchovies and milk he fed him. Annoyed by his buddy's corny joke, Tayo gives Hanjin a playful kick to shut him up. With measurements wrapped up, the manager gathers the entire squad for an important announcement. He looks back on their Blue Dragon Championship victory from the previous year, getting a confident nod from the room. The coach declares that this year's squad is the most talented in school history and that settling for a single title is not enough. With fire in his voice, he announces that the team's goal is to sweep every national tournament this season. He stresses that they will not repeat past mistakes and demands an elite level of focus from everyone. Suddenly, the skipper turns toward Tayo, catching him completely off guard. In front of the entire team, the manager names Choi Tayo as Gyeongseon High's new team captain for the upcoming season. Tayo freezes in place, completely stunned by the unexpected leadership nod. In mild panic, the boy questions the choice, but the coach calmly explains that he is the ideal person for the job. Hanjin backs the call, saying Tayo is the only one he listens to, while Yijun notes that only Tayo can handle their wild ace. Watching the two friends immediately start bickering, Tayo instantly realizes the real reason he was named captain. A few days pass after the announcement as the new school year gets underway. Gyeongseon High finally welcomes its new crop of incoming freshman recruits to the baseball program. The freshmen show up hyped to meet the team's biggest stars, especially Oh Hanjin and Park Yi-jun. Sizing up the veterans' builds, the rookies whisper among themselves, guessing that Hanjeon must be the captain. Others guess that Park Yi-jun is the captain due to his quiet, smart demeanor, completely missing the mark. Directed by the older players, the freshmen line up and bow respectfully to greet the varsity squad. The head coach takes the floor, calling the new captain forward to introduce himself to the incoming class. Tayo steps forward, clears his throat, and commands the curious attention of the newcomers. Standing tall, he clearly introduces himself as Choi Tayo, team captain of Gyeongseon High. He welcomes the freshmen and asks for everyone's total effort so they can build a championship season together. The rookies clap for the short speech as Tayo steps back into his spot in line. Whispering among themselves, the freshmen find it strange that an unfamiliar name is captain over a superstar like Hanjin. Right after the meeting, the assistant coach pulls Tayo aside for a private chat. The assistant points out a tall freshman, mentioning that he was the top middle school southpaw pitcher in the country. The coach tells Tayo to keep a close eye on the rookie, leaving the captain curious about why. With a smirk, the assistant explains that the kid is basically a miniature clone of Oh Hanjin. Tayo's face drops instantly upon hearing that news. The captain panics internally, realizing he will have to manage yet another difficult, moody hothead on the roster. Meanwhile, the arrogant rookie sizes up the school's facilities with an air of pure superiority. Glancing over at Tayo, the rookie scoffs at the fact that the squad is led by a virtually unknown captain. Later that evening, laughter and cheerful chatter echo through the window of Tayo's apartment. Inside, The family gathers around the dinner table to proudly celebrate his appointment as team captain. His father says he is so full of pride he can barely eat, while Tayo insists he enjoy his meal. Suddenly the doorbell rings, cutting the celebration short and leaving the family curious. Thinking it might be a delivery, Tayo gets up from the table to check the front door. He asks over the intercom, and the courier on the other side confirms it is a special delivery package. Opening the door, the helmeted courier asks if this is the residence of high school player Choi Tayo. The delivery driver hands over a sizable box to Tayo, who is left wondering what it could be. Explaining he is just the driver, the man asks for the young player's signature to confirm delivery. Tayo carries the package inside, catching his family's attention, and spots a handwritten card attached to the box. Intrigued by the mysterious parcel, the young man opens the envelope and begins reading the note addressed to him. The letter offers congratulations on his captaincy, sent with warm regards from the alumni of Kyungseon's 24th class. Reading the signature at the bottom, Taeyo's parents are floored to see the name of Shin Hyun-ho, an alumnus from the 32nd class. Taeo asks if his father knows who that is, and his father is shocked by his son's complete ignorance of high-profile figures. His father frantically explains that Shin Hyun-ho is none other than the CEO of the Seonon Group, one of the nation's biggest conglomerates. Opening the box, the family is stunned by the elite quality and price tag of the pro-grade glove and baseball gear inside. His mother celebrates, thinking it is a scholarship fund, while Tayo realizes the gear and accessories cost a small fortune. Worried, Tayo asks his father if it is appropriate to accept such an expensive gift just for becoming team captain. His father reassures him, guessing the executive is simply a huge baseball fan who likely sends gifts to every new captain. He tells his son to accept the gift with gratitude, while his mother discovers a stack of W-Mart gift cards tucked inside the envelope. His sister suggests submitting a thank you note through the company's online customer service portal so it reaches the CEO directly. Tayo thinks the idea is brilliant, realizing that is the cleanest way to show gratitude without causing any hassle. His sister brags about her real-world street smarts, teasing her brother for knowing nothing about life outside of baseball. The next morning, the sun rises over Gyeongsan High as preseason practices kick into high gear. Gathering the team on the field, Tayo announces that things are going to be run differently this season. As captain, he declares that the third-year seniors will also be helping out with hauling and setting up practice equipment. He explains that dumping all the grunt work on the freshmen is bad culture, and their class is going to break that tradition. The seniors listen in silence and get behind the new captain's fair and mature approach. Hanjin hypes up the squad over the speech, ordering everyone to follow Tayo's instructions without grumbling. Yijun pretends he is only helping out to bank some good karma, leaving Hanjin confused by his weird logic. Leading by example, Tayo personally takes charge of carrying the heaviest gear crates out to the field. He knows his words only hold weight if he demonstrates dedication and takes the first step himself. Tayo puts in double the work, making it a point to personally guide the freshmen around the equipment shed. While the seniors pitch in without complaints, Tayo starts hearing grumbling coming from one of the freshmen. The arrogant rookie Ji Hyun-min complains about the physical labor, suggesting the school hire maintenance staff to do the heavy lifting. Tayo lets out a tired sigh, remembering the problematic newcomer the assistant coach warned him about. A senior tries to politely calm Ji Hyun-min down, reminding him that he just graduated from middle school. However, Ji Hyun-min shoots back with attitude, keeping up a completely disrespectful tone. The rookie glances over at Tayo with a mocking, provocative smirk. In a snarky tone, Ji Hyun-min loudly asks why the captain does not just do all the work himself if he thinks it is so easy. Tayo is stunned by the rookie's sheer nerve, realizing the kid is even more unbearable than Hanjeon. Without hesitation, Oh Hanjeon appears out of nowhere and violently grabs Ji Hyun-min by the jersey collar. Every player freezes in absolute shock at Hanjeon's sudden, aggressive outburst. Furious, Hanjeon threatens the freshman, demanding total respect for Captain Taeyo's authority. Choking from the tight collar grip, Ji Hyun-min enters total panic, barely able to breathe. As Hanjin threatens to knock his teeth out, Taeo rushes over frantically to pull his friend away and keep him from hurting his throwing arm. Hanjin shoves the rookie down onto the dirt, leaving the freshman trembling in pure fear. Looking back over his shoulder, Hanjin orders the kid to pick up the baseballs, warning that he will be watching his every move. Thanks to the scare Hanjian put into them, the freshmen start treating Tayo with utmost respect, even if the captain feels like a mob boss. Even though bitter on the inside, Ji Hyun-min instantly changes his tune, completing his chores in dead silence. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the massive Jamsil baseball stadium. Former senior Ko Jong-pil shows off his raw power at the plate, wearing the professional uniform of the Kaisers. The pitch he barrels up flies high and deep toward left center field. Ko Jong-pil rounds the bases with a confident grin, tracking the ball's towering trajectory. The ball clears the outfield wall, locking in yet another monster home run. Heading back to the dugout, his teammates celebrate the rookie's unbelievable spring training home run streak. Inside the clubhouse, Ko Jong-pil removes his batting helmet and catches his breath after the showcase. He overhears veteran players talking about the dream run he is enjoying early in his rookie debut. The veterans tease the rookie, reminding him that the regular season brings different pressure and that he needs to keep this pace. On the outside, Ko Jong-pil politely thanks them for the advice, but internally vows to prove his worth once opening day arrives. While grabbing a drink of water in the hallway, a familiar voice calls him by his name. Ko Jong-pil turns around, pleasantly surprised to find Scout Gong smiling his way. The scout asks a direct question following the game, wondering if they can grab a meal and chat later on. A short while later, at a traditional restaurant, their conversation continues in a relaxed setting. Sitting across the table, the scout asks Jong-pil if he has stayed in touch with his high school underclassmen recently. Jong-pil answers honestly that he lost touch, noting that he had an intimidating reputation back when he was at school. Surprised by the response, the man asks if he genuinely did not know that young Tayo was named the new team captain. Hearing that name, Jong-pil nearly chokes on his food in shock, completely stunned by the reveal. After the initial shock wears off, Jong-pil admits the coach made the right call, since Tayo is the only one who can lead that group right now. With a more serious look, the scout places his hands on the table and asks what Jong-pil honestly thinks about Tayo's chances of playing pro baseball. The focus then shifts over to the Golden Lion Tournament, the year's first major national tournament featuring the country's top high school teams. In a team meeting with the Gyeongseon High Squad, the head coach announces that their ultimate goal this season is to win every tournament they enter. Announcing the starting lineup for their opening game, the skipper shocks everyone by naming Ji Hyun-min as the starting pitcher. The call sparks an immediate reaction throughout the clubhouse, as everyone expected team ace Hanjin to start on the hill. Seeing the shock in the room, his teammates look over to see Hanjin quietly chuckling to himself. Within seconds, he loses all control and bursts into a roaring laugh right in the middle of the entire roster. Unable to contain his anger, Hanjin openly challenges the coach on the logic behind the move, while teammates hold him back. The coach tries to calm him down, explaining that their first-round opponent is weak and that he wants to test Hyun-min in official action before the tougher rounds. Hanjin fires right back, pointing out that if the team slips up and drops the opener, there will not be any future rounds to play. Seeing the ace's fierce pushback, the manager starts sweating, visibly second-guessing his rotation plan. Sensing the skipper's hesitation, Tayo steps in and asks the coach to stick to his plan, convincing Hanjin to trust the rotation. With a steady presence, Tayo promises his friend that the squad will not lose Game 1 just because he is not on the mound. Surprised by the captain's unshakable confidence, Hanjin is left speechless for a few seconds. Recognizing the trust placed in him by his peers, the star pitcher finally yields and accepts the staff's decision. Later on the walk back home, Hanjin and Tayo strolled together talking through what went down in the meeting. Still curious about his friend's calm attitude, Hanjin asks if he was not even slightly ticked off by the coach's indecisiveness. Hanjin vents about last year's finish, asking why he seems angrier about the situation than Tayo himself. Letting out a tired sigh, Tayo admits he prefers not to dwell on that painful day to avoid reliving old frustrations. By late afternoon, the two finally arrive at the apartment complex where Tayo's family lives. Stepping inside the apartment, they greet Tayo's mother, who is delighted to see that Hanjion came along for a visit. Knowing how much Hanjion helped out over the winter with training and meals, the family invites him to a grilled pork belly dinner. On the hot grill, the meat begins to sizzle, cooking up a hearty home-cooked meal for the boys. Everyone gathers around the table, and the parents encourage Hanjin to dig in, while the teenager eats with a huge appetite. In the middle of dinner, Tayo's father speaks directly to their guest with a curious tone. He brings up the rumors about interest from American teams and asks if he really plans to play in the United States, catching Tayo off guard. Embarrassed by his father's question, Tayo scolds him immediately for bringing up such a sensitive topic during dinner. Hanjin, however, handles it with total maturity, calmly saying the question does not bother him at all. He explains honestly that his options are open, because while he prefers staying in the domestic league, he is not thrilled by the team holding the top draft pick. Tayo's father notes that he is referring to the last-place club in the standings, earning an instant pinch from his wife to keep him quiet. His mother tells her husband to watch his mouth, then turns to Hanjin and tells him to eat as much as he wants. The light-hearted vibe returns to the table, and the pitcher happily asks for another heaping bowl of rice to go with his meal. After finishing dinner, Hanjin says goodbye to the family at the entryway, thanking them warmly for the food and hospitality. Just as he gets ready to walk out the door, the electronic chime rings as the front door lock turns. Tayo's older sister steps into the apartment, jumping in surprise to find the young athlete standing in the entryway. Ever polite, Hanjian greets her warmly by her name, Sumin, and explains that he was just heading out. The young woman tries to hide her shock, replying casually while Hanjin says a friendly goodbye. The second he turns his back, Sumin steps over to Tayo and angrily whispers at him for not giving her a heads up about his friend's visit. Missing the tension entirely, Hanjin waves cheerfully from the door as the sister and Tayo see him off. The instant the door clicks shut, Sumin plants a painful elbow right into her younger brother's ribs. Tayo doubles over on the floor in agony, while his sister vents all her frustration at him for hiding Hanjin's presence. The scene cuts to Mokdong Stadium, prepped and ready to host the most competitive games in high school baseball. With 4 hours to go before the opening round of the Golden Lion tournament, the pitcher runs through his warm-up throws on the field. During warm-ups, the ball pops cleanly into the catcher's mitt, signaling that the pitcher is dialed in for the start. Watching from the dugout, the coaching staff notes that Ji Hyun-min's command looks sharp, but the true test begins once live play starts. In the top of the first inning, the game officially gets underway with Kyungseon High on defense against Baiso Commercial High. Ji Hyun-min takes his stance on the rubber and delivers the game's opening pitch. The opposing hitter tracks the pitch as it travels straight into the catcher's mitt. The home plate umpire signals ball one outside the strike zone, prompting Hyun-min to reset his focus. He fires the next pitch with purpose, but the umpire again rules it outside the zone. The pitch misses the target once more, putting the pitcher behind in the count. In the dugout, Hanjian watches silently with crossed arms as the umpire issues a leadoff walk. Awarded first base on the walk, Baiseo's leadoff hitter jogs calmly over to the bag. The opposing team's two-hole hitter sets his stance in the box, while the catcher gears up for the next pitch. Hyun-min tries to settle down, delivering another pitch toward home plate. The ball gets away from him again, missing the target as the umpire calls another ball. The unfavorable count begins piling up dangerously, leaving Hyun-min visibly frustrated on the mound. Under growing pressure, Hyun-min feels his frustration mount as he hears another ball call from the umpire. The catcher corrals the wild pitch, while Hyun-min wonders why he keeps missing the strike zone. The umpire issues another walk, making Hyun-min drop his head and pull his cap down in pure annoyance. The situation in the inning turns critical, with runners on first and second with 0 outs. The three-hole hitter steps up to the plate, and on the very first pitch, he makes solid contact with the ball. Kyungsun's defense reacts instantly to the crack of the bat, anticipating the danger of the live play. The sharp grounder skips quickly across the infield turf, demanding rapid execution from the fielders. Shortstop Teo positions himself perfectly, fielding the bouncing ball with textbook glove work. Gauging the runner's speed in a split second, he realizes he will not have time to beat the batter at first base. As the base runners sprint aggressively, the defense shifts focus to cut down the lead threat. Tayo turns quickly and fires a strike toward third base to cut down the lead runner. The third baseman fields the throw in time and applies the tag on the sliding runner, securing the first out of the inning. In the dugout, Hanjin hypes up the play, praising the shortstop's elite baseball IQ. The infielders high-five one another, celebrating the smart throw that stopped a bigger rally. Despite the out, Hyunmin drops his head and takes a deep breath, feeling embarrassed by his rough start. Suddenly, the infield calls for time, and the pitcher looks over in surprise at the stoppage. Captain Teo removes his cap and walks with purpose toward the mound to speak with his young starter. Seeing the captain walk over, Hyunmin tenses up, expecting to get chewed out for ignoring pitch calls earlier. Teo stops right in front of Hyunmin and calls him by his name in a firm, commanding voice. The young pitcher looks at the veteran, swallowing hard and bracing for the worst on the mound visit. Looking him dead in the eyes, Teo orders him not to drop his head under any circumstances. He raises his voice, demanding that Hyunmin keep his chin up and never lose his confidence over a few mistakes. In his thoughts, Hyunmin remembers that he used to look down on the captain because of his quiet bat. He always assumed Teo was too laid back of a leader who did not bring anything flashy to the roster. But in this moment, Hyunmin wonders if this commanding presence in front of him is truly the same captain he thought he knew. Feeling the weight of Teo's leadership, the young pitcher notices the height difference and feels small before his captain. Humbled by the captain's firm leadership, Hyunmin nods his head immediately in respect. Teo demands that he answer louder and never stare at the ground during a game ever again. Filled with a surge of energy, Hyunmin roars at the top of his lungs, promising he will never hang his head again. Pleased with the response, Teo softens his tone and reminds him that he is Kyungseon's starting pitcher, calling catcher Daehyun into the huddle. The captain instructs the backstop to let Hyunmin throw whichever pitches he feels most confident in. Teo gives the pitcher the green light to let it fly without fear, promising that the defense behind him will handle any ball put in play. Jogging back to his position, Teo shouts to the infield, reminding everyone they now have one out, with 2 runners on. Kyungseon's infielders answer in unison across the diamond, fully fired up to shut down the inning without giving up a run. Baiso's cleanup hitter, the squad's primary power threat, steps into the box to resume the battle. Behind the dish, catcher Daehyun flashes the sign for a low-and-away slider to fool the opposing hitter. On the mound, Ji Hyunmin nods in agreement with the pitch call sent from his catcher. He sets his grip on the seams and snaps off a sharp slider toward home plate. The Baiseo slugger takes a swing, managing only weak contact off the end of the bat. The grounder skips across the dirt, heading into the hole between first and second base. Kyungson's second baseman lays out in a full diving stop, snaring the ball at the absolute limit of his range. Still riding the momentum of the dive, he flips an off-balance behind-the-back pass toward second base. The ball flies through the air toward the bag, catching everyone in the stadium off guard with the flashy play. However, glancing at second base, the defense realizes nobody is covering the bag yet. That is when Captain Choi Tae-oh comes sprinting in, yelling to take charge of the play. His teammate jumps, seeing the captain charging in at full speed to make the bag coverage. Tae-oh charges with pure hustle to beat the runner to the second base bag. In a sensational sequence, he snares the flip midair, taps the bag, and pivots to fire a throw over to first base. Without hesitating for a fraction of a second, Tae-oh fires a bullet toward the first baseman. The throw arrives on a line, popping into the first baseman's glove a split second before the runner touches the bag. The field umpire pumps his fist with authority, confirming the inning-ending double play. The Kyungseon dugout erupts in wild cheers, celebrating the team's jaw-dropping defensive clinic. The second baseman and Tae-oh jog back to the dugout together, tapping their gloves in mutual respect. Hyped by the highlight, the fielders urge the lineup to carry that same aggressive energy up to the plate. On the mound, Ji Hyunmin stands completely amazed by the unreal play he just witnessed. He replays every detail of the dive, the behind-the-back toss, and the airborne pivot executed by Tae-oh. Hyunmin realizes that this level of chemistry only exists in squads that have played together for years, finding it far cooler than any home run. Inspired by the lockdown defense behind him, Hyunmin finds his command and takes complete control of the game. He shuts down the opposing lineup, tossing 5 scoreless innings before handing the ball off to the bullpen. The rookie's debut is met with high fives in the dugout for picking up the win in his very first official start. Though proud of his glove work, Tae-oh reflects on his quiet day at the plate, frustrated by his lack of base hits. The game reaches the bottom of the 7th inning, with the scoreboard reading 4-0 in favor of Kyungseon. In the dugout, Hanjeon walks over to Tae-oh to chat. With a confident smirk, Hanjeon suggests wrapping the game up early via the mercy rule. Tayo questions the idea, but Hanjin reminds him that tacking on 3 more runs in this frame ends the contest immediately. Hanjin tells the hitters ahead of him to set the table, promising that he will drive them in to close out the game. Tayo watches his teammates hype, thinking all that confidence is wild, but knowing they have the talent to back it up. The leadoff batter executes the plan, working a walk to reach first base safely. The squad's small ball approach works to perfection, putting runners in scoring position. Stepping up to the plate, the hitter catches a pitch clean and launches a towering drive over the wall for a walk-off home run. The bench and the crowd celebrate the runaway mercy rule victory in the tournament's opening round. His teammates mob Tayo to congratulate him on his great leadership and lockdown defense during the matchup. However, Hyunmin walks up to the captain with an unusually emotional look in his eyes. Tayo catches the weird tone in the rookie's voice and gets an uneasy chill, not understanding what is happening. Overcome with pure admiration, Hyunmin starts tearing up, declaring that he witnessed the true light of Tayo's leadership. The captain is left in complete shock by the freshman pitcher's dramatic, over-the-top reaction. From that day on, Hyunmin follows Tayo everywhere, insisting on carrying his gear bags and soaking up his positive leadership. Following the close of the Golden Lion tournament's opening round, the young freshman chases after his captain, calling his name. Hyunmin insists on hauling the heavy equipment bins and asks Tayo to critique his fielding mechanics on the diamond. The other freshmen on the roster join in, competing for the captain's attention at every opportunity. They crowd around Tayo, offering drinks and favors, leaving the captain bewildered at how much the underclassmen now look up to him. Since the sophomores and juniors already trusted him completely, the Gyeongseon High squad finally rallied together around his captaincy. The team that used to fold under pressure now carries the poise and chemistry of a true championship contender. Despite the team's momentum, Tayo looks down at his hands and realizes he cannot afford to get complacent. He remembers that across 3 plate appearances in the opener, he logged only 2 strikeouts and a walk with 0 hits. Taking a deep breath with clear resolve, Tayo knows that he is the one who needs to step up to lead this team all the way to the title. The pitching machine spits out another high-heat fastball toward the hitting cage. In the middle of extra batting practice, Tayo swings with everything he has but whiffs on the pitch and vents his frustration over his cold bat. The fouled ball smacks against the protective netting and rolls across the batting cage turf. Frustrated with his hitting, Tayo resets his feet and goes right back to refining his batting stance. Watching from outside the cage, Coach Song mentions to his assistant that he cannot figure out the issue, since Tayo's swing mechanics look fundamentally clean. The assistant tries to reassure him, reminding him that Tayo brings so many other strengths, and that is precisely why he was named captain. But Coach Song pushes back with concern, wondering if the kid will walk away from baseball after high school if his offensive numbers stay down. The skipper admits he feels guilty for putting so much pressure on the kid last season, carrying that weight on his chest. Watching Tayo miss another cut, the manager panics internally, unable to understand why the kid cannot find his stroke. Suddenly, one of the players jogs over to let Coach Song know that a guest has arrived at the diamond. The skipper turns around to see who it is and immediately recognizes the high-profile visitor. The man approaches with a warm smile, revealing himself to be Ha Myung-hwan, the legendary head coach of rival Seonhak High. The two talk warmly, joking about the chance of their squads facing off in the tournament championship game. As they chat, Coach Song holds a hot cup of coffee to take in the moment. The two managers lean against the chain-link fence to watch the players run through batting practice. Taking a sip of his coffee, Seonhak's coach mentions that he heard about Gyeongseon's blowout victory in the opening round. He praises the fantastic clubhouse culture this year, crediting the turnaround to their new team captain. Coach Song nods proudly, admitting he underestimated the kid in the past, but that he is now thriving as a true leader. He highlights Tayo's passion, the respect he commands across the roster, and how his elite glove dictates the tempo of games. However, Coach Song lets out a sigh, confessing that Tayo's only remaining roadblock is his lack of production at the plate. Nearby, Tayo keeps taking swings inside the cage, trying to iron out his swing path. He finishes his swing, trying to nail the timing of his cut, but still fails to find the sweet spot. Breaking down the swing from a distance, Seonhak's skipper notes that the kid's fundamentals are solid, but a slight adjustment to his swing plane would unlock everything. Hearing that, Coach Song spins around instantly, looking eager for any advice. Overcome with sudden urgency, Kyungsun's skipper demands to know exactly what needs fixing in the kid's swing mechanics. Leaving zero room for a refusal, he grabs the visitor's hands with all the strength of his desperation. He starts shouting the legendary slugger Hum Young-hwan's name at the top of his lungs right in the middle of practice. Coach Song starts listing off all the historic awards and trophies from his rival's playing career to convince him to help out. With tears welling up in his eyes, he begs the guest to take just a quick look at Taeyo's swings. Seonhak's coach tries to pull away in shock, reminding him that it makes zero sense for him to coach a rival school's player. Refusing to let go of his colleague, Coach Song dramatically points toward Taeyo's relentless work inside the batting cage. He points out the captain hitting until his hands are dripping with sweat, asking if that dedication does not move any true baseball coach. Seeing such pure work ethic and unable to break free, the visiting coach finally gives in and asks to be let go first. In return for the favor, the coach demands that Song also evaluate Seonhak's pitching staff, locking in a deal between the two. Taeo notices both adults approaching the cage and halts his practice right away. Extremely polite, the young man bows with deep respect and greets Coach Ham Young-hwan by his name. Taeo explains that any baseball fan in the country knows his story as the champion cleanup hitter of the 1997 Korean series. Impressed by the boy's knowledge, the visitor smiles, clearly flattered, and agrees to analyze Taeyo's swing mechanics. The young captain steps into the batter's box in front of the tee, while the expert watches intently. Taeo takes a full swing to show his usual mechanics to the experienced coach. Coach Ha watches in complete silence, pinpointing the exact mechanical flaw in the boy's swing. He raises his hand and asks Taeo to pause his motion for a second so he can make an adjustment. The expert points out that Taeo raises his right arm way too high during his swing, and the young player confirms that he learned it that way to generate more power. The coach explains that this habit slows down his reaction time and causes him to miss clean contact with the ball. He adjusts Taeyo's stance, demonstrating how closing the angle of his arm provides much more stability and balance throughout the swing. A fresh ball is placed on the tee to test out the adjustment. Putting the advice into practice, Taeo takes his corrected swing and makes solid contact right on the sweet spot. The ball flies off the bat with incredible power, cracking loudly against the batting cage netting. The expert nods in approval, pointing out how the bat stayed completely on plane throughout the swing. He advises Taeo to focus on making solid contact and building consistency instead of trying to be a pure power hitter, giving the boy a fresh perspective. Coach Ha directs Taeo to practice off the tee before moving on to live reps against the pitching machine. Watching from a distance, batter Park Yi-jun is completely bewildered to see his captain getting tips from a rival team's coach. Under the clear sky, the crisp sound of bats making contact with baseballs echoes across the school's practice field. Taeo applies the mechanical adjustment and connects cleanly against a pitch from the machine. The expert approves of the result, explaining that proper weight transfer drastically improves contact quality. Next, the coach asks if Taeyo's swing tends to break down during official games compared to his practice sessions. The captain admits it does, and Coach Ha explains that this is a common issue for hitters with a selective eye at the plate. The expert emphasizes that a great hitter steps into the box with the mindset to hit, not just to look for a walk. He stresses that getting on base is important, but a hitter must never lose their aggressive edge. To drive the point home, he highlights that a player needs an absolute drive to dominate and overpower the opposing pitcher. Taeo enthusiastically takes the lesson to heart and eagerly agrees to do another intense round of live batting practice. By the end of the day, the boy bows in deep gratitude, while the expert jokes that he had only planned to stay for 30 minutes. Aware of the rivalry between their schools, Taeo recognizes that the coach had no obligation to help him like that. He sincerely thanks him for his time and promises to treasure every single piece of valuable advice he received. The veteran coach smiles with satisfaction, admitting to himself that helping a dedicated kid like Taeo makes it all worth it. As they say goodbye, Coach Ha tells him to enjoy the game and jokingly asks him to take it easy on his team when they play each other. The Seonhak coach walks down the sidewalk into the sunset, heading away from the school grounds. Taeo stands on the sidewalk, watching the expert leave with pure admiration in his eyes. Suddenly, an imposing shadow looms right behind him, silently watching his every move. Tayo jumps in surprise as he turns around and finds Park Yijun staring at him with a suspicious look. Yijun questions his conversation with the rival coach, and Tayo sarcastically tells his teammate to make some sense. Turning serious, Yijun opens up, saying it bothers him to see the captain carrying so much weight and losing focus on his own game. Tayo is taken aback by his teammate's sudden honesty and genuine concern. Yijun reveals that it was actually Coach Song who asked the Seonhak expert to look at the captain's swing in the first place. He speculates that their coach might feel guilty and compliments the noticeable improvement in Tayo's batting stance. However, his teammate gives him a cryptic warning, telling the captain to watch his back as the season progresses. Yijun looks straight at the leader, saying he actually likes him, leaving a hint of suspense hanging in the air. Completely unable to make sense of the dramatic comment, Tayo is left utterly confused. Yijun explains that he has no intention of losing his leadoff spot and tells the captain to keep up his own pace as he walks away. His teammate heads off, leaving Tayo shaking his head at his strange way of communicating, while the sounds of practice carry on in the background. 2 days later, Gyeongsan High takes the field for the second round of the Golden Lion tournament. Batting ninth and starting at shortstop, Tayo gets ready for the contest. However, the game is completely dominated by their star pitcher and cleanup hitter, Oh Han-gun. In 3 plate appearances during the game, Tayo logs 2 strikeouts and a flyout caught in the outfield. Even so, the captain feels pleased with the solid contact and distance, seeing real progress compared to his past weak hits. The outfielder secures the high fly ball, wrapping up another offensive half inning. With another flawless team performance, Gyeongsan locks in a victory via the mercy rule and moves on in the bracket. 3 days pass, and the squad returns to Mokdong Baseball Stadium on a bright, sunny day with high expectations in the air. Since it is the quarterfinals, the stands are already packed with fans, most of them there to see Han-gun. In the crowd, Tayo's father is sitting front and center, visibly moved as he cheers loudly for his son. In the top of the first inning, Kyung-seon kicks off the matchup on offense with Park Yijun leading off. On the very first pitch of the game, Yijun unleashes a powerful swing and crushes the ball with incredible force. The fans in the stands erupt in excitement as they watch the ball soar deep toward the outfield concourse. Yijun rounds the bases and celebrates a spectacular lead-off home run to open the game. Heading back to the dugout to loud applause, Yijun walks right past Tayo, who reminds him that he was the one telling others to take it easy earlier. The number 2 hitter keeps the momentum going, lining a clean single to reach base. The third batter is retired after his fly ball is hauled in by the opposing outfield. Next up, cleanup hitter Han-gun crushes a sharp line drive into the gap for a stand-up double. The crowd goes wild in the stadium as the runners advance around the bases at full speed. Fired up by the team's electric offensive rally, Tayo realizes he might get to bat in the very first inning. The 5th batter steps up right after and drops an infield single. The 6th batter lays down a textbook sacrifice bunt to keep the play moving forward. Thanks to the smart situational play, the runner from second safely moves up to third base. Right after that, the 7th batter shows great patience, drawing a walk to take first base. The situation looks great for the offense, with 2 outs and runners on first and third. It is now time for Captain Choi Tayo to step into the box, greeted by cheers from the energetic crowd. As he digs into the batter's box under all that pressure, a clear memory flashes through his mind. He recalls that this exact scenario matches his clutch at-bat in the Blue Dragon tournament from the previous year. Remembering that breakthrough moment brings a good feeling and boosts his confidence for the matchup. Still, a sudden shiver runs through him and he realizes he needs to lock back in mentally. He recalls the advice to stay aggressive and step up with the clear intention of dominating the pitcher. Resetting his stance with determination, he gets mentally prepared to take control of the at-bat. The opposing pitcher winds up and fires a heater straight toward home plate. Choi Tayo holds back and lets the ball sail right into the catcher's mitt for strike 1. He internally kicks himself for letting such a hittable pitch go by without swinging. On the second pitch, the ball misses the strike zone and the umpire calls it a ball. Processing the sequence, he notes that the first pitch was a fastball and the second was thrown outside. Fully locked in, he prepares to react to the incoming third pitch. He commits to swinging aggressively, but the sheer force of the pitch snaps his bat right in two. In the dugout, his teammates watch in disbelief as the bat splinters into pieces in midair. The jarring vibration of the cracked wood stings sharply through Teo's hands. As the broken barrel flies away, he wonders why this had to happen in such a critical moment. Even without full power behind it, the ball bounces softly and rolls along the infield grass. In the dugout, everyone watches with bated breath as the unpredictable play unfolds. The ball trickles slowly through the infield, while the fielder rushes over to field it. Seeing the opening, his teammates scream at the top of their lungs, urging the captain to hustle. Without a second thought, Teo takes off sprinting as hard as he can toward first base. He runs with everything he has, trying to beat out the defender's throw. As he sprints, he keeps an eye on his teammate breaking home from third base. He notices that the runner is already just steps away from crossing home plate. Teo knows that if he can beat the throw to first base, the run will officially count. The infielder finally scoops up the ball and fires a quick throw over to first. The ball zips through the air as the entire team holds their breath for a split second. Pushing his legs to the absolute limit, he tries to find an extra gear to win the foot race. In a razor-thin play, Teo's foot hits the bag at the exact same instant the ball reaches the glove. He holds his footing on the base and waits for the official call from the umpire. The umpire hesitates for a brief moment given how extremely close the play was. Right after, the umpire throws his arms out wide, signaling safe. The dugout erupts in celebration over the broken bat grounder, turning into an infield single. Choi Tai-o celebrates on the base while his teammates cheer loudly, chanting his name. Thinking back on the play, he realizes the ball rolled right along the third base line. He figures that if the bat hadn't broken, the ball would have traveled too fast, and the runner on third might have been thrown out. In the end, the broken bat turned out to be a fortunate break that brought home the run. However, the over-the-top celebration from his dugout starts to make him feel visibly embarrassed. His teammates keep shouting wild compliments, hyping up their captain like a legend. Blushing at all the noise, Teo signals for them to settle down and keep it cool. With that run batted in, they close out the first inning holding a 4-0 lead over the Wonson squad. In the top of the fourth inning, he steps back into the batter's box determined to put his best swing on the ball. However, the opposing pitcher gets the upper hand, and Teo ends up striking out. The game moves along quickly, and soon both teams reach the top of the ninth inning. He digs into the box and laces a clean, hard-hit drive against the opponent's pitch. In the dugout, his teammates jump up, shouting excitedly for him to hustle for extra bases. Teo flies around the bases, focused on taking whatever the defense gives him. He executes a textbook slide into second, and the umpire confirms he is safe. Securing a stand-up double, he celebrates on the bag, thrilled to give his team another big scoring chance. Checking the game situation, he sees there is one out, and the number 7 hitter is stepping up to the plate. He knows that even if his teammate is retired, he is in scoring position, so he gets mentally ready for the next play. Staying completely calm and focused, he adjusts his batting helmet before tuning in to the pitch. The opposing pitcher goes into his motion and fires a hard pitch toward the hitter. The batter makes solid contact, launching a towering fly ball into the outfield. The ball arcs high into the sky as the defense tracks it down quickly. The flight of the ball keeps every fielder on high alert. The outfielder sprints across the grass to get under the ball in time. He makes a clean running catch to record the out against Teo's squad. The umpire confirms the catch, bringing the scoring threat to an end. With 3 outs in the books, the opposing team celebrates the third out and heads to the dugout with high energy. Back in the dugout, Teo lets out a huge sigh of relief and exhaustion. His teammate gives him a puzzled look and playfully teases him, asking if he was really that eager to keep hitting. He jokes that Teo used to look way happier whenever the team took the field on defense. His teammate points out that after driving in runs 4 consecutive times, it makes sense that he is enjoying his time at the plate. Teo is surprised that he was even keeping track, while his teammate highlights how much his mindset has changed lately. His teammate then points to Teo's wrist, suggesting that his good luck charm might be the real secret behind his hot streak. Teo is shocked to see his teammate noticing such a small detail. Playfully annoyed, he tells his teammate not to copy him so he doesn't end up stealing his good luck. The two share a funny back and forth until they are called to shift their focus back onto defense. The game finally wraps up with a final score of 5-2, securing a decisive victory for Gyeongseon High. Thanks to this outstanding performance, the Gyeongseon squad celebrates advancing to the semifinals of the Golden Lion tournament. Once the postgame wraps up, Tae-oh packs his gear and hears a familiar voice calling out to him from outside. He meets up with his father, who proudly showers him with praise, calling him the great team captain. Chatting on their walk, his father assures him he caught all his best plays, playfully joking that he only looked away during the strikeout. In the middle of their talk, Tae-oh's phone starts ringing, grabbing both of their attention. Looking at the screen, he notices an incoming call from an unknown number. He answers with curiosity, and the caller on the other end asks to confirm his identity. Tae-oh confirms it is him and asks who is calling, while his father watches curiously. The caller reveals he is calling directly from the office of the chairman of the Seon-on group, leaving Tae-oh stunned. Out of reflex, the young player bows toward the phone to show respect, catching his father completely off guard. The secretary explains that the chairman personally read the message Tae-oh had posted on the company's official website. He thinks back to the night when the brand new baseball gear sent by the group arrived at his home. Back then, following his sister's advice, he had written a heartfelt thank you message on the Seon-on group's website. In the post, he introduced himself as the captain of the Gyeongseon squad and expressed sincere gratitude for the generous gifts. The secretary mentions that the chairman is an alumnus of the school and was genuinely touched, as Tae-oh was the only player to send a note of thanks. Modest as always, Tae-oh replies that sending the message was the least he could do after receiving such generous support. The secretary adds that the chairman values strong results and promises to send another big gift package if they go on to win the championship. Surprised, the boy says that won't be necessary and that just knowing they have the chairman's support is already a huge motivation. Suddenly, the secretary's tone turns much more serious on the other end of the line as he calls him by name. Tae-oh's father watches closely, noticing the sudden shift in the call's atmosphere. Tae-oh snaps to full attention, sensing the importance of what he is about to hear. With determination in his eyes, he promises to give his absolute best to lead his team to a championship victory. The secretary wishes him the best of luck in the tournament and warmly wraps up the phone call. As soon as he hangs up, his father asks if that really was from the Seon-on group, and Tae-oh happily confirms that the chairman loved his message. His father jokes that he is impressed his son is on speaking terms with a corporate chairman, playfully asking if he can finally retire early. 2 days pass, and the decisive moment of the tournament semi-finals finally arrives. Ji Hyun-min takes the mound once again as the team's starting pitcher. Meanwhile, Oh Han-gun is slated to hit in his usual spot as the cleanup hitter. Tae-oh bats eighth and starts at shortstop, making solid contact with the ball during his turn at the plate. Unfortunately, his well-hit balls go straight into the defender's gloves, resulting in quick outs. He thinks back to the previous year's semi-finals, where he hit the ball well, but the team still fell short of reaching the finals. The game turns into an intensely tight and grueling pitcher's duel. Both teams play their hearts out on defense on every single play to prevent runs from scoring. After a hard-fought battle, the contest ends with a memorable victory for Gyeongseon High. Despite locking up their spot in the finals, a lingering worry stays in the back of Tae-oh's mind. At his office, his father keeps checking the clock, anxiously waiting for news about the starting lineup for the championship game. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up with a new incoming text. It is an excited message from Tae-oh confirming that he will be in the starting lineup for the finals. He cheers out loud right in the middle of the office floor, unable to contain his joy at seeing his son get the start. His coworkers look over, puzzled by the outburst, but he just laughs with relief, happy that he was worried over nothing. Tae-oh notices that the day of the championship game falls right on his father's birthday, giving him even more motivation to win. That same evening, they head out to the flagship department store owned by the Seon-on group. Tae-oh and his sister agree to pick out the perfect birthday gift together for their dad. Realizing that a full suit is out of their budget, his sister suggests getting a nice dress shirt and tie instead. While browsing the racks, Tae-oh's sister is surprised when someone calls out to her from behind. It is her friend Jisoo, who greets her warmly and playfully teases her, asking if Tae-oh is her boyfriend. His sister shuts down the joke right away, clarifying that the guy next to her is just her younger brother. Her friend is impressed by how much Tayo has grown, while he politely says hello. Jisoo asks if he is still playing baseball and mentions she is a huge fan of the game, making his sister instantly suspicious. Excited, her friend holds out her phone and asks for Tayo's number so she can come watch him play. Cutting in immediately, his sister grabs Tayo and makes up a ridiculous excuse that he doesn't even own a phone because he is so focused on practice. She drags him away by the arm while quickly saying goodbye to her friend, who is left completely confused by the scene. Once they are away, Tayo complains about the embarrassing scene, but his sister shoots back that she prefers not to mix her friends with him. Tayo tries to tease her by mentioning her crush on Oh Han-gun, but gets an immediate kick to keep his mouth shut. The next morning, the day of the Golden Lion Tournament Championship game is finally here. The stadium stands are packed with players' families, student cheering sections, and baseball fans. Several professional scouts and media broadcasting crews are also on hand to catch the title matchup. Cameras and reporters set up their live coverage as the excitement in the air builds up. Kyungseon's opponent in the final is the very same school they eliminated in the first round of last year's tournament. The rival squad takes the field hungry for payback, determined to settle the score on the biggest stage. Tayo takes in the special moment, marking his first national final since starting high school. As he soaks in the stadium atmosphere, a teammate calls out to him. His teammate notices how calm he looks and asks if he isn't even a little nervous about the championship game. Taking a closer look at his teammate, Tayo notices something off about his appearance. He spots Oh Han-gun breaking into an unusual cold sweat before the game has even started. Worried about his friend's condition, Tayo asks if he is truly feeling okay. Han-gun brushes off his condition, claiming it is just a minor reaction to the warm weather. He insists that Tayo shouldn't worry and tells him to focus on planning their championship celebration instead. Knowing how tough his teammate is, Tayo trusts that he knows his limits and can handle the situation. A loud voice calls out for the entire Kyungseon squad to gather up before taking the field. Huddled up as a unit, Tayo steps up as captain and asks for everyone's complete attention. He looks straight into his teammates' eyes to build up their confidence before the first pitch. At the top of his lungs, he rallies the team to go win the game so they can head home as champions. Every member of the squad answers with a loud collective roar of excitement, ready to leave everything on the field for the win. The players run out onto the field to loud cheers from their fans and take their positions for the start of the game. The scoreboard displays the matchup between Kyungseon and Seonhak High, and the umpire calls for play to begin. Behind the scenes, pro scouts review reports about Kyungseon making their run to the Golden Lion final. Seoul Kaiser's scout manager Park Jong-gun comments on the team's chance to shed their runner-up reputation. His colleague jokes, asking if the team's turnaround is all thanks to Choi Taeyo's leadership presence. He observes that with Tayo leading the way, the talented individual stars finally learn to play as a cohesive team. Even though it is Taeyo's first year as captain, it is clear he has a natural gift for leading others. Even so, the scout admits that Taeyo's overall batting average remains a bit of a question mark. He then leans over to manager Park to share what he considers a fascinating discovery. Leaning in closer, he explains that he did a deep dive into Taeyo's situational statistics. He reveals that Taeyo's batting average with runners in scoring position across tournaments is unbelievable. The scout reveals that the kid is batting a perfect 100% in those clutch situations, leaving the manager totally stunned. He points out that whenever there was a runner on second or third base, he delivered every single time. In every one of those opportunities without exception, Tayo came through with a base hit for his team. Intrigued by the stat, manager Park asks how many times that situation actually came up. Upon hearing that it was only 4 plate appearances, the manager gets annoyed, calling it ridiculous to hype up such a tiny sample size. The scout loudly defends his point, insisting it is still an impressive trend worth paying attention to. He argues that this conversion rate proves an extraordinary level of focus in high-pressure moments. Ultimately, the scout firmly believes Tayo has more than enough skill to back up those numbers down the road. Manager Park responds with a sarcastic smirk, suggesting that luck must have played a big part in it too. He tells his colleague to keep that chatter to himself, relieved that it wasn't some game-changing revelation. Up in the stands, the Gyeongseon crowd cheers loudly, chanting team songs to rally their squad. On the opposite side of the stadium, the Seonhak fans fire back with confident chants of their own. Taeyo's family is seated in the stands, with his father and aunt cheering their hearts out. The umpire calls play ball, and the championship clash between the two powerhouse schools is officially underway. On the mound, starting pitcher Oh Han-gun begins his wind-up for the opening pitch. He brings the heat, and the umpire rings up strike one as the radar gun clocks the pitch at 142 kilometers per hour. Watching from the field, Taeo notices by the velocity that his teammate is definitely not at his absolute best today. Even while feeling under the weather, Han-gun pushes the tempo and paints another strike past the hitter. Taeo respects the effort and reminds himself that Oh Han-gun is still a formidable pitcher on the mound. With a pinpoint pitch, he sits down the leadoff batter for a quick strikeout to start the game. Seonhak's second batter steps in, highlighting the heavy left-handed presence in the opponent's lineup. The left-handed batter settles in and gets ready to jump on the incoming pitch. On the mound, Oh Han-gun shows clear signs of fatigue, sweating heavily as he tries to lock in. With a burst of physical effort, he fires the pitch with whatever energy he has left. The opponent makes solid contact, driving a high fly ball deep into the outfield. Taeo and the defense track the flight of the ball as it sails towards center field. The ball carries high into center field, and the outfielder drifts back to make the catch. To everyone's shock, the ball hits the Gyeongseon defender's glove and pops loose onto the grass. The crowd reacts to the misplay as the Seonhak runner hustles around the bases. The Seonhak player slides into second base, and the umpire signals safe on the play. The Seonhak dugout erupts in celebration over the stand-up double resulting from the defensive miscue. On the mound, Oh Han-gun reacts with visible frustration over the play. Taeo is frustrated by the simple miscue, wondering how his center fielder could have dropped such a routine ball. However, looking out toward the outfield, he sees his teammate hunched over on the grass, gasping for breath. Seeing his teammate in rough shape, Taeo realizes that he is dealing with severe physical exhaustion too. Taeo asks Hyunmin about their teammate and learns that the center fielder is also battling a high fever. He realizes with a shock that the biggest challenge facing their team today is their players' physical health. With Seonhak featuring a lineup of heavy hitters, having sick outfielders puts their defense at serious risk. Stepping up as captain, Taeo calls out to the outfield, demanding complete focus from everyone on the field. The number 3 hitter for Seonhak High digs into the box looking to extend their early momentum. On the mound, Oh Han-gun delivers the pitch, looking to bounce back in the at-bat. The batter takes a hard swing but comes up empty, and the catcher secures strike one. In an intense close-up, it is obvious that Han-gun is feverish, breaking into a cold sweat and breathing heavily. Giving it everything he has, he delivers another pitch through obvious physical strain. The Seonhak batter connects with authority, launching a deep drive straight toward the outfield wall. The ball cuts through the clear sky with speed as the outfielders sprint back to cover the territory. The infielders shout out, tracking the ball as it heads toward deep center field once again. The center fielder tracks back, trying to keep up with the fast-sinking drive. In the middle of his awkward retreat, the fielder's foot catches the turf at the worst possible second. He desperately reaches his glove up high, but the ball deflects off the leather and bounces away. With the defensive misplay, the ball hits the ground and the Seonhak runner wheels around third base. The Seonhak dugout jumps for joy, screaming for their runner to take it all the way home. In the stands, the rival fans erupt in loud celebration over the big offensive moment. The runner slides safely across home plate to score the first run of the game for Seonhak. The scoreboard updates to show Seonhak High taking a 1-0 lead in the first inning. Hearing the rival team's cheers, Han-gun laments the outfield miscue while trying to catch his breath. The pitcher adjusts his cap, looking visibly drained and frustrated after yielding the early run. Watching from the infield, Taeyo's expression turns serious as he senses the gravity of the situation. Taeo analyzes the game with concern, knowing that his team's fatigue could end up costing them dearly. He reflects that Gyeongseon's greatest strength is their bats, while their lack of outfield depth is their biggest vulnerability. In previous years, he served as the ultimate defensive utility player, but now he is locked in as the starting shortstop. The game continues as Kyungseon's defense tries to limit any further damage on the field. In the dugout, the coaching staff anxiously discusses the struggling physical condition of their players. They agree that they have no quality backup options for center field, but keeping a sick player out there is risky. The manager takes a deep breath and decides to ride it out until the end of the inning to rethink their strategy. Fired up after giving up the run, Han-gun seems to tap into a state of pure focus on the mound. He unleashes unhittable pitches and strikes out the next two batters in order to close out the inning. Back in the Kyungseon dugout, the players collapse onto the bench, looking completely drained from the heat. Han-gun tosses his gear aside in frustration, catching his teammates by surprise with his fiery intensity. In the corner of the dugout, the center fielder drapes a towel over his head, trying to cool down his fever. The coaching staff discusses potential replacements for the outfield, but recognizes the bench options cover even less ground. Noticing the coach's hesitation, Tae-oh steps up with a firm presence and calls out to the manager. He points out the center fielder's rough condition, stressing that he simply cannot stay in the game. The coach admits he is fully aware of the issue, but vents that they have no reliable alternative on the bench. Tae-oh makes a quick decision and offers to solve the dilemma himself. He catches the coaching staff off guard by suggesting that he move to center field himself. The manager is shocked by the bold proposal to shift their everyday starting shortstop in the middle of a championship game. During his sophomore year, Tae-oh played all over the field as a super utility guy, covering center, left, and first base. The coach recalls his track record and realizes Tae-oh is the only person capable of anchoring the outfield defense. The manager asks who would take over at shortstop, and Tae-oh puts forward Park Yi-jun's name. The coach doubts Yi-jun would agree to the shift, but Tae-oh is confident he will put the team's needs first. Tae-oh walks over to Park Yi-jun in the dugout to deliver the tactical decision. He asks him straight up if he can take over at shortstop, getting a surprised look in return. Yi-jun questions the sudden move, and Tae-oh explains that he needs to take over center field due to their lack of options. Tae-oh emphasizes that while they have other outfielders, none of them have the range to handle center. Yi-jun shows clear reluctance, muttering that he really doesn't want to play shortstop. Facing his teammates' resistance, Tae-oh's expression hardens with the full authority of a captain. He looks his teammate in the eye and calls him by his full name to establish authority. Firmly, Tae-oh makes it clear that this is no time for personal preferences and demands complete focus on the team's result. A total silence falls over the dugout as the rest of the players wait to see how the plan plays out. With a resigned sigh, the player agrees to the captain's decision. Without wasting a second, Tae-oh tells the manager that Yi-jun will slide over to shortstop next inning, leaving the coach surprised by the quick agreement. The manager notes that Yi-jun can be tough to deal with, but points out they still need to find someone to cover second base. Tae-oh reminds him that this is their first national final and suggests picking the new starter purely based on skill, rather than defaulting to the seniors. The spot goes to Hong Min-seong, a sophomore utility player who reacts with pure shock to the news. Tae-oh grabs the kid by the shoulder and tells him to get geared up immediately to hit in the two-hole. He figures Min-seong plays a style very similar to his own, capable of handling second base, third base, and shortstop. Even though he has reliable defensive skills, this is the first time the young player has had to face the pressure of a championship game. In the batter's box, nerves take over Min-seong, and he takes a deep breath trying to keep his anxiety in check. Sensing his teammates' nerves, Tae-oh shouts some encouragement to the kid straight from the dugout. The captain calls out his support, telling him it is completely fine to fail and ordering him to swing with full confidence. On the first pitch of the at-bat, the opposing pitcher paints a clean strike past the tense youngster. Next, Min-seong shows a sharp eye at the plate by laying off a pitch outside the zone. After working a disciplined count, the young hitter finally uncorks his swing on the fifth pitch of the sequence. To everyone's disappointment, the swing results in a frustrating flyout to the outfield. In the Kyungseon dugout, the team groans over a well-hit ball that was so close to finding grass. When Min-seong gets back to the bench, Tae-oh praises the kid's aggressiveness, which he quietly appreciates with a nod. However, one detail stands out. The young player's legs are still shaking non-stop. Tae-oh notices Min-seong's physical reaction, realizing how heavily the weight of the moment is still pressing on him. Walking up to his teammate, the captain asks if he is still feeling nervous, and the kid confesses that he is totally freaking out. With a warm smile, Teo chuckles and admits that he feels the exact same way, since it is his very first final two. The kid is completely stunned to hear that coming from the team's biggest leader. Teo explains that he has never played in a championship game of this magnitude before, catching the youngster off guard. Putting his arm around his teammate's shoulder, the captain encourages both of them to make this championship debut count all the way to the end. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the opposing dugout of Seonhak High. The Seonhak coaches keep an eye on their opponent's defensive shifts and notice the substitution in center field. Their manager figures that pitcher Oh Han-gun doesn't look like he is having his best day, which gives their team an early edge. Even so, he acknowledges that Han-gun is still an absolute beast on the mound and demands total respect at the plate. The umpire signals the change of sides after the third out, sending the Seonhak squad off the field. Looking out at Kyungseon's new defensive alignment, the Seonhak manager looks completely puzzled. The coach jumps to his feet in disbelief as he takes in the radical tactical shift made by his opponent. To everyone's surprise, Choi Tae-oh has been moved out to take over the center field position. The Seonhak coaching staff quickly realizes that Park Yi-jun has slid over to cover shortstop. Out on the field, Yi-jun takes his final warm-up throws across the infield. Lost in thought, the Seonhak manager tries to figure out the reasoning behind the reshuffled defense. His eyes lock onto second base, where an unknown, inexperienced player is trying to get his footing. Without missing a beat, the coach calls all his hitters over for an emergency meeting in the dugout. He announces an updated game plan, telling them to attack early in the count with full aggression. The order instructs right-handed hitters to take the ball the other way, while lefties are told to pull it. The manager points out that the new second baseman lacks experience and will be the prime target of their offense. The updated strategy is to drive the ball right into the gap between first and second base. After dialing in the instructions with his lineup, the coach shifts his concerned gaze back toward Tae-oh. He recognizes that this kid always finds a way to put himself right in the middle of the action. The top of the second inning gets underway, with Seonhak up to bat holding a 1-0 lead. On the mound, Oh Han-gun takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure for the upcoming battle. Seeing that the opposing pitcher looks shaken, Seonhak looks to capitalize and build on their lead right away. Han-gun sets his feet on the rubber and starts his pitching motion with pure focus. The pitcher fires the ball with everything he has toward home plate. At the plate, the Seonhak hitter locks his eyes on the incoming pitch, ready to execute the tactical plan. The Seonhak batter connects cleanly with the pitch, sending a sharp line drive right into the infield. The ball pops up high toward second base as teammates call out to alert the defense. Min-seong drifts back quickly to get under the ball before it drops into the grass. He manages to squeeze the ball in his glove, but hesitates for a split second on the transfer. Seeing the delay, his teammates shout for the kid to recover and get rid of the ball immediately. Regaining his composure, the young infielder turns and fires a strong throw across to first base. The first baseman catches the throw in plenty of time, securing the out on the Seonhak runner. Frustrated by the initial hesitation, his teammate gives Min-seong a quick earful, and the kid apologizes for the misstep. From center field, Tae-oh shouts praise for the recovery, though he thinks to himself that he can't afford to freeze up like that again. The captain stresses that the main thing was getting the out and demands complete focus from the entire team. On the mound, pitcher Oh Han-gun gets ready to face the next challenge of the inning. In his own head, the pitcher ponders who he can actually rely on out on this field. Without showing an ounce of doubt, he decides he can't rely on anyone else and lets loose an aggressive fastball. The pitch pops into the catcher's mitt with a thunderous snap, and the umpire calls strike one. Giving the batter zero room to breathe, the next pitch paints the zone for strike two. With a pinpoint pitch, Han-gun collects the strikeout, putting away the hitter with total dominance. Tae-oh yells from deep in center field, reminding the team that they already have two huge outs in the inning. The captain calls for the defense to shut the door, and the entire squad answers with determination. It is now time for Seonhak's number 7 hitter to step into the batter's box. Han-gun begins his wind-up, fully intent on closing out the inning in a hurry. He fires the pitch with maximum power right at the hitter. However, the Seonhak batter makes great contact, driving a deep shot to the far reaches of the outfield. The Seonhak dugout leaps to their feet in excitement as they watch the ball sail into the gap. His teammates on the bench scream for the runner to keep moving, urging him to push for third base. Choi Tae-oh sprints across center field at full tilt and snags the ball in full stride. Spotting the runner's intention to stretch it into a triple, Tae-oh decides to cut off the play immediately. With a focused, analytical eye, the captain sets his feet for a textbook relay throw. He delivers a laser toward the middle of the diamond, shouting out for Min Seong. Min Seong catches the relay cleanly, securing the ball firmly in his mitt. Tae-oh screams for the kid to fire the ball to third base without a second of hesitation. Without wasting any time, Min Seong pivots his body and uncorks a bullet of a throw. The ball flies on a straight line across the diamond as the base runner tries to slide in. The third baseman fields the throw and applies the tag the exact millisecond the runner arrives. The umpire rings up the out, bringing the inning to an end with the third out secured. In the stands, the Gyeongseon crowd goes wild over the sensational defensive relay. On the turf, Min Seong celebrates with pure joy over the incredible result. His teammates shower praise on the kid's great throw, and he makes sure to thank his captain for the perfect relay. Just then, Yi-jun walks up from behind and drops a surprised comment about the kid's arm strength. The senior compliments his arm and asks if he ever considered pitching, leaving Min Seong blushing and speechless. That game-saving defensive play in the second inning completely transforms Min Seong's mindset, helping him shake off the nerves and play loose. The kid locks down the most targeted zone on the field, defending the space between first and second base without making a single mistake. The game rolls on through the fifth inning without Seonhak being able to extend their lead, keeping the score tight at 1-0. Back in the dugout, Min Seong wipes away the sweat and breathes a sigh of relief after his stellar performance. That is when Yi-jun calls the kid over in the middle of their rest break. The senior tells him that Min Seong has more than enough talent to take over at shortstop full-time. Yi-jun suggests that he take the spot and mentions he is going to talk to the coach about making the switch. Tae-oh steps in, questioning why they would mess with the defense right after it stabilized, while Yi-jun insists that he hates playing that position. The captain explains that Yi-jun's presence out there provides the stability they need to finish off this championship game. He asks for a little more teamwork from his teammate to hold down the fort in this critical moment. Grumbling under his breath, Yi-jun agrees to stay put on the captain's orders, though Tae-oh reminds him that he needs to embrace the team's true goal. Tae-oh sighs as he watches Yi-jun walk off, marveling at how challenging his teammate can be to manage. Just then, another teammate walks over unexpectedly and whispers an eye-opening story directly into his ear. The player shares that no matter how difficult and arrogant Yi-jun might seem, he actually carries a heavy past. He reveals that Yi-jun nearly walked away from baseball back in middle school after taking a pitch straight to the eye. Tae-oh listens in complete shock, unable to hide his disbelief at the revelation. His teammate confirms that the trauma nearly cost him his eyesight back when he was playing that exact same shortstop position. He explains that Yi-jun was the undisputed starter back then, until a bad hop off the infield dirt caused a terrible accident. The memory of that unpredictable bounce striking the boy directly in the face is still vivid for those who saw it. The accident caused massive panic on the field, requiring immediate attention from the entire coaching and medical staff. The young player had to be helped off the field with a bleeding face, in a moment that deeply scarred his playing career. The teammate concludes by saying that even though some time has passed, Yi-jun likely still carries the heavy weight of that trauma. Tae-oh stands there in silence, taking in everything he just learned about his teammate. He reflects that it is impossible to truly measure another person's pain, and that Yi-jun's inner thoughts remain a mystery. He knows that his teammate's instincts might still react with fear whenever he lines up at that spot on the diamond. Lost in thought, Tae-oh suggests that finishing today's championship game at that very spot might be the ultimate chance for him to conquer that fear once and for all. Han-gun jokes that Tae-oh can be pretty ruthless, but the captain simply responds that they don't have any other choice. Tae-oh trusts that Yi-jun is more than capable of breaking through that barrier because everyone on the team knows his true potential. The captain concludes that you have to confront your own struggles head-on if you want to grow in the sport. On offense for Gyeongseon, the batter squares up a solid swing and drives a clean base hit into the field. In the dugout, Tae-oh watches the play develop with rising excitement. The ball drops into play as base runner Seok-hyun turns on the jets, sprinting toward first base. The runner executes a slide into the bag, and the umpire calls him safe. The Gyeongseon dugout erupts in cheers over the base hit that puts another man on base. However, the team's sixth hitter can't catch up to the pitch and goes down on strikes. Disappointed, the player heads back to the bench while his teammates try to keep the rally's energy alive. A teammate comments to Tayo about how tough it has been to push runs across against Seonhak's dominant starter. Tayo looks over the situation and recognizes that the runner on base isn't exactly the fastest guy on the team. He figures the inning will likely end unless the next hitter can come up with an extra base hit. The captain starts strapping on his batting gear for his upcoming at-bat, while his teammate at the plate takes strike one. The batter falls behind with an unfavorable 0-2 count, making the situation even more precarious. Over at first base, runner Seok-hyun shakes off the nerves and prepares to take a massive gamble. The opposing pitcher begins his motion to deliver the ball toward the plate. In a completely unexpected move, Seok-hyun takes off sprinting to steal second base. The runner goes in head first as everyone in the stadium watches the dramatic play unfold. In the dugout, Tayo and Min Seong are in total disbelief over the sheer audacity of the steal attempt. The Seonhak catcher receives the pitch and pops up, firing a throw straight toward second base. Seok-hyun slides in with textbook precision and touches the bag a split second before the tag, securing the stolen base. The Gyeongseon bench explodes in celebration, seeing the gutsy steal pay off in such a high-leverage moment. Tayo is left speechless, realizing there is now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs, leaving the stage set for him. His teammate shoves the captain toward the field, telling him to stop overthinking and just bring home the run. Tayo walks toward the plate surrounded by loud chants and encouragement from his teammates. He steps into the batter's box, raising his bat and locking in his focus for this crucial at-bat. With only 2 hits on the board so far, the captain knows their first genuine scoring opportunity rests entirely in his hands. On the mound, the Seonhak starter begins his windup with complete focus. He fires a heavy, high-velocity fastball straight into the zone. Guessing fastball on the first pitch, Tayo decides to jump on it with everything he has. The captain unleashes an aggressive swing, but the ball whiffs right past his barrel into the catcher's mitt. He misses the pitch completely, losing his balance on the follow-through as the umpire rings up strike one. In the dugout, his teammates stare out with looks of total shock after watching that awkward miss. Across the bench, the players burst out laughing, playfully roasting Tayo for his goofy, off-balance swing. Flustered, Tayo straightens his helmet while listening to his teammates tease him to take a deep breath. Across the field, the Seonhak dugout watches Gyeongseon's noisy bench with curiosity. The Seonhak coach grumbles that he wanted his team to play aggressive, but not go swinging out of their shoes like that kid. His assistant asks if he is talking about Gyeongseon's 8th hitter and wonders if he happens to know him, catching the coach off guard. Trying to dodge the question, the coach makes up an excuse that hitting is his specialty, which is why he notices those details. He adds that all these prospects will eventually be playing under him anyway, leaving the assistant giving him a doubtful look. Annoyed by the suspicion, the coach changes the subject and says he is done talking about it. In his thoughts, the coach admits that Tayo has improved, but reminds himself that the Seonhak pitcher won't make things easy. He predicts the pitcher will mix in an off-speed pitch instead of a fastball to catch the batter off balance. Confident in his scouting report, the Seonhak coach expects the at-bat to end in another strikeout against Tayo. Up in the stands, Tayo's father watches the showdown in tense, breathless silence. The Seonhak pitcher delivers the pitch with pinpoint accuracy toward the plate. The ball breaks sharply as it enters the hitting zone. Tayo spots the late movement mid-flight and realizes his swing is slightly ahead of the pitch. Even with his timing off, he manages to get a piece of the ball, sending a soft dribbler onto the infield. The ball catches a bizarre spin and starts bouncing erratically across the infield dirt. To everyone's surprise, it takes a massive, unnatural hop, sailing way over the infielder's reach. The Seonhak fielders panic as they watch the unpredictable hop skip through the infield. The ball gains height as the defense scrambles to recover and track down the play. In the coaching box, the Seonhak staff stands up in complete shock watching a routine grounder bounce that high. The Seonhak infielder leaps with everything he has, but can't reach the ball as it clears his outstretched glove. Seeing his chance, Teo flies toward first base with all the speed his body can muster, thinking of nothing else. At the same time, the captain screams at the top of his lungs for Xiaoqian to hustle all the way to home plate. Xiaoqian rounds third base and digs deep, sprinting for home with everything on the line to tie the score. The runner dives in head first in a dramatic slide as the catcher tries to sweep the tag. The umpire throws his arms wide, signaling that Xiaoqian reached home plate safely. The Gyeongseon dugout erupts in an ecstatic celebration over the game-tying run. With the score now tied at 1-1, the championship game takes on a whole new life. At first base, Tayo celebrates, raising his fist triumphantly toward his teammates. The captain shouts out the Gyeongseon rally chant, firing up his team for the rest of the battle. Up in the stands, Tayo's father jumps for joy, celebrating his son's clutch run, scoring hit. His father can't stop shouting Tayo's name, leaving the relatives sitting nearby amazed by his uncharacteristic burst of excitement. Nearby spectators look on with admiration, commenting on the visible pride and joy of the number 14's father. A man approaches Tayo's father and asks if he is a family member of the team's captain. The man introduces himself warmly, revealing that he is the father of Hong Min-seong, the second baseman. The two proud fathers share a warm handshake, exchanging mutual compliments on their son's great performances. Min-seong's father invites Tayo's family to sit together and cheer, and everyone gladly accepts the invitation. The game turns into a fierce, gritty pitcher's duel all the way through the 7th inning. Both defenses play flawlessly, keeping any hitter from even sniffing scoring position. Oh Han-gun puts on a show on the mound, picking up another clutch strikeout for Gyeongseon. While the Seonhak starter is also throwing a gem, the monster performance from Han-gun keeps everyone in awe. The tie score holds strong all the way into the 8th inning, showing the elite level of play in this championship final. In addition to shining as the starting pitcher, Han-gun is also holding down the cleanup spot in the batting order. Even without feeling 100% physically today, he keeps grinding out tough at-bats, fouling off difficult pitches. Showing true grit, Han-gun wraps up the top of the 8th inning with another electric strikeout, keeping the game tied. Returning to the dugout, the pitcher sits down exhausted, breathing heavily from the sheer physical strain. The coaching staff steps over, showing clear concern for the boy's physical condition. The coach reminds him that he offered to take him out earlier to avoid overworking his arm. Stubborn as ever, Han-gun takes a sip of water and insists that he is just now finding his groove, leaving the coach shaking his head at his grit. The coach thinks to himself that if he pulls his ace now, he will lose sleep over the regret for the rest of the night. Smiling through the fatigue, Han-gun makes it clear to his coach that he wants to finish what he started on the mound. Tayo walks over and speaks up on his teammate's behalf, asking the manager to trust Han-gun and let him close it out. The captain teases the pitcher, joking that he needs to back up his big frame unless he feels like giving up the lead. Han-gun lets out a smirk and replies that the captain's trash talk is weak and childish. The coach smiles and agrees, choosing to put his faith in his captain and his ace to finish the game together. As they get ready to head back out, Han-gun grabs Tayo's attention. With confidence in his eyes, the pitcher promises that he is completely dialed in for his next plate appearance. He declares that he is going to send the ball out of the park this time, since he has already figured out the rival's primary pitches. Han-gun looks back on the 6th inning, where he got a piece of the pitcher's slider and nearly drove it out of the yard. Remembering that contact, he knows he was only inches away from crushing the perfect hit. Tayo listens in silence, genuinely impressed by his teammate's pitch recognition. Han-gun anticipates that the opponent will try to bait him with an off-speed pitch down in the zone before challenging him with a heater. Tayo thinks to himself that while his teammate can seem impulsive, he is surprisingly strategic at the plate. He ironically remembers his teammate's poor grades in school, while Han-gun brags about his master game plan. The umpire signals the restart of the game, and Han-gun grabs his helmet, ready to step up to the plate. Fastening his batting gloves, the hitter tells the captain to sit back and watch what he is about to do. On the mound, the Seonhak pitcher stares down his rival with eyes full of tension. The pitcher delivers, and the umpire calls strike one on the pitch. Next, the pitcher works a strikeout on the previous hitter, while Han-gun keeps his cool in the on-deck circle. Tayo senses that his teammate is setting a trap for the pitcher and decides to just sit back and watch it play out. In the stands, the Gyeongseon fans chant Oh Han-gun's name loud and clear. At the plate, Han-gun thinks to himself that he is about to give his pitcher the rest and lead he deserves. The Seonhak starter begins to show obvious signs of fatigue on the mound. Locked in, Han-gun settles into the box and waits for the next pitch with complete calm. The pitch misses the zone, and the umpire calls ball 1. The pitcher misses his spot again, pushing the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Han-gun realizes his opponent is getting backed into a corner and predicts he will have to challenge him with a strike. Feeling the pressure, the Seonhak pitcher takes a deep breath before starting his delivery. He unleashes the pitch with everything he has left, trying to paint the corner of the plate. The ball misses low and the umpire signals ball 3 on the count. Smirking playfully, Han-gun flashes a confident grin to get inside the pitcher's head. The Seonhak pitcher is visibly rattled by the batter's cocky smirk. Losing his cool, he decides to challenge him with his best fastball out of pure frustration. The pitcher fires a blazing heater, thinking to himself that his rival shouldn't dare underestimate him. Predicting that exact pitch, Han-gun unloads on the ball with devastating power. Contact is flush, and a deafening crack of the bat echoes across the entire stadium. In the dugout, the coaching staff and players stand with their jaws dropped at the sheer violence of the blast. With a triumphant grin, Han-gun simply watches the ball sail high into the sky. The ball carries over the entire outfield and clears the outfield wall in spectacular fashion. The stadium erupts in pandemonium as the crowd goes wild celebrating Oh Han-gun's go-ahead home run. The slugger rounds the bases to the sound of loud cheers and roaring chants from the entire stadium. Helmet in hand, Han-gun sports a beaming smile as he completes his victory trot around the bases. In the dugout, Tayo smiles in awe, thinking that his teammate is an absolute wild man on the field. With the go-ahead blast in the bottom of the 8th inning, the scoreboard reads 2-1 for Gyeongseon, putting them just 1 inning away from the championship. Before the top of the 9th inning begins, the players get ready in the dugout. The manager calls for everyone's attention and asks the team to huddle up quickly. He reminds them that they are only 1 single inning away from securing the win and taking home the trophy. The coach then turns directly to Tayo and calls out the young leader's name. Smiling warmly, the manager asks the captain to share a few inspiring words with the group for this special moment. Hearing the request, the player scratches the back of his neck with a slight grin and confirms he's got it. Reflecting on his leadership role, the captain looks out at the diamond, feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. In the dugout, their ace pitcher sits visibly exhausted, trying to catch his breath after a grueling outing on the mound. Noticing his teammates' deep fatigue, the captain's expression turns serious as he evaluates the moment. He gathers the entire squad tightly around him and speaks up, focusing everyone's attention on the importance of this final frame. With authority in his voice, he makes it clear that all they need to do is hold down this final inning to become national champions. He then emphasizes that Gyeongseon is a complete team that doesn't rely on just 1 single player to win games. The manager listens in silence, impressed by the maturity and natural leadership displayed by the young captain. He reminds everyone that their ace held down the mound the entire game, even while battling illness and running on pure fumes. On top of that, he even crushed a clutch home run to give them the lead and take the pressure off their defense. Stressing that their pitcher gave everything he had out on the diamond, the captain demands that the entire squad step up to help him close it out. With a passionate rally cry, he calls on the team to fight for the win and protect their teammates' hard work at all costs. The entire team answers the call with a loud roar, regaining their energy to face the final stretch of the championship. The pitcher offers a quiet smile, genuinely touched to feel the unconditional support and unity of his teammates. The top of the 9th inning begins, marking Seonhak's final chance on offense to mount a comeback. The opposing batter steps into the box with a focused look and an all-or-nothing approach to get on base. Feeling the intense pressure of the moment, the hitter swallows hard and zeroes in on the incoming pitch. In the Seonhak dugout, players and coaches shout non-stop, willing their team to spark a 9th inning rally. A sense of urgency and tension grips both sides, charging the entire stadium with electric energy. Aware of the stakes, the Gyeongseon defense sets their feet with total focus, vowing not to make a single mistake in the final frame. On the mound, the pitcher readies his delivery, gathering the very last ounces of energy left in his body. He uncorks a blazing fastball that zips right past the opponent's bat and pops firmly into the catcher's mitt. The umpire immediately rings up the strike, confirming the pitch's pinpoint accuracy under high pressure. The radar gun flashes an impressive 153 kilometers per hour, putting the batter in a quick 0-2 hole. The batter takes an aggressive cut to protect the plate, but comes up empty against the absurd velocity of the pitch. The umpire signals the strikeout for out number 1 of the inning, while the pitcher lets out a satisfied smirk. Out in the field, his teammates cheer loudly for the great pitch, keeping the positive energy rolling for their ace. Watching from his position, the captain notes with surprise that the ball's velocity actually ticked back up even in the late stages of the game. It turns out the pitcher's promise that he would give his all until the final out was completely genuine. The number 3 hitter for the opposing team steps into the batter's box, cheered on by loud support from the visiting stands. Reading the batter's stance, the fielder notices he opened up his front foot slightly to prepare for an early swing. Anticipating that the hitter is looking to jump on the first pitch, the pitcher fires the ball with conviction. The batter puts everything into his swing and makes solid contact, sending a towering fly ball high into the field. The ball climbs deep into the air, making the entire stadium hold its breath as they track its flight across the sky. Realizing the ball is carrying past the infield, the outfielder sprints back in a desperate race to make a play. The fielder sprints at full speed across the grass, keeping his eyes locked on the ball as it begins to drop. He realizes with frustration that the drive is falling short and that he might not get there in time before it hits the ground. The captain yells out to back up right field, fully aware of the massive danger of conceding an extra base hit right now. Without thinking twice, the outfielder lays out in a daring diving attempt to snag the ball out of midair. As he hits the turf, he squeezes his eyes shut and hopes with all his heart that the ball ended up safely in the web of his glove. To the entire team's relief, the ball is secured safely inside the leather, locking down a spectacular catch. The captain raises his glove with an ecstatic shout, celebrating the incredible play that just saved the team. The crowd in the stands goes into a frenzy over the unbelievable grab, giving the captain a standing ovation for his courage and quick reflexes. His teammates run over celebrating, reminding everyone that they are now just one single out away from locking up the championship. With only 1 out left to go, the feeling that the championship trophy is within their grasp washes over the Gyeongseon squad. The pitcher delivers another hard pitch, but it misses outside the strike zone, and the umpire calls ball 1. Physical exhaustion shows on the pitcher's face again as he exhales deeply, trying to maintain his composure. The captain realizes his teammate is at the absolute end of his physical rope and silently pulls for him to hold on just a little longer. The batter manages to stay alive under pressure, fouling a pitch off to keep the at-bat going. The ball is hit softly toward the infield, and the fielder gets in position with full confidence to make the final play. The ball travels right toward Park Yi-jun, putting the entire responsibility of the game's final out directly on his shoulders. Instead of finding the pocket of the glove, the ball takes an awkward bounce and strikes the fielder's chest, catching everyone in the stadium off guard. He stumbles from the impact as the loose ball trickles onto the infield grass. Seeing their teammate take the blow, the Gyeongseon players hold their breath and shout with concern. The captain immediately charges toward Yi-jun, asking if he is all right after the direct hit. Even while on the ground and feeling the sting, Yi-jun yells for everyone to stay back in that moment. Shrugging off the sting in his chest, the boy digs deep for his remaining strength to scoop the ball off the grass. Without a moment of hesitation, he fires the throw across toward first base from his knees on the infield dirt. The quickness and sheer determination of the play leaves even his own teammates completely stunned. Down the baseline, the batter sprints with everything he has to try and beat the throw to the bag. The first baseman stretches all the way out and snares the throw cleanly just before the runner arrives. The ball hits the leather milliseconds ahead of the runner's foot, bringing the dramatic play to an end. The umpire pumps his fist with conviction, confirming the third and final out of the championship game. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers as the official call declares Gyeongseon the national champions. Overcome with pure excitement, the entire bench storms onto the field to celebrate the historic milestone. Everyone charges across the diamond, shouting with joy that they have finally become tournament champions. In the middle of the wild celebration, the captain runs over to check on Yi Jun, who is still catching his breath on the ground. He walks up to his teammate, who is still holding his chest, and asks if he is doing okay after taking that hard bounce. Yi Jun laughs and admits that it stings pretty good, but his eyes are filled with pure, unburdened relief. The boy admits that getting that weight off his shoulders was worth every bit of it, surprising the captain with a genuine smile. Seeing his friend's reaction, the captain smiles with relief, understanding just how much this moment truly meant to him. He reaches down and helps Yi Jun back to his feet, putting an end to their runner-up label once and for all. The trophy that had slipped through their fingers in the previous tournament now belonged to them through sheer grit and effort. This time around, they could hold their heads high and lift the championship cup proudly in front of the entire stadium. Gyeongseon High is officially crowned champions of the prestigious Golden Lion National Tournament, putting the finishing touch on an unforgettable run. After the trophy celebration winds down, Choi Tae-oh says his goodbyes to his teammates and gathers his gear to head out. Just as he is about to leave, he hears his name called and turns around to see who it is. His entire family is waiting for him outside the stadium gates, smiling and waving with pride. Overcome with emotion, the boy runs right over to his father and wraps him in a tight hug. His father tears up with pride and congratulates his son on all his hard work and well-deserved championship win. Choked up, Tae-oh thanks his family for all the unconditional love and support they gave him throughout his journey. His sister and mother poke fun at how sentimental the two are being, lightening the emotional moment with laughs. Spotting the rival head coach standing nearby, Tae-oh asks his father for a quick minute and jogs over. Coach Ha Seung-hwan of Seonhak High is organizing his quiet squad as they pack their gear onto the team bus. Hearing the young player call his name, the veteran coach turns around to see who is walking over. Tae-oh approaches respectfully to say hello, and the coach asks him how the post-game media interviews went. The boy humbly explains that he just gave a brief quote to the reporters before heading out. He notes that Gyeongseon has plenty of star players who naturally draw the bulk of the media spotlight. The coach grumbles that the press makes a mistake by overlooking the captain, but Tae-oh assures him that he is more than happy with the win. The coach acknowledges the boy's great leadership and tells him to go enjoy the championship celebration with his parents. Tae-oh offers a deep, respectful bow and wishes the opposing manager a safe trip back home. Watching the young man walk away, the coach silently kicks himself for not recruiting Tae-oh back in his middle school days. A Seonhak player asks if the coach knew the rival captain, but he cuts the conversation short and tells the player to get on the bus. With the major national tournament in the books, the weekend league schedule rolls on without a break, bringing fresh challenges for the team. In a quick rematch, the schedule matches Seonhak right back up against Gyeongseon in the very next competition. Hungry for redemption after dropping the championship final, the Seonhak players take the field completely motivated. Even the opposing manager comes in determined to win, while Gyeongseon has to navigate the absence of Park Yi-jun due to an injury. In the clubhouse, the injured player shows off a massive bruise on his chest from taking the bad hot ball in the previous game. On top of that, their ace pitcher took the entire weekend off to recover from his heavy workload. Without their top stars in the lineup, the rest of the squad gave everything they had on the diamond to keep the game close. The hitter manages to make contact, pulling the ball foul down the line to stay alive in the box. However, the Seonhak pitcher paints a picture-perfect pitch, looking to close out the contest. The Gyeongseon batter swings and comes up empty, taking the final strike of the frame. The umpire rings up strike 3 and calls the game, securing the victory for the opposing squad. Gyeongseon ends up taking a tough loss by a tight final score of 3-2 in a hard-fought battle. Tae-oh tries to lift everyone's spirits, shouting that the main thing was that they already took home the national title in the final. Right at that moment, the Seonhak players walk by and shoot annoyed glares toward the captain. Seeing the tense vibe, he quickly changes his tone and tells his teammates to pack up their gear so they can head out. Shortly after, the Gyeongseon manager calls Tae-oh in for a private chat in his office. Stepping into the room, the boy is surprised when the coach brings up the topic of the team's next captain. The manager asks Tae-oh to recommend one of the current sophomores to step into that leadership role down the line. He explains that he wants to establish the captain's strong leadership style as a lasting tradition for Gyeongseon High. Tae-oh wonders why they are making this move so early, but the coach points out the upcoming national tournaments and the World Cup on the horizon. Unsure of how that connects to him, the boy asks with surprise what the World Cup tournament could possibly have to do with him. The coach smirks and answers that the national tournament has everything to do with his talent. He reveals directly that Teo needs to get ready because he is going to be selected to represent the national team. The young player is left in absolute shock upon hearing that he has been picked to wear his country's colors. Meanwhile, reporters surround star ace Oh Han-gun to ask about his heavy physical workload. He answers the journalist casually, while they press him to share what his biggest challenges were out on the mound. With his usual confident demeanor, he claims he didn't run into any real trouble and that any runs he allowed were just bad luck. Watching the interview on television at home, Teo's family laughs at the pitcher's unfiltered honesty in front of the cameras. When asked who he would like to thank, Han-gun surprises everyone by shouting out the team captain directly. On live television, he openly states that Kyungseon's true strength comes from their captain and that he pitches with far more confidence with him behind him. He praises Taeyo's talent on the field, jokingly adding that he is the only person who doesn't see his own greatness. Pointing straight into the camera lens, the pitcher congratulates the captain and tells him to keep doing his thing moving forward. Back in the coach's office, Teo is still trying to process the shocking news that he has been called up to the national team. Thinking it must be a prank, the boy jokes that it is too late for school transfers, but the coach reassures him that his skill level belongs there. The manager praises the young man's versatility all over the field while also highlighting the impressive improvements in his hitting. Listening to the coach's sincere praise, Teo stands there quietly, reflecting on how far his journey has come. He decides to use this private moment to clear up a question that had been sitting in the back of his mind for a long time. The boy asks if it was actually the manager himself who had reached out to the rival coach to give him hitting lessons in the past. Asked why he had asked for help from a coach at a rival program, the manager offers an embarrassed smile. The coach humbly admits that he wanted so badly to help him develop, but knew deep down that he lacked the technical expertise to get him there. Realizing how genuinely the manager cared about his growth and future, Teo is deeply moved. While outsiders might view the coach as average or overly calculating, that selfless gesture proved how much he truly cared. All he wanted was to see a promising young prospect succeed in the sport, showing an admirable level of generosity. Later on at practice, the two teammates trade playful banter while chatting about their coach's behind-the-scenes support. Teo uses a water break to ask why Han-gun is doing such intense workouts when he didn't even throw in the previous game. The pitcher explains that he has rested plenty and now needs to rebuild his conditioning for the big games ahead. Looking out for his friend's arm, the captain asks if he feels any lingering soreness or tightness in his shoulder. Teo teases him, saying he got a little worried after watching the pitcher spend 2 straight weeks just eating and sleeping. Relaxed as ever, the boy replies that he was simply saving his energy for the bigger stages down the road. He emphasizes that his baseball journey won't end in high school and that his goals in the sport go way beyond this level. Stating that he refuses to burn out his body early, the pitcher shows a very clear vision for his long-term future. Teo asks if he plans to keep playing as both a pitcher and a hitter in the professional ranks, getting an immediate nod in return. He points to global baseball superstars as proof that succeeding as a two-way player is entirely possible. Admiring his teammates' clear ambition, Teo reflects on the contrast between his own goals and his partner's massive drive. Suddenly, the pitcher fires a hard toss that forces Teo to react quickly to snare the ball in his webbing. Outside the practice field, professional baseball scouts keep a close eye on Kyungseon's workout session. The scouts chat among themselves about Oh Han-gun's physical state, relieved to see that the team's superstar isn't dealing with an injury. Scout Hyo Young-cheol pushes back at his colleagues, confidently claiming that nothing could ever hurt a natural athlete like Oh Han-gun. The other scouts give him a suspicious look, reminding him that direct contact with prospects prior to the draft is strictly against the rules. Looking to change the topic, one of the scouts praises left-handed pitcher Ji Hyun-min for the great raw power in his throwing arm. Everyone agrees on the boy's upside, but they trade subtle jabs about certain pro clubs that have a reputation for ruining young arms. The debate between the scouts heats up over old team rivalries, creating an amusing scene up in the bleachers. While the argument carries on, One scout stays completely quiet, keeping his focus locked on the action taking place on the field. Out on the diamond, Choi Tae-oh puts on a smooth throwing clinic, turning heads with his recent technical polish. The scouts watch the young infielder at work, praising his sharp baseball instincts and lightning-quick transfer with the glove. Fearing he might lose draft priority, the Kaiser's scout tries to downplay his interest, brushing aside the boy's strengths. He argues that the prospect's bat is still too light and that spending a pick on him would carry unnecessary risk for a club. However, another scout fires back, reminding him that Tae-oh consistently comes up huge in high-pressure situations. He points out that it was none other than Tae-oh who drove in the game-tying run in the recent championship final. The scouts begin nodding in agreement about the kid's clutch gene, leaving the Kaiser's scout silently sweating. Seeing the rival interest build, he quickly chimes in, claiming his colleagues are vastly overrating the prospect. The other scouts eye him with suspicion, seeing right through his obvious attempt to drop the player's stock in front of the room. He insists that Tae-oh's clutch hits were simply the result of pure luck and broken bats falling in at the right time. While admitting luck plays a role, the others counter that great leadership and poise under pressure are genuine skills too. On the inside, the Kaiser's scout secretly hopes the other teams lose interest, fully determined to land Tae-oh for his own organization. Out on the field, pitcher Ji Hyun-min jogs up to Tae-oh and asks about the private training sessions he did with the Seonhak coach. Tae-oh confirms it with a curious look, asking why that old topic is suddenly coming up again. Hyun-min reveals that coach Ha Myung-hwan has been officially named the new head coach of the under-18 national team. The news catches Tae-oh completely off guard, amazed by the recent accomplishment of the veteran rival manager. Asked if he aims to play in the World Cup tournament, Tae-oh answers modestly that making the roster isn't just up to his own wishes. Hyun-min playfully gets on his case, reminding him that as captain of the reigning national champions, he should aim for the national team without second thoughts. Laughing it off, Tae-oh jokes that his teammates' demanding attitude sounds exactly like their own head coach. After a funny misunderstanding about which coach they were talking about, Tae-oh clears up that he meant the Gyeongseon manager. The two keep trading jokes, enjoying the relaxed vibe while organizing the practice gear around the dugout. Suddenly, one of the incoming freshmen walks over, catching the attention of the upperclassmen near the bench. Tae-oh spots the rookie Hyun-min and is pleasantly surprised when the kid asks if they can do an extra live batting session together. The kid offers to throw batting practice, promising with a smile that several hitters have improved their swings by tracking his pitches. Appreciating the rookie's eager initiative, Tae-oh gladly takes him up on the offer to get some extra work in. Excited for the chance to take some cuts, Ji Hyun-min asks if he can be the first one to step into the batter's box. Before stepping in, his teammate pauses and turns back with a serious look toward the young pitcher. He gives the kid an encouraging pat on the shoulder, telling him to throw quality strikes and help their captain sharpen his swing. The upperclassman heads off with a grin, while the rookie bows respectfully, thanking him for the encouragement. Taking batting practice against a left-handed sidearm pitcher provides a massive technical boost to Tae-oh's development. From that day on, the rookie dedicated hours each day to throwing extra reps to help his captain polish his bat. After 2 full months of grueling practices and countless buckets of sweat under the hot sun, the steady effort finally begins to show. Tae-oh looks back on the painful frustration from last year's Blue Dragon tournament, a run defined by unmet expectations. With the new championship tournament arriving, he gets mentally dialed in to step onto that same stage and rewrite his story. Determined, he straightens his cap and vows to himself that he will prove his undisputed value in the starting lineup once and for all. There is only 1 hour left before Gyeongseon makes their debut in the opening round of the traditional Blue Dragon tournament. Inside the clubhouse, the captain brings the squad together and gives an energetic speech, challenging everyone to capture their second title of the season. The team responds with a roaring, unified cheer, showing peak confidence to tackle the new tournament ahead. The seniors vow to control the bracket and chase a flawless victory without fearing a single opponent. The manager steps into the clubhouse, praising the team's contagious energy first thing in the morning. He jokes about the rookies' high energy while setting the final details of the opening round batting order. Shifting to a more serious tone, the coach calls for everyone's undivided attention on an important detail regarding today's matchup. The players fall silent immediately to hear the scouting report on their first opponent of the competition. The tournament bracket confirms that Gyeongsun will go head-to-head with Ganghung, a dangerous up-and-coming regional powerhouse. Ganghung's pitcher fires a blazing fastball that blows right past the hitter's bat, giving the offense no chance at contact. The catcher catches the pitch cleanly in his mitt, ringing up another strike against the Gyeongsun lineup. In last year's edition of the tournament, Ganghung gave Seonhak everything they could handle, earning a reputation as a matchup nightmare. The Gyeongsun manager smiles with confidence, reminding the room that regardless of the opponent's past record, they are the reigning national champions. He claps his hands and tells the team to head out to the dugout, met by an enthusiastic shout from the players. Before Tae-oh walks out with the rest of his teammates, the coach holds him back to give him one last private instruction. He shares that no matter how friendly the Seonhak coach acts, the rivalry between their programs is still as fierce as ever. The manager warns him that the tips the rival coach gave about Ganghung were actually calculated to throw them off their game. Ganghung's starting ace, Han Jae-woo, is an absolute monster on the mound, who drastically shut down opposing hitters' averages. The coach stresses that rising underdog teams are the most dangerous and asks Tae-oh to guide his teammates on the field as their captain. Tae-oh swallows hard, fully aware that the scouting report on the rivals' firepower should never be taken lightly. The stadium clock strikes 9 in the morning, officially kicking off the highly anticipated tournament matchup. Gyeongsun starts off on offense in the top of the first inning, with Park Yi-jun stepping into the leadoff spot. Yi-jun grips his bat tightly in the box, locking his eyes on the initial movements of the opposing starter. In the dugout, Tae-oh watches the diamond with total focus to break down the rival team's setup. His eyes lock onto the imposing figure of Ganghung's starting pitcher, standing tall in the center of the mound. Han Jae-woo's physical presence on the rubber is striking, radiating pure intimidation toward the opposing hitters. He lifts his leg and goes into his pitching motion with a remarkably composed, powerful delivery. With an explosive release, the pitcher hurls the ball toward home plate with blazing velocity. The pitch arrives in the blink of an eye, slamming into the catcher's mitt before the batter can even start his swing. Yi-jun stands frozen by the absurd velocity of the pitch as the umpire calls strike one. Right after, Jae-woo paints another unhittable fastball in the strike zone, putting the offense in an immediate hole. The hitter tries to fight back with a desperate cut, but whiffs completely against the pitcher's overwhelming velocity. The teammates in the dugout watch in disbelief as Yi-jun is quickly retired on 3 straight pitches. When Yi-jun gets back to the dugout, Tae-oh approaches him immediately to get a read on the rival pitcher's stuff. Still frustrated by the lightning-quick strikeout, the senior admits he barely had time to pick up the speed of the ball. Yi-jun vents that the pitches from sophomore Han Jae-woo feel exceptionally heavy and are remarkably tough to square up. Jae-woo continues his dominance over the Gyeongsun bats, picking up another effortless out with his blazing stuff. Up until last year, Han Jae-woo's name was virtually unknown across the high school baseball landscape. He pounds the strike zone with consecutive heaters, blowing past hitters through sheer raw velocity on the mound. The loud pop of the baseball hitting the catcher's mitt resonates across the entire ballpark. The overwhelming power behind those pitches immediately reminds Tae-oh of a very familiar style within his own dugout. Jae-woo's aggressive, direct approach on the mound mirrors the exact same commanding presence brought by Oh Han-gun. With another electric pitch, Ganghung shuts down another Gyeongsun offensive threat without giving up an inch. The umpire signals the end of the half inning for the changeover, with the starting pitchers doing their jobs to perfection. On the other side, rookie Hyun-min holds his own under pressure on defense, receiving high fives as he walks back to the bench. By the time the 6th inning rolls around, Tae-oh takes note of the rookie's fatigue, having already passed the 90-pitch mark in the game. The scoreboard shows the number 8 spot due up, marking Tae-oh's second plate appearance of the morning. Up to that point, Gyeongsun had failed to collect a single hit, managing only a lone walk back in the 2nd inning. On that occasion, Oh Han-gun took first base after working a disciplined 4-pitch free pass. Tae-oh grips his bat with conviction, knowing he needs to find a way through to break the rival starter's complete control. His teammates in the dugout cheer loudly, placing all their faith in their captain to spark a comeback rally. Tae-oh tracks the vertical drop of the incoming pitch, realizing he has a great read on the ball this time around. Instead of trying to guess the entire path of the pitch, he channels every millisecond of focus right onto the exact contact point. The pitcher brings the heavy heat, but Teo's concentration reaches a state of surgical precision. He spots the exact moment to strike and launches his swing with maximum bat speed and decisiveness. The barrel connects right on the sweet spot, producing a loud, clean crack that rings out across the whole park. The players on the bench leap out of their seats instantly, celebrating their captain's first solid hit of the game. The ball shoots cleanly through the gap between third base and shortstop, securing Kyungsun's first official hit of the contest. Running through first base, Teo pumps his fist to fire up the fans and his teammates in the dugout. Choi Tae-oh feels something completely different in his chest, a much deeper satisfaction than when he gets lucky hits late in a game. He realizes that this moment made him genuinely happy, because it didn't feel like a stroke of luck, but rather something he earned through his own hard work. 2 hours pass and the session wraps up, with everyone getting compliments for their hard work throughout the day. Ji-hyun-min keeps sobbing in the locker room, heartbroken over the loss while the captain tries to comfort him, telling him to wipe his tears. After battling through the opponent's lineup, Hyun-min ended up allowing a run in the 7th inning, which led to Kyungsun-hae's defeat against Gang-hyung. The young pitcher apologizes to the captain, but Teo pats him on the back and tells the kid to hold his head high with pride. The long-awaited run in the Blue Dragon tournament, 11 long years in the making, ended up finishing in the very first round without any glory. Even so, Teo knows this isn't his first defeat and accepts that this tournament simply wasn't meant to be theirs. With a clear mind, he decides to let go of the disappointment once and for all and look toward the future without carrying baggage. A teammate pops up asking who he's daydreaming about, but Teo tells the nosy guy to get lost right away. A few days later, the story shifts under a clear, starry night. Inside the boardroom of the Busan Siemens, a storied professional baseball franchise, a tense debate gets underway. The directors are outraged by the crazy proposal to trade away the rights to prospect Oh Han-gun, questioning the team's owner, Chairman Shin Ho-cheol, directly. Meanwhile, over at Sajik Baseball Stadium in Busan, the atmosphere is electric during the regular season games. The Busan Siemens lock in another big win, sparking lively celebrations from their players out on the field. With this victory, the team officially takes over first place in the standings, leaving the broadcast crew in awe of their dominant winning streak. The commentators note that while the franchise has won 2 national titles in its history, they have never managed to finish the regular season in first place since their founding. One of the announcers highlights that this historic milestone could become reality this year, but points out a critical weakness on the roster. With their number 2 starting pitcher sidelined by injury, the team's pitching staff is looking thin for the second half of the season. Even so, the analysts mention that the front office could look outside the organization to bring in rotation help. Back in the executive meeting that same evening, the debate over the club's direction continues to heat up in the boardroom. The elderly chairman Shin Ho-cheol reminds the room that he is already past 80 years old and that his time at the helm of the team is running short. He laments that it has been more than 30 years since the club's last championship, viewing this season as his final opportunity to see his team lift the trophy. Because of that, before his journey comes to an end, the chairman states he is willing to make whatever sacrifice is necessary to win that title. The head of the scouting department, Choi Jung-hoon, urges everyone to look at the situation realistically, trying to cool down the owner's desperate push. The chairman brings up the lack of pitching depth and asks if there is any hitter on the current roster who could be traded for an ace starter. The directors weigh in, noting that a trade would only make sense if it returned an elite starting pitcher, which makes negotiations tricky. Manager Hong In-hwan admits that options are limited, but confirms that the team does have valuable assets to put on the table. However, he points out that a deal would only work if it didn't gut the lineup's run production in their pursuit of the title. Set in his ways, the chairman orders them to put a deal together without worrying about future risks, demanding to hear a solution. A radical idea is brought up at the table, using the rights to the elite prospect they plan to draft in the upcoming class as trade bait. The suggestion makes one of the executives leap out of his chair in anger, completely rejecting such madness. He questions if the front office is genuinely planning to give away Oh Han-gun, the most anticipated young talent in the organization's sights. The scout appeals directly to the team owner, emphasizing that giving up on the best prospect in the country would be an unforgivable mistake. Another director argues that it is simply an option on the table, noting that there's always the risk of the kids signing directly with a North American league anyway. The chairman ignores the chatter and turns toward General Manager Kim Min-seok for a final call. The general manager answers his superior's command immediately, ready to carry out his orders. The team owner makes it clear that he wants to see the team win a championship at all costs this season, even if it means trading away the franchise's future. Without hesitation, the aging executive gives the green light to pursue the trade, leaving the execution to the general manager before walking out of the room. The boardroom door closes, leaving behind a heavy silence among the remaining front office members. The head scout sighs deeply, realizing that giving away the club's future wasn't just a figure of speech, but reality. Meanwhile, according to a breaking news alert on a smartphone, Ganghyung High is crowned the champion of the Blue Dragon tournament after knocking off the favorites. In the Gyeongsun clubhouse, the players react with frustration upon seeing their rivals hoist the trophy in the end. At that moment, the captain calls for the attention of all his teammates who are sitting around looking down. He reminds everyone that the Blue Dragon loss is in the past and that their complete focus must now turn to the President's Cup in 10 days. The roster responds with fresh energy, promising to bounce back and take down the competition in the next tournament. Seeing the excitement in the room, a teammate mentions the group's frustration, and the captain confirms he is still fired up about their early exit. Choi Tae-oh pops his mitt with authority, wishing to draw their rival right in the opening round so they can return the favor. His teammate just smiles, watching Tae-oh's motivated and confident attitude heading into the upcoming challenge. He teases him by bringing up the days when Tae-oh used to be scared of not making the lineup card, but the young man tells him to respect his role as team captain. Choi Tae-oh vents, saying that a born natural could never understand the self-doubt and frustration of someone with average talent like his. Oh Han-gun looks back and questions the captain, asking if he truly believes he was born naturally playing baseball with such perfection. The boy's deadpan response leaves Tae-oh completely speechless for a moment. Without dragging out the conversation, Han-gun simply invites his teammate to take some batting practice, leaving the captain confused by his reaction. Tae-oh pushes for an explanation, but the young star tells him not to stress over silly things. Fired up by their rival's recent tournament win, the Gyeongsun High squad gathers in a circle on the field, bursting with energy. Even though they didn't draw Ganghung in the opening round like they wanted, the players step into the President's Cup completely dialed in. With sharp pitching and rock-solid defense, the team sets a commanding pace right from the opening pitch. Dominating their opponents with blowout wins, Gyeongsun High cruises through their side of the bracket and punches their ticket to the semifinals. The mood among the players is filled with confidence as they celebrate their strong team performance throughout the tournament. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of the professional team Seoul Kaisers, things start moving fast behind the scenes. The team's general manager, Cha Ji-hwan, picks up an important phone call at his desk. Hearing the surprising proposal brought by the Busan Siemens on the other end of the line, the executive is left in total shock. Without wasting a second, he calls an emergency meeting with the entire coaching staff and scouting department. The office staff looks on in shock at the sudden urgency coming from the general manager. It is now the eve of the President's Cup semifinals on the campus of Gyeongsun High. In the locker room, the players check the tournament bracket and see that their rival Ganghung will square off against Seonhak High in the other semifinal. Tae-oh secretly roots for Ganghung to win their matchup, desperately wanting a rematch against the reigning tournament champions. He refocuses his teammates, reminding them that they have to win their own semifinal before even thinking about the championship game. Suddenly, checking a breaking news alert on his phone, Tae-oh freezes in front of the screen. The entire locker room goes into a frenzy as the players can't believe the breaking report that was just published in the media. While the players talk about the pro team's sudden move, the captain tries to settle down the room. One of the players points out with concern that the blockbuster news directly involves their star prospect, Oh Han-gun. Han-gun himself walks over, curious to see why everyone is talking about him. Reading the details of the article together, the two of them are left completely stunned by the revelation. The headline confirms that the Busan Siemens have traded away their exclusive signing priority for Oh Han-gun in a stunning deal with the Seoul Kaisers. Visibly upset by the organization's move, Han-gun vents his frustration over the ridiculous situation. The scene shifts back to the headquarters of the Seoul Kaisers. where the emergency meeting gets underway. The coaching staff reacts with concern upon learning that the team's plan involves trading away their top pitching prospect, Kim Tae-won. The assistants argue that moving a talented pitcher will hurt the defense, even while acknowledging that their current season is already out of reach. General Manager Cha Ji-hwan turns to his head of scouting to get a clearer picture of the situation. He asks if the prospect has any hidden injuries, and the scout clarifies that there are only rumors of a slight dip in his batting average. The front office executive brushes off the temporary dip, knowing that performance fluctuations are normal for young athletes. He remembers that the team recently signed a rookie named Yong-pil, who attended the same school as Han-gun. The general manager orders them to bring the kid into the boardroom right away. Jong-pil walks in nervously and is invited to take a seat alongside the club's top executives. Hearing Oh Han-gun's name come up in the conversation, the young player shows immediate surprise. Jong-pil says with full confidence that the team needs to acquire him, making the executive ask if he is truly worth giving up Kim Tae-won. The rookie promises that Kim Tae-won doesn't even come close, describing Han-gun as a total monster on the field. The general manager questions if their friendship is clouding his judgment, but the banter Jong-pil describes makes their close bond clear. He repeats that his teammate's talent is on another level, stressing that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the organization. The executive brings up a crucial topic, asking if the young star has ever expressed a desire to sign with a North American league. Jong-pil admits that it is a sensitive subject and that Han-gun keeps his future plans completely to himself. Back in the Kyungseon locker room, frustration over the media hype continues to spread among the players. The captain puts an end to the distraction, ordering everyone to put their phones away and head out to the practice field immediately. As soon as they step outside, the players are greeted by a large crowd of reporters waiting for them. A wave of journalists rushes toward Oh Han-gun, calling out the young prospect's name. The reporters crowd the player with microphones, demanding an exclusive comment about the blockbuster trade news. The aggressive push from the press makes both the captain and the young standout visibly uncomfortable. Bombarded with questions about the pro team giving up his rights, Han-gun finds himself right in the middle of a media storm. Losing patience with the media, Oh Han-gun complains about the reporters crowding him and says he has nothing to say. Seeing things get out of hand, Choi Tae-oh realizes he needs to step in right away to back up his teammate. The captain yells out over the noise, telling all the reporters to back off and stop bothering them. He steps directly in front of Han-gun, calling out the press for distracting an athlete on the eve of a major playoff game. Right behind him, the rest of the squad lines up, forming an imposing wall to keep the media away. The Kyungseon squad shouts the reporters off the field, forcing the press to back up and leave the area. One of the reporters tries to complain, demanding to know who the kid thinks he is to get in the way of working media. Tae-oh fires right back that he is the captain of Gyeongsan High, while the man threatens to write an article slamming his behavior. Not fazed by the threat at all, the young man tells him to write whatever he wants, reminding him that these are school grounds. Walking back, Tae-oh grumbles about losing valuable practice time to all that drama. He turns to his friend and asks if he is doing all right after all that chaos with the reporters. To the captain's surprise, Han-gun admits calmly that he is actually relieved by how the news turned out. The young player explains that everyone assumed he would end up with the Busan Siemens if he entered the domestic pro league. He admits that deep down he had zero desire to play for that franchise, making Tae-oh ask why he felt that way. Simply put, Han-gun replies that the team is located way too far from his house, leaving the captain completely speechless. He explains that he was born and raised right here, and moving all the way to Busan felt just as far as moving to the United States. Because of that, he thinks it's great to have more options on the table, though Tae-oh wonders why the kid was looking so upset earlier. The young player vents that it annoys him to see pro clubs trading him around like an asset before he has even graduated high school. He complains about not having a say in where he plays, while Tae-oh just listens to his teammate let off steam. Tae-oh gets where he is coming from, but deep down thinks it sounds like a luxury problem, considering his only concern is just hoping to get drafted. The captain lets out a long sigh as the sun sets, and when Han-gun asks what's up, he jokes that the rookie could never understand. The next day, the big moment arrives for the President's Cup semifinals under a bright, sunny sky. The game starts at a blistering pace, with the opposing hitter looking completely lost in the box and going down on strikes. Kyungsun's starter picks up another clean-out, showing total confidence on the mound. Teo celebrates the great play, impressed by his teammates' steady growth over the course of the tournament. He notes that the kid's development since his freshman year has been incredible, throwing sharper and sharper pitches. When his turn at the plate comes around, Teo shows that he hasn't been slacking off in practice either. With a short, compact swing, the captain drives a solid base hit into the outfield. With runners on base at the time, he celebrates driving in another big run for his team. Capping off the play nicely, he slides into second base, and the umpire calls him safe. His season batting average climbs past 230, marking his highest mark since entering high school. Gyeongsun High locks up a blowout win and punches their ticket to the championship final. After the final out, the players say their goodbyes outside the stadium, making plans to meet at school the following day. One of his teammates gets Taeyo's attention after spotting the Gangneung High players across the way. Taeyo confirms it is them, noting that their rivals will be playing in the other semifinal matchup shortly. The captain flashes a confident grin, happy to see them again after the disappointment of missing them early in the bracket. He points out that by the end of the day, they will know if they get their championship rematch, and tells the squad to head home. On the other side, the Gangneung High players notice the Gyeongsun squad walking by. They start talking trash, bringing up how they blew out Gyeongsun in the Blue Dragon tournament. The rivals mock the school's program and take shots at Oh Han-gun, calling the kid overrated. Fired up by the insults, one of Taeyo's teammates grips his bat ready to confront them, but is held back. Taeyo tells his group to stay put and walks over toward the Gangneung players all by himself. With a steady, focused gaze, the captain gets the attention of the rivals who were busy talking trash. He calmly asks if they are indeed members of the Gangneung High roster. With a confident smirk, Taeyo tells them they better win their game at all costs, because he will be waiting for them in the final. Later that night at home, Taeyo takes a shower while processing his frustration over those arrogant comments. Under the water, he thinks to himself that a true championship team ought to have at least a little class and respect. His mother calls out from the kitchen, asking if he'll be long in the shower and telling him to come sit down for dinner. At the dinner table, his mother notices his mood and asks if something happened at school, but he brushes it off calmly. Between light-hearted laughs and a warm, home-cooked meal, the family's cozy support helps the young athlete recharge his batteries. Over dinner, his father asks if he said something important to their rivals as team captain, and Taeyo replies that he just told them to win. He adds with a bite of food that he promised to meet their squad in the tournament championship game. His father laughs with pride, thinking his son handled it like a mature adult, with no idea that Taeyo actually let a few spicy words fly. Taeyo asks if his dad is coming to watch the final the day after tomorrow, and the man agrees right away, even though it's a weekday. He smiles, saying that everyone at work already knows the reason whenever he requests time off during the week. His dad laughs, saying there is nothing more important to him than watching his own son play out on the diamond. Taeyo remembers how last year he was terrified of letting his dad down by not even cracking the starting lineup. He realizes that somewhere along the journey, that fear simply vanished from his mind. Looking at his family sitting together at the table, the young man wonders if it was just pure luck that got him this far. The next day, Taeyo is caught off guard when he is penciled in as the number 5 hitter and starting shortstop. He can hardly believe he'll be batting right behind Oh Han-gun in the 5-hole, and the coach notices his surprise. The manager explains that he decided to tweak their offensive game plan given the caliber of the opponent they're facing. He warns everyone that the rival team's starting pitcher is an absolute force on the mound. Because of that, he needs a number 5 hitter who is quick on his feet and clutch under pressure, not just a pure power bat. The coach brings up their elimination from the previous tournament, reminding them they have some unfinished business to settle. The squad responds with a loud roar of pure focus, ready to settle the score on the field. The big day of the President's Cup final between Gyeongsun High and Gangneung High arrives in front of a packed stadium. The Gyeongsun crowd brings the energy in the bleachers with banners and loud team chants. On the other side, the Gangneung supporters match the noise, fully confident their team will take home the title. The stadium scoreboard shows that Gangneung High will start the game on offense. Gyeongsan High takes the field on defense to loud applause and cheers from their fans. Tayo teases Han-gun, asking if he's going to cry if he gives up a home run, and the pitcher fires back with a quick quip. Han-gun steps onto the mound with a cold, locked-in expression. He tells himself that nothing else matters in this game other than outdueling the rival team's starting ace. Han-gun knows this championship game will be a straight-up showdown between him and the opponent's best pitcher. Gang-hung's leadoff hitter steps into the batter's box ready for the battle. The umpire signals play ball, and Han-gun flashes a confident grin. With clean mechanics, the young ace unleashes a pitch with remarkable velocity. The ball snaps into the catcher's mitt before the batter can even start his swing, recording strike one. The stadium radar gun clocks the pitch at an incredible 155 kilometers per hour. The crowd in the stands is left in awe by the overwhelming power on display right from the opening pitch. Tayo watches from the infield and smiles to himself, thrilled to see his friends start the game in such electric form. Maintaining total control of the mound, Han-gun keeps firing pitches with surgical precision. Another great pitch hits the strike zone, leaving the hitter with no chance to make a play. He puts away the hitters one after another with sharp, unhittable deliveries. The pitcher also flashes some quick defense, scooping up a grounder to make the play at first. The umpire signals the out quickly without a doubt. With 3 quick outs in a row, the Gyeongsan squad closes out the top of the first inning without giving up a thing. The crowd goes wild in the stands, celebrating the kid's dominant start on the mound. Up next, it is Ganghyung's starting ace, Han Jae-woo, who takes the mound on defense. Tayo watches his rival from the dugout, impressed by his imposing build and commanding presence. Gyeongsan's game plan was to make the rival ace throw as many pitches as possible to drive up his pitch count. However, Han Jae-woo proves to be sharp, pounding the strike zone with great accuracy. The power behind his pitches is so overwhelming that the hitters can barely get a piece of the ball. Park Yi-jun manages to foul off a pitch and work a 4-pitch at-bat before being set down. From that point on, the game turns into a classic duel fought entirely between the two starting pitchers. Neither offense can find any daylight against the opposing pitching over several innings. Until the top of the 4th inning, when Ganghyung's number 3 hitter comes up to bat. He manages to square up a clean hit off Han-gun's pitch, putting Gyeongsan on high alert. Tayo stands on the field in disbelief, amazed that the opponent managed to barrel up such a tough pitch. The batter hustles toward first base the moment he makes contact with the ball. With a quick sprint, he reaches the bag in time, and the umpire calls him safe. The runner steps firmly onto the base, putting a man on for the offense. Tayo and his teammates in the dugout cheer on the scoring chance, urging the team to push across a run. Ji Hyun-min steps into the batter's box, promising to make the pitcher work hard for this out. Watching how the defense is set up, a sudden idea flashes through Tayo's mind. He realizes this might be their only real opening to shake up the opponent's defense. Tayo runs up to Han-gun near the dugout steps and asks for a quick favor before the kid hits. The captain looks the young star in the eyes and tells him to lay down a sacrifice bunt. The instruction leaves the team's top slugger looking completely stunned by the request. He gets annoyed on the spot, not understanding why he would ever need to do something like that. The kid's loud reaction catches the attention of all their teammates on the bench. Tayo covers the younger player's mouth, telling the worked-up kid to keep his voice down immediately. Han-gun mumbles under his breath, offended that anyone would ask the team's main power hitter to lay down a bunt. From the dugout, the manager watches their back and forth in complete silence. Tayo explains that in a tight game, every single run counts and calls for the highest percentage play, but Han-gun fires back that he can drive the ball. With a serious look, Tayo reminds the kid straight to his face that he hasn't been able to square up his pitches in his earlier at-bats. The blunt truth leaves the proud hitter stewing with frustration on the inside. Swallowing his pride, Han-gun lets out a sigh and admits the captain has a point. The young star agrees to the game plan, but points out that Tayo will be the next man stepping into the batter's box. He looks the captain in the eye and asks if he guarantees he will bring the runner home. Tayo answers firmly that he will, reminding him that he's already proven he can come through. Deep down, the captain knows there are no 100% guarantees against an elite ace. Still, to earn Han-gun's trust, he knows he has to project total confidence. He adds that the pressure on a pitcher changes completely once there's a runner sitting on second base. Teo reminds him that Han-gun is a pitcher himself and knows all about that uncomfortable feeling. He figures the rival ace is only a sophomore and doesn't have Han-gun's mental toughness yet, which means he might crack under pressure. Won over by the logic, Han-gun finally gives in and agrees to stick to the plan. The kid playfully warns the captain that he'll have his head if he doesn't bring home the run after this. Called to the batter's box, the young superstar walks out to the plate. Teo smirks to himself at the rookie's empty threat and grabs his helmet to get ready. His real worry isn't Han-gun's temper, but the thought of letting a scoring chance slip away. He recalls that in the previous tournament, the team's only hit against Jae-woo came off his bat, seeing this as his golden opportunity. The Gyeongsan fans erupt in the stands, chanting the young star's name. On the mound, Han Jae-woo gets annoyed by the noise, tired of hearing all the constant comparisons to his rival. Gang Hoong's ace dislikes having to pitch carefully around the cleanup hitter instead of going right after him. With determination, Jae-woo begins his windup against the opposing star. The ball travels with impressive speed toward home plate. The first pitch misses just off the plate, and the umpire calls it a ball. On the next delivery, the ball catches the zone, and the umpire calls strike one. Han-gun focuses in, determined to execute the mission he was given. In the dugout, the team cheers, willing the player to make the clutch play. The kid takes a deep breath and squares up his stance to bunt. The runner on first takes a healthy lead, getting ready to sprint. Han-gun admits to himself that the captain's logic makes sense and slides his hands up the bat. The pitcher spots the shift in stance and his eyes go wide in shock. Jae-woo tries to adjust mid-motion, realizing the rival's biggest power hitter is about to lay down a bunt. He delivers the pitch, trying to make the bunt as difficult as possible to handle. Making clean contact with the wood, Han-gun executes the sacrifice bunt to perfection. The ball rolls softly along the infield grass, catching the Ganghyung defense completely off guard. The fielder in red is in total shock over the unexpected play on the diamond. Reading the play quickly, he shouts for the defense to charge in before it's too late. While the defense scrambles to react, Oh Han-gun takes off sprinting toward first base after dropping the surprise bunt. Running with everything he has, the batter focuses purely on stepping on the bag as fast as possible. He gives it everything in the sprint, determined not to let the play end as a simple sacrifice. The infielder stretches all the way out to field the ball, but ends up bobbling the play. Seeing the miscue by the defense, the cheering crowd and his teammates yell for him to keep running. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, the base runners push forward around the bags. With a clean sprint, he reaches first base safely and secures the call. The other runner slides with hustle into third base, wrapping up a successful sequence. The Gyeongsan High crowd goes wild after setting up their first major scoring threat of the game. On the mound, the pitcher stares at the scoreboard looking visibly shaken while the stadium chants his rival's name. Feeling the heat of the situation with runners on the corners, he tries to gather his composure. The Gyeongsan fans don't let up for a second, keeping up the loud cheering throughout the stands. Among the crowd, some fans comment with surprise on how they never expected to see a bunt from that particular hitter. Senior Jong Sung-ho spots the shift in attitude and wonders if that maturity came from spending time around Tayo. Go Jong-pil agrees right away, saying he never would have altered his approach if it weren't for his friend's guidance. It is in this high-pressure atmosphere that Choi Tayo steps toward the batter's box with purpose. Tayo adjusts his helmet and lets out a deep breath to stay locked in amidst all the anticipation. Up in the stands, the alumni are surprised to see Tayo stepping up to hit in the number 5 spot in the order. Checking the stadium scoreboard, they notice his batting average has climbed past 230, proving how much work he put in. Even with the better numbers, Jong-pil is curious, trying to understand what the coach is thinking with this lineup tweak. Nearby, a few impatient fans start grumbling about the move, calling for a pinch hitter to take the at-bat. They openly criticize the manager's call, questioning why a utility guy is batting in such a huge spot. Hearing all those rude remarks directed at her brother, a girl in the stands feels her blood boil. Unable to take the disrespect, Choi Soo-min stands up furious and tells the guy to watch his mouth. She yells so loudly right in the middle of the section that everyone around her immediately freezes. With an intense glare, she faces the man and asks if he even has any clue what he's talking about. The man tries to stammer a reply, caught off guard by being confronted by a young girl during the game. Without a second of hesitation, she shouts for everyone to hear that she is Choi Taeyo's older sister. The reveal leaves the surrounding fans and even the alumni speechless at the girl's fierce loyalty. She continues demanding respect for the young athletes on the field, while her mother quietly tries to calm her down. Sumin sits back down with her arms crossed, thinking to herself that the only person allowed to give Tae-oh a hard time is her. Sung-ho thinks her reaction is awesome, while Jong-pil quietly admits to himself that he was terrified of her temper. Down on the field, the crowd begins chanting Choi Taeyo's name in unison to rally behind the at-bat. Set at the plate, Tae-oh grips his bat firmly while carrying the team's hopes on his shoulders. Reading the one-out situation with runners on first and third, he knows any deep drive can bring home the go-ahead run. The opposing pitcher sets and unleashes a heavy fastball toward home plate. Not looking to work the count, Tae-oh decides to jump on the first pitch and puts a powerful swing on it. But the moment he makes contact, he can tell by the feeling in his hands that the ball popped up higher than intended. The pitcher looks back, startled, as he watches the ball soar way up toward the grandstands. In the dugout, his teammates open their eyes wide, tracking the deep drive's flight. The ball carries deep through the air, drifting past the foul pole and heading into the crowd. It smacks hard against an empty seat in the upper deck, letting out a loud crack. However, the umpire signals foul, confirming the blast landed out of play, much to Taeyo's disappointment. The players on the bench put their hands on their heads, wishing that near home run could have counted on the scoreboard. Tae-oh regrets the miss for a brief second, but notices the damage he almost did to the rival pitcher's heater. The power behind that cut restores all his confidence, making it clear he has the pitcher's timing down. Across the way, the pitcher lets out a heavy breath, looking tense after feeling the real threat of that bat. He sets himself again for the next delivery, knowing he can't afford another mistake against Tae-oh. The pitcher fires the ball, but it misses outside the strike zone, and the umpire calls ball 1. He tries another pitch that also misses the target, running the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Watching the sequence, Tae-oh is surprised to see the same pitcher who was pounding strikes suddenly missing his spots. The ball misses the mark again, and the umpire signals the third consecutive ball of the at-bat. On the mound, the pitcher adjusts his cap, looking rattled as he tries to regain his composure. Watching his opponent lose his rhythm, Tae-oh begins to figure out what's behind those wild misses. He realizes the rival ace has gotten genuinely nervous, simply having to face him in this spot. Tae-oh finds it amusing, amazed to see a top-tier pitcher second-guessing himself against a hitter with his average. He reads his opponent's mind and knows the exact dilemma the kid is dealing with. Spotting the sweat on the pitcher's face, Tae-oh knows he is desperate to avoid giving up a free walk. Holding the ball, the pitcher pressures himself to throw it right down the middle no matter what. He brings the pitch with everything he has left, trying desperately to find the strike zone. Anticipating the pitch, Tae-oh brings his bat through and squares up a clean line drive right on time. The ball zips through the air at high speed, skimming past the reach of the infielders. Without hesitation, Tae-oh drops his bat and takes off sprinting toward first base. The sharp ground ball cuts cleanly through the gap between first and second base with no chance for a play. The infielder tries to lay out on the grass, but the ball is moving too fast and rolls into the outfield. Seeing the hit get through, teammates shout for the runner on third to take off for home plate. Oh Han-gun sprints with everything he's got toward home to bring across the lead run. He slides in cleanly and touches home plate safely before the throw can get back in. Meanwhile, Tae-oh finishes his sprint and pulls up safely at first base without any trouble. Crossing home plate safely locks in the RBI single and gives Kyung-sun their first run of the game. Tae-oh celebrates with a fist pump, fired up over the clutch hit that broke the scoreless tie. In the stands, the young player's family jumps up, cheering with joy and pride over his big moment. The entire stadium picks up the energy and begins chanting Choi Taeyo's name in celebration. On the flip side, the Ganghung High coach is furious seeing his ace give up a run to Tae-oh. Unable to watch the breakdown on the diamond, the manager calls timeout immediately to step in. Standing on first base, Tae-oh watches the activity around the opposing dugout with keen interest. The coach storms out to the mound and calls pitcher Han Jae-woo by name in a stern voice. Pointing a finger at the kid, he demands answers for the drop in performance during that at-bat. He gets on the young player, reminding him how hard the team fought to make it to this final. Pressuring the pitcher, the coach tells him to stop overthinking and just focus on the catcher's mitt. Then, he turns toward the infielders and calls out the entire group of defenders. The earful is even louder for the third baseman, who had already made an earlier error. The manager threatens to bench anyone who makes another mistake, making the third baseman answer quickly that he's got the message. Watching the lecture from the rival dugout, Tayo notices how heavy the mood is over there. Looking at Han Jae-woo's back, he almost feels a bit of sympathy for the massive pressure his opponent is under. The umpire calls time in and signals for the game to resume to continue the inning. Tayo knows that a harsh lecture from the rival coach often gets a quick response out of their squad. Back on track, the pitcher paints a clean strike against the next hitter up. The manager's visit works right away, and the next two Kyongsung hitters go down on strikes. The scoreboard confirms the end of the fourth inning with Kyongsung out in front 1-0 after taking the lead. Heading back to the dugout, the hitter apologizes to the captain for not keeping the rally going. The captain reassures his teammate with a lighthearted laugh, joking that the strikeout just made his own hit look even better. He knows that getting on his teammates doesn't help, and keeping things positive is essential for the team. Taking the lead, Tayo gathers the squad for defense, reminding everyone to protect that one-run lead. His teammates respond with full energy, promising not to let this opportunity slip away. The team takes the field together on defense, locked in on shutting down any chance of a comeback. Thinking over the matchup, Tayo knows that while Han Jae-woo might show some nerves, he remains an absolute powerhouse on the mound. Knowing that fourth inning run might be the only score of the game, the defense gets in position with complete focus. On the mound, Oh Han-gun sets his feet to the sound of the crowd chanting his name. He takes his stretch, delivers his motion, and fires a blazing fastball toward home plate. The ball cuts through the air with such speed that the batter doesn't even move, and the umpire calls strike one. The stadium radar gun clocks the pitch at an impressive 157 kilometers per hour. The Kyongsung crowd in the stands goes crazy over the pitcher's display of power. Alert on defense, the infielders remind each other to watch out for a bunt and adjust their positioning. Locked in, Han-gun gets his grip in the glove and prepares to deliver the second pitch. He throws with surgical precision, and the ball pops into the catcher's mitt for strike two. Watching his teammate dominate, the infielder breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the inning will go smoothly. However, the opposing hitter manages to fight back, putting his bat on the ball. The ball pops up on a weak off-balance contact, catching the fielders off guard. Han-gun looks up right away to track the high flight of the pop-up. The infielder sees it was soft contact, but stays alert as the ball takes a weird bounce off the grass. The ball drops unpredictably on the turf and takes a high hop, catching the defense out of position. Taking advantage of the play, the runner beats it out and reaches first base safely. The Ganghung crowd celebrates the lucky break, banging on drums in the bleachers. The loud noise from the rival fans rings out across the stadium, bothering Han-gun on the mound. Staying alert, Captain Tayo claps his hands and demands full focus so the team doesn't get shaken by the misplay. He takes charge of the defense, telling the infielder to shade a bit closer to first base. Next, Tayo tweaks the third baseman's depth and calls for the outfielders to take a few steps in. He reminds everyone there is a runner on base with no outs and calls for maximum concentration. Han-gun resets on the rubber and delivers another hard pitch to the new hitter. The batter takes a heavy swing and drives a high pop fly straight up into the air. The ball gets plenty of height and begins drifting dangerously toward foul ground. The infielders look up, tracking the ball as it hangs high over the field. Tayo realizes right away that the ball is drifting into foul territory over by third base. The ball keeps floating toward the stands, and the crowd wonders if anyone can get there in time. Tayo takes off at full speed, tracking the ball as it drifts near the dugout railing. As he gets close to the wall, he hesitates for a split second, seeing the risk of a hard collision. Gritting his teeth with determination, the captain decides to risk it all to make the out. He charges hard toward the barrier, knowing the team desperately needs this out. Seeing the danger, his teammate screams for the captain to hold up before he gets hurt. Ignoring the risk, Tayo lays out near the railing with his glove stretched out to snag the ball. He manages to secure the ball in the air, and the umpire calls the out, confirming the spectacular catch. The umpire announces the third out, and the fans roar in celebration of the captain's heroic play. In the dugout, the coach watches the scene with a serious, thoughtful expression. His teammates rush to the dugout praising Teo's incredible catch, while he thanks everyone for their support. While the team celebrates, the manager pulls Teo aside for a quiet word on the bench. He pats the seat beside him and asks the boy to sit down for a minute. Getting right to the point, the coach looks at Teo and asks if his body is hurting after that collision. Han-gun overhears the chat from nearby and turns around, surprised by the coach's question. The manager demands total honesty from Teo regarding his physical condition right now. He warns that trying to play through pain helps no one and could cost the team the championship. Teo tries to play it down, saying it was just a little muscle tweak, but the coach grabs the first aid kit. The manager opens the medical kit, noting that the issue shouldn't be too serious if they treat it right away. Checking the boy's shoulder, he figures the impact caused a muscle stinger and suggests resting it. Teo looks the coach in the eye and states firmly that he is in good shape to stay in the game. He insists that he is already feeling much better and can remain out on the field without issue. The coach shows genuine concern, looking at the sheer stubbornness and dedication of his captain. With a steady, determined look, Teo makes it clear he has no intention of coming out of this game. Seeing that fire in his captain's eyes, the manager lets out a long, resigned sigh. He ends up giving in, recognizing that Teo knows his own physical limits better than anyone. The coach lets the kid play, but tells him to speak up immediately if he feels any sharp pain during the game. Teo breathes a sigh of relief upon getting the green light to stay out on the diamond. Adjusting his batting gloves, he gets ready for his next at-bat, knowing the discomfort only flares up when making throws. In the dugout, Han-gun walks over to his captain with a serious look of concern. Han-gun tells his friend to quit acting tough and asks if he is truly in any shape to keep playing. He tells Teo to stop trying to be the hero and consider what this could mean for his future. Looking the captain in the eye, Han-gun reminds him that he needs to protect his health if he wants a long career. Holding his bat, Teo is touched by his friend's awkward but sincere way of showing he cares. Meanwhile, things take a dark turn inside the Ganghung High dugout. The Ganghung coach gathers his team to go over their tactical approach for the rest of the game. With a spiteful look, the rival manager shows his annoyance with the opposing captain's standout performance. He doubts Teo walked away unscathed after slamming hard into the barrier on that earlier play. Looking to test the boy's toughness, the coach calls pitcher Han Jae-woo over to the bench. Jae-woo walks up, unsure of what instruction the coach is about to give him. The coach coldly orders the pitcher to throw hard and tight inside, aiming right up near Teo's body. Jae-woo pushes back on the order, worried about hitting the batter, but the coach cruelly responds that accidents happen in baseball. The manager demands total obedience, telling the pitcher to execute the order without questioning his reasons. Conflicted by the dirty tactic, Jae-woo feels completely uneasy and hesitates on the mound. The bottom of the 7th inning gets underway, and Choi Teo steps into the box as the number 5 hitter. Knowing a slim 1-run lead is never safe, Teo steps in determined to pick up another base hit. Confident, he looks out at the mound, convinced he has become the opposing pitcher's biggest headache. Jae-woo throws his pitch, sending a high, hard fastball buzzing uncomfortably close to Teo's head. The ball whizzes right past the batter's frame and pops loudly into the catcher's mitt. The umpire calls ball 1, and Teo exhales, realizing just how close that pitch came to clipping him. He notices that if the ball had hit him, it would have landed right on the left side of his body that was already sore. Looking out at the rubber, Teo wonders if the opposing pitcher has simply lost command of his pitches. Jae-woo delivers another tight pitch on the inside corner, making Teo flinch and step back in surprise. In the Gyeongseon dugout, Han-gun spots the bad intentions from the pitcher and jumps to his feet in anger. Worried about catching a fastball, Teo holds up his swing and watches the ball catch the zone for a strike. The umpire rings up the strike, and Teo gets frustrated, realizing his fear of getting hit slowed down his swing. From the dugout, his teammates shout encouragement, telling the captain not to let those inside pitches back him off the plate. The fans in the stands also make some noise, chanting Teo's name to give the kid a boost. Teo sets his cleats in the dirt and decides he won't let the opponent's dirty play mess with his head. On the mound, Jae-woo breaks into a cold sweat under the batter's steady, fearless gaze. Crowding the plate to challenge the pitcher, Teo dares him to try and throw inside again. Feeling the weight of the moment, Jae-woo takes a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves on the mound. The pitcher looks in at his catcher under heavy pressure, knowing he can't afford to lose control of the ball. Jae-woo brings his arm through and fires the ball with all his speed straight toward the plate. Teo's eyes go wide as he realizes the pitch is coming straight at his body with no break. The ball catches Teo flush with a dull, heavy thud against his frame. From the momentum of the pitch, the captain loses his balance and goes down in the dirt of the batter's box. He stays down on the ground, letting out a groan of pain after taking the direct hit from the fastball. In the Gyeongseon dugout, his teammates panic, shouting in concern for their captain's well-being. In the dirt, Teo digs his cleats into the ground, fighting through the pain to get back up. Showing incredible toughness, he forces himself to his feet in front of a completely silent stadium. The umpire walks over with concern to check on him, but Teo tells him he is fine to stay in the game. The umpire signals hit by pitch and awards first base to Teo after the delivery struck his body. Getting to first base, Teo lets out a breath of relief after the scary moment. From the dugout, Oh Han-gun loses his temper, yelling at the opposing pitcher, but Teo waves his hands to calm him down. Smiling, the captain lets his friend know that the ball only grazed his jersey and didn't cause any real damage. Han-gun looks puzzled, asking why he went down so dramatically in the batter's box then. Grumbling a bit more calmly, his friend admits he got a massive scare watching the whole thing. Teo thinks to himself that he only fell because he was tensed up, not to put on an act out there. Thinking over the at-bat, he feels pretty certain that Han Jae-woo's pitch was thrown on purpose. He wonders whether his opponent truly lost command or aimed inside just to graze him. Teo asks himself if he's giving the opposing pitcher's accuracy a little too much credit. On the mound, Jae-woo glances nervously over at Teo standing on first base. Near the dugout, the Ganghung coach keeps a dark, watchful eye on everything unfolding. Teo looks at the game situation in the bottom of the 7th inning, with a runner on first and nobody out. Suddenly, a sharp, shooting pain flares up across his body right there on the field. Touching the sore spot, Teo realizes the pain got worse from tensing up his muscles during the at-bat. Looking out at the diamond, he sizes up the distance to the next bag. Second base looks impossibly far away, given the physical limitations he is dealing with right now. Accepting his reality, the captain knows he won't be able to run at full speed. Calling time right away, the Gyeongseon dugout asks for a pinch runner. Teo raises his hand from the field, accepting the substitution so he doesn't hold back the team on the bases. He walks back toward the dugout while the manager steps onto the field to meet him halfway. In the stands, the fans whisper among themselves, confused as to why Teo is being pulled from the game. Teo's father watches it all calmly, trusting that his son knows how to respect his limits. Even so, he quietly wishes the boy had spoken up about the pain a little earlier. The coach asks if he's unable to run, and Teo admits that the shoulder has tightened up even more. Looking back at the bench, Teo tells him that trying to stay on the field would just be selfish. The fans appreciate the maturity behind the call, praising Teo's leadership as a true team captain. The substitution is announced, and the coaching staff pats the boy on the back, thanking him for his hard work. The crowd talks about how impressed they are with the captain's hustle, but shows some worry about him leaving the game. From the middle of the crowd, Choi Soo-min stands up and yells proudly, praising her brother's great play. The entire section joins in, giving Teo a standing ovation for his incredible effort on the diamond. Taking off his helmet, Teo smiles with satisfaction, listening to the whole stadium chant his name. A sophomore backup runner steps onto first base to run in place of the captain. Next up, the number 6 hitter Hong Min-seong steps into the box, but can't find a way to connect. He and the following 2 hitters go down on strikes, bringing the 7th inning to a close. The scoreboard stays locked at 1-0 through the 8th inning as the defense protects the slim lead. With the game on the line, the matchup heads into the top of the 9th and final inning. Sitting on the bench with ice on his shoulder, Teo notices that Jae-woo found his command again after he was lifted from the game. Knowing there's only 1 inning left, Teo hopes the team can close it out without overworking Han-gun. On the mound, Oh Han-gun manages his exhaustion while trying to shut the door for Gyeongseon. The battle against the hitter gets tight, and the count works its way to a full count of 3 balls and 2 strikes. On defense, Hong Min-seong is moved over from third base to handle duties at shortstop. Running on fumes, Han Gun finishes all 9 innings of the game through sheer guts and willpower. It was the kid's own heart that kept him standing tall on the rubber throughout the entire contest. With only 11 pitches left until his mandatory pitch limit, Han Gun delivers the ball with whatever energy he has left. The pitch misses low, and the umpire calls ball 4, putting the leadoff runner on first with a walk. Han Gun takes off his cap and wipes the sweat from his forehead, frustrated at giving up a walk in such a big moment. The Ganghung crowd celebrates the scoring chants with drums, calling for the tying run to push the game into extra innings. Feeling the sting of the mistake, Han Gun mutters a quiet curse under his breath as he tries to reset. Seeing his friend getting rattled, Teo jumps up from the dugout and yells loudly to get Han Gun's attention. The captain tells him to keep his head in the game and keep that runner close at first base, and Han Gun nods in agreement. From the dugout, Teo shouts out defensive shifts, telling Hong Min-seong to shade a bit closer to second base. He also calls out to Lee Jun at first base, telling him to stay alert on coverage right by the bag. Teo warns that the opponent might look to lay down a bunt and demands total focus to get those final outs. On the mound, Han Gun locks in completely and readies his arm for the crucial pitch. He dots a pitch right down the heart of the zone, and the umpire calls strike 1 for the defense. Han Gun unleashes another heavy fastball that rips through the zone at high speed. The electronic scoreboard once again flashes an eye-popping 157 kilometers per hour. Giving the hitter no chance to react, the umpire punches out strike 3, confirming the strikeout. Teo celebrates with a fist pump from the dugout, excited over picking up the first out of the inning. The Gyeongseon fans get loud in the bleachers, cheering that they are now just 2 outs away from the title. On the other side, the Ganghung supporters hold out hope for a 2-run home run to flip the game around. The next Ganghung hitter steps into the box, tapping his cleats with the bat as he gets set. He takes his batting stance, focused on putting the ball in play no matter what. The game rolls forward under intense pressure until the defense picks up the crucial second out of the frame. On the mound, Han Gun shows signs of deep exhaustion, breathing heavily and soaked in sweat. Gathering the last bit of strength in his body, the pitcher goes into his windup and fires the ball with everything he's got toward the plate. The batter times up the pitch and connects flush with the baseball, letting out a loud crack of the bat. From the bench to the field, Teo and Han Gun widen their eyes in shock as they track the terrifying flight of the hit.